A todos e todas.
Good morning, everyone. Let's take our seats. I would like to ask, well, everyone who's at the table, please take your seats. I think the Brazilians know that I do not like the ceremonial part of things. This is an academic event, so I thought there was no need to have a master of ceremonies. I don't the whole ceremony thing. I'd like to invite my colleagues who are in the back to come up to the front, please. There's lots of room in the front. There are many colleagues there still outside. So please, professors, Japanese professors, you can come to the first row. And I would like to ask Minister Arnaldo and ceremonial staff to help. Let's put our guest speakers in the first row, please. Dr. Giovanna, could you help, please?
Doutora Giovana, por favor, ajude trazendo os professores para a primeira fila.
Please, our guest professors, you could come to the first row, please, the first row of seats.
O nosso embaixador no Japão,
I'd like to ask our ambassador in Japan, Ambassador Otávio Henrique Cortes, is he already connected?
em homenagem a ele,
In homage to him, since it's 9 p.m. in Japan, we will start right on time. It is a pleasure to receive all of you in this first Brazil-Japan Law Congress for the STJ. My first word is to thank our guests and all the participants who are here from many states throughout Brazil. The community of judges, Japanese Brazilian judges, is a large one, and an extremely important one. We have a variety of judges, both in the state justice systems and in the federal justice system. And for everyone's happiness, we have the president of a justice court that I will present later on, Chief Justice of a State Supreme Court in the state of Paraná. She is a Japanese Brazilian. And this is a very important state in the Brazilian Federation. And we also have a president of a regional federal court of appeals, court of the third region, which has the largest volume of cases in the federal justice system. Now we'll present them later on. This is an important point in time for the Supreme Court of Justice to have this first Congress with the support of my colleagues. I have Minister Joel Passanik. He is from the state of Paraná. He comes from the federal justice system. He's a great partner of these initiatives in our presidency. And this event happens at an important point in time for Brazilians and for the world, because more than ever, the rule of law is central for our survival, all of our survival. It is in moments like these, moments of crises, that we are able to measure the importance of something intangible, such as the rule of law. And Brazil and Japan not only have old, important connections that both the Ambassador Otávio Henrique Cortes and Ambassador Susan Klebank will highlight, I'm sure. We have
Nós temos algo mais profundo em
centen-
comum,
centenarian
um Estado
old
de
connections, but we have something else in common, the rule
não é
of
pouca
law.
coisa hoje.
And that's not
O
saying
respeito, em primeiro
little.
lugar,
Respect above all.
aos direitos humanos,
Respect to human rights.
o respeito
Respect
à dignidade da pessoa humana,
to human dignity.
o respeito às liberdades,
Respect
o respeito
to
à
freedoms.
diversidade
Respect to diversity.
e, mais do que tudo,
And above
o
all, the
respeito
respect
aos juízes.
to judges.
Governos e países
Governments
que não
and countries
respeitam
that do not
seus
respect
juízes
their judges
não podem ser chamados
cannot
de civilizados.
be called civilized.
E, infelizmente, no
And
mundo,
unfortunately,
nós ainda vemos
around the world, we
situações
still
como
see
essa,
situations such
em
as
que
this
os
in which
juízes
judges
não são
are
respeitados.
not respected.
E se os juízes não
And
são
if
respeitados,
judges are
quer
not
dizer que a lei
respected, this
também
means that the
não é
law
respeitada.
is not respected. Does it not?
A lei é um acidente
The law is like an accident,
que fica à mercê das circunstâncias
right at the mercy of the political
econômicas.
circumstances, the economic circumstances, and so many other
Para mim,
circumstances.
como
For me,
brasileiro,
as a Brazilian,
esta é
this
a maior
is
característica dos
the
nossos
most
dois
important
países.
characteristic of both our nations.
Somos
We
porta-vozes,
are the
exemplos
spokes
vivos,
nations and living examples of the rule of law.
e isto nos aproxima
And this
muitíssimo.
makes us very close in so many different fields.
Direito penal, vejo aqui
In penal law,
ministro
I see here
Schietti, que pediu
Minister
licença,
Rogério. Please take a seat here, closer to us,
também do
Mr.
direito
Rogério.
penal, e
Also
outros colegas
from penal law,
privados
and
também,
other colleagues from private law,
vindo e
public
saindo,
law
porque
will
nós
be
estamos
coming in, coming out,
sessão
because
do Superior Tribunal de Justiça.
we are, of course, in the middle of our
Sittings
sessions here in the court sittings in the STJ.
desse primeiro congresso.
So please
Estamos reunidos aqui
remember this in the first Congress. We are gathered here, Brazil and Japan, to celebrate
na ação japonesa,
Japanese immigration to Brazil,
celebrar
but also
o que temos
to
de melhor
celebrate
que
what
os
we
fatos.
have,
Eu
the best we
gosto
have to offer, the rule of law in our nations.
dizendo
And I'd like to
que
conclude by
a
saying
pergunta que eu
that
fiz
the question I asked myself,
à minha
and
assessoria,
also
depois eu vou agradecer
my consultants, my staff, and of course I will thank them individually, my magnificent
por que é que o
staff,
STJ,
and ask myself, why is it that the Court of
da
Justice,
cidadania,
the Court of
tribunal,
Citizenship, a national
nunca
court,
fez evento Brasil-Japão?
has never had a Brazil-Japan event before?
Embaixadora, semanalmente,
Ambassador,
nós temos
weekly,
eventos sobre tudo.
we have events on all sorts of topics in the National High Court.
Imagine tema nós temos.
If you think about a theme, we have an event about it.
Direito penal em Marte.
Penal law in
Possivelmente já
Mars.
teve evento
It's
aqui.
possible that
Não
we've had
sei,
that before. I don't know.
mas certamente alguma
But
coisa
certainly
já se
something
disse
like
a esse
that.
respeito.
We've probably talked
Como
about
nós
something like that.
justificamos
And how can we justify
que nunca
that we've
fizemos
never had an event
Brasil-Japão
regarding Brazil and Japan and law?
é grande parceiro comercial.
We
Eu
are
não
great
vou
commercial
falar dos
partners.
números,
I'm not going to talk about the numbers
não invadir a
so
seara
that we don't
das
invade the
falas dos
field
dois embaixadores.
of the speeches of the ambassadors that are to come.
Já
But we
indicaria que
are
nós
commercial partners. That enough would indicate
temos aqui
that we
oposição
have an omission
que estamos
that we are now
enfrentando.
finally facing head on.
Vamos já sair
This is our
hoje
first event, and
com a data
today
do segundo.
I hope we'll have the date for the second event a year from now
Temário diferente,
with a different theme,
esperando
but
que possamos
that we may,
nesse evento
with this event,
aprender com o outro.
learn from each
Os
other.
brasileiros não conhecem
Brazilians
praticamente nada
know
do
very
direito
little
japonês.
about
Os
Japanese
japoneses
law,
não conhecem
and
praticamente
Japanese
nada
lawyers know very little
brasileiro.
about Brazilian law.
E acho que aqui nós
And I
temos
think that
então
here
essa primeira
we have
oportunidade
this
de
first
coletivamente, a
opportunity
partir da
to
justiça,
collectively, through justice,
juízes,
through
da
judges, and through academia,
reduzirmos
to
esta
reduce this
que
gap,
ainda se manifesta.
which is still made manifest.
Eu Convido, então,
I would like then
em primeiro
to
lugar,
invite, first and foremost,
o embaixador do Brasil no
Ambassador,
Japão,
the Ambassador of Brazil in
embaixador
Japan,
Octávio Henrique
Ambassador
Cortes.
Octavio
Ser
Henrique
embaixador
Cortes,
tem uma
and to
alegria
say,
muito
Ambassador,
grande.
that it is a huge joy to receive you.
O embaixador tem
Ambassador,
uma carreira
the
magnífica
Ambassador
de
Octavio has a
representação
magnificent
internacional
career
no exterior.
representing Brazil
É cartão de
in foreign
visita do
countries.
Brasil e da
He
diplomacia
is
brasileira.
a very
Estou à
important
vontade
member of the
realmente
Brazilian Foreign Corps and
em
Brazilian
Tóquio,
diplomacy.
por
And I
isso,
know it's
sem
nighttime in Tokyo,
delongas,
so without further ado,
eu passo a palavra a
I would
Vossa
like
Excelência.
to give you the floor. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by greeting Justice Herman Benjamin, the President of the STJ. I'd like to thank you for the kindness of invitation, and in your name, I'd like to greet all of the justices and all the staff for the organization of this first Congress, as you reminded. Also, the Justice Luis Roberto Barroso, the President of the Federal Supreme Court. He had us mission to Japan, and he opened many channels that were opened in the legal area to Japan, which is revealed here in our event. My colleague, Susan Kibang, Minister Tomaki Ishigaki, in charge of the affair of the Embassy of Japan in Brazil, Judge Federico Mendes Jr., President of the Association of Brazilian Judges, and all the other judges, lawyers, students, professors that are a part of this event. It is with great satisfaction that I can talk to you, even if remotely, to talk in this Congress, the STJ Brazil-Japan Law Congress. This is a part of the calendar of commemoration of the 130 years of diplomatic relationships between Brazil and Japan. Throughout this year, which we have called the Year of Exchange and Friendship, we are not only celebrating ephemeridi, but trailing a concrete path to straighten the ties of friendship between our nations. Here in Tokyo, we have received the visit of State of the President of the Republic, a visit that had not occurred in 5 years because of the pandemic, and the President was accompanied by an expressive delegation bringing the presidents of the Senate and of the Chamber of Deputies and a vast number of ministers, members of parliament, to meetings with the Emperor of Japan, the Prime Minister, and many important Brazilian businessmen. At the occasion, we celebrated dozens of agreements between governments, private sector, and we defined a plan of action with ambitious goals for our relationship over the next 5 years. To put into practice these objectives, we have been promoting bilateral exchange in different areas, from culture to science, technology and innovation, from agriculture to infrastructure, from the promotion of investments to partnerships and sustainability, and the fight against the climate crisis. The exchange in legal aspect is not small than any of these. Last year, we signed an agreement in penal matters that has already been approved in the Japanese administration and is in Brazilian Congress to be approved. And earlier this year, Minister Luis Roberto Barroso from the federal court made a very important visit to Japan with the contact not only of other members of the Supreme Court, but other members of the Brazilian Executive Legislative, as well as lawyers and researchers from a variety of different fields. She opened a variety of doors for bilateral cooperation in this sphere. Already benefiting from all of these contacts, members of the National Council of Justice were in Japan in June to evaluate this exchange of experiences with different people. Now we have professionals from the legal world from both countries debating themes at the cutting edge of law, like the climate crisis and the potential challenges of artificial intelligence. It is with great satisfaction, therefore, that I'd like to highlight that this sequence of exchanges has been creating a critical mass for greater density of our relationship also in the legal field. I always say that the friendship between Brazil and Japan challenges the laws of physics and geography. Located in opposite sides of the world, we have a relationship of great proximity and a permanent ambition of straightening our ties ever more. It is the pillar of this relationship is the human bond, because Brazil has the largest Japanese descendant population in the world, and Japan has the fifth largest Brazilian population outside Brazil. So I have Masato Niyomiya and Kazuo Watanabe that for decades have been promoting this bridge between the legal communities of our countries. I'm safe that the Congress today will debate not only important legal matters, but will also create new bonds which will be reproduced with even more initiatives of dialogue and cooperation in the future. Without further ado, I would like to once again congratulate the organizer of this event and to wish you a day of very productive discussions. So just as a last comment, I'd just like to mention, as President Herman Benjamin has already mentioned with his words, that Japan is the most traditional partner of Brazil in Asia. It's a fact that ultimately hasn't been highlighted, but it is extremely important and will certainly be very fruitful in the near future. Thank you very much.
Eu agradeço ao embaixador.
I'd like to thank Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Otávio Henrique Cortes, once again reminding you that Tokyo is 12 hours ahead of Brazil. Therefore, the ambassador is working at a time when Brazilians are usually sleeping. If not sleeping, at least in the tranquility of their homes. I'd like to thank you, Ambassador, for your kindness, your kind words, your great relationship with the National High Court. Your participation is very important to us. I now have the honor to give the floor to Ambassador Susan Klebank. The ambassador is another very important face in Brazilian diplomacy, and she knows the judiciary power very well. I was very happy when I heard that she was arriving to substitute a good friend of mine who was in charge of the Asia Pacific Secretariat at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and who is now the ambassador to Austria. It's wonderful to see you once again, and I now like to pass you the floor. Good morning. Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you, Justice Barroso will be here soon, Ambassador Otávio Cortes, Minister Tomoaki Shigaki, Judge Caio Marinho, Judge Federico Mendes Jr. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great satisfaction that I'm here today and I participate in this opening event for the first Brazil-Japan Law Congress at the National High Court. Minister Justice Herman Benjamin, thank you so much for your kind and encouraging words for my work. This Congress happening in 2025 is especially opportune, celebrating the 130 years of diplomatic relationships between Brazil and Japan and 114 years since the Japanese migration to Brazil. This is a part of the group of events to celebrate this, with the high point of which was the visit of the Brazilian president to Japan, and also the visit of the Princess of Japan to Brazil. I now like to congratulate the National High Court and the Federal Supreme Court, especially Justice Herman Benjamin, for this incentive and for the wonderful opportunity to discuss themes of great relevance in the international and national scenario. As you mentioned, the rule of law is a fundamental element in both our context. I'd also like to highlight the effort to intensify the legal cooperation between Brazil and Japan. In this context, as already mentioned by Ambassador Otávio Cortes, it is important to highlight the recent visit to Japan from Minister Justice Luiz Roberto Barroso, and as well as Justice Falcão, who will visit Japan next year in September. I see the future of Brazil and Japan with a lot of optimism, and
to, among many others, Professor Masato Ninomiya of University of São Paulo and University of Tokyo. He helped us tremendously in organizing this event, and but unfortunately he could not join us today personally in this meeting. I was a former student of him at University of Tokyo, and I owe also personally for all the contributions he had done to bring Japan and Brazil closer in the legal areas. Permíteme tentar falar un poco en portugués.
Allow me to speak a little bit in Portuguese, and in particularly, I thought it was great to have this event when we're celebrating the 130 years of the establishment of public relations, of diplomatic relations between Brazil and Japan. We had the state visit of President Lula in Japan in March, and afterwards, the visit of Her Royal Highness Princess Kako to Brazil in June. The National High Court, the STJ, that is very important in this event, even comparing to the two historical visits, with the view in public law and compared public law, became a crucial event to advance our common objective for the future. The subject of today's event, once again, many thanks to Chief Justice and President Benjamin. It's extremely important, not just for Japan and Brazil, but for the whole world, who are facing a crucial question in our times. How are we going to deal with the present crisis caused by the climate changes? What are the opportunities and the challenges posed for the fast and quick advance of AI? And we deal with all these complex problems, and how can we guarantee that the dignity and rights of every individual, as well as of groups, especially minority groups, are protected? So I'll go back to English.
To answer these pressing issues, we are grateful for many Japanese professors who accepted our invitation to come to Brazil to discuss together with their Brazilian counterparts. It is for us a very rare opportunity to hear directly their views, especially from their Brazilian justice, from the members of the Brazilian Judiciary. I'm more than confident that this conference will, as well as their visit to Brazil, will bear fruit, just like the wonderful tropical fruit here in Brazil.
Together, we face many challenges in this world, such as wars, conflicts, climate change, commercial disputes, trade disputes, and the protection of human rights. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of the cooperation between democracies and leading democracies such as Brazil and Japan to find solutions for these serious issues. We are both strong defenders of the rule of law and of multilateral cooperation in the world. I am certain that this conference will be the first of many other collaborations between our nations with shared values and the engagement with a world order based on the rule of law. Once more, I'm very anxious. I look forward to this collaboration and the rest of this Congress.
Most engaging and insightful discussion throughout the conference today. Thank you very much, and muito obrigado.
Agradeço muito.
I thank the Minister Counselor And I wanted to announce the presence of Justice Paulo César Domingues of Public Law here with us. It's an honor now to hand over to the federal judge, Caio Marinho, that is president of the Association of Federal Judges. And that is a great supporter of these activities, all the activities that STJ has in international cooperation. I'm an admirer of his work, but also even on Saturday, Sunday, on holidays, he's always bothering me with postulations of the federal magistrature. I have no rest, ambassador and judges, but that's fine because it's for the good of the federal magistrature. And since he doesn't rest, then I don't rest Saturday and Sundays either. But jokes aside, he is an extraordinary leader of the federal magistrature. So I hand over to President Caio Marinho. Good morning, everyone. It's a great joy to be able to be here. I would like to greet President Herman Benjamin. I'd like to just clear it up that I bother him because he's the president of the Federal Council and he's the chief of the whole federal justice system. So I have to bother him to, of course, even since we have the same objectives, to be able to better structure our justice system. And Justice Herman has been an untiring ally. And Minister Schietti, Minister Joel, Minister Paulo César, Justice Paulo César. And it's a great joy to be with all of you here with such great people. I'd like to greet the Brazilian Ambassador Paulo Henrique Cortes, Ambassador Susan, the Chief of Asia and Pacific at the Itamaraty, and also greet Justice Tomoaki, Minister Kalsa Tomoaki, and I greet also Fred, who is a good friend that with the Association of Judges of the Federal System has been a great ally. It's also a pleasure to be here with him, who leads the Brazilian Magistrates Association. As it's usually been the custom at Herman's mandate, STJ has intensified this dialogue with other countries. And the great advantage of this is that we have the possibility to share and have contact with different regulatory questions, but always looking for the solution of common problems. Today, especially, and it's our subject for the meeting, as a consequence of the ever more tense relations between technologies and environmental questions, we have been living through unusual times, and certainly in a day like today where we can debate and exchange experiences on how our cultures, and as has already been mentioned, we have a diplomatic relationship for over 130 years. But unfortunately, there's a gap, as Justice Herman said, of effective knowledge between our legal systems. So meetings such as these allow that this sharing of experiences make that the thoughts on these common challenges can happen, and looking for better solutions, sharing on how we work in regards to these challenges avoids us from repeating certain mistakes and improves our legal system ever more. I am sure that it's going to be a day full of profitable exchanges, and I wish you all a great event. Thank you very much. As President Caio Marinho said, the president of the STJ is also the president of the Federal Justice Council that unites all the federal courts of the country. And lastly, we have the president of the AMB, the Association of Brazilian Magistrates, Judge Frederico Mendes Jr.,
Ele vai falar da condição de
because he's going to
presidente
talk
da
about
AMB,
his position as the
desta
president
mesa,
of this association
falar em nome
and at this table to
brasileiros,
speak
da
in the
comunidade
name of the
Nipo-Brazilian.
Nipo-Brazilian, the Japanese-Brazilian community.
Presidente da AMB,
I think he's the first
descendente
AMB president of the AMB that is of Japanese ascendance, heritage. So look what a coincidence to be able to do this event, having this extraordinary magistrate of the state of Paraná, so of the Judiciary branch, and president of the Justice Court of Paraná, as well as the president of the Association of Brazilian Magistrates. So I hand over to Judge Frederico Mendes Jr.
Bom dia. Ohayou gozaimasu.
Good morning. Ohayou gozaimasu.
Para mim é uma felicidade.
It's a great joy for me, a huge joy, to have this Congress taking place.
Conversei com o ministro Herman.
And I spoke with Chief Justice Herman and with President Ligia a few times about this, and always really excited about it, and a lot of enthusiasm, Justice Liegi.
Ministro Herman Benjamin é grande
So,
líder.
Justice Herman Benjamin is a great leader of Brazilian magistrates.
E ele fez uma pergunta, mas por que
And he asked us a question, well,
nós não
why
realizamos
haven't we had
entre
a Brazil-Japan Congress so far?
ministro, porque
Well, Justice, we haven't done it because it had to be with you.
esse homem do mundo,
This man, a well-traveled man, extraordinary magistrate, connected to all cultures, to all the peoples,
tem deixado uma marca
and that has been leaving a strong mark in the judiciary branch because of the exchange, the construction of these relations for getting closer to different peoples without any kind of prejudice.
muito bonito,
And it really has been great what you've been doing.
enche de orgulho.
And we are really very proud,
Ser com o senhor,
and it had to be under you that this Congress would take place for the first time. So I'd like to greet Ambassador Otávio, Ambassador Susan.
estar aqui com
It's
o
a pleasure to be here with you.
ministro Ishigaki,
Just Minister Councillor
meu
Ishigaki,
querido amigo Caio Marinho, presidente
my
da
dear
Ajufe,
friend Caio Marinho, president of Ajufe, the Association of Magistrates of the
Nossa história
Federal
não
Courts.
começa aqui no Brasil,
And I want to say that our story here in Brazil
história de muito tempo.
dates of a long time, comes from a long time. I think all of us
Netos de imigrantes,
are
filhos de imigrantes,
grandchildren or children of immigrants that came to Brazil
viviam com dificuldade.
because they had difficulties in their homelands. Normally, one does not leave one's countries and homes or because all's good where they are, or because they're living very well. It was probably people that were living with difficulty back in Japan
Para o Brasil.
and came to Brazil.
Vieram para o Brasil
And
para
they came to
trabalhar em
Brazil
atividades
to
mais
work in the simplest activities in coffee plantations in the outskirts of São Paulo. So my great-grandparents came to São Paulo. At some point, they left from São Paulo to Paraná.
E esses imigrantes
And it's these immigrants that had the dream to ensure that the children
progredissem
would
aqui
study
e
and grow here
para quem sabe dia voltar ao Japão.
to, who knows, one day maybe go back to Brazil.
Ao Japão.
They never managed to go back to Brazil.
Como meu
Those
Dichan,
immigrants, as my Dichan that came here
veio
in the
pensando
20s,
em voltar para Hokkaido.
came here thinking of going back to Hokkaido one day. But that never worked out. They established themselves here,
Trabalho,
and with a lot of work, they invested so that their children and grandchildren could study.
então foi o caminho escolhido
So that was the path
por imigrantes brasileiros.
that Brazilian immigrants chose.
Imigrantes japoneses.
Sorry, that Japanese immigrants chose when coming to Brazil. We are 2 million Justice Herman here in Brazil,
Concentrados principalmente nos estados
concentrated especially in the states of São Paulo, Paraná,
do Sul.
and Mato Grosso do Sul.
Uma colônia japonesa muito grande em estados como
We also have a great colony, Japanese colony in the states of Pará, Amazonas,
a
And the cities with the most Nippo-Brazilians, Japanese descendants are São Paulo, Curitiba in the state of Paraná, Londrina in the state of Paraná, and Maringá, which is the city where I was born and live, and Liliane, that is from Santa Catarina, was born there as well in Maringá, in the state of Paraná. So the Brazilian city where most people identify themselves as Japanese descendants is a city in the northern part of the state of Paraná, close to the city where our president Lídia Maijima was born. You were born in Arapongas, right? But that's really close to it.
In Açaí, 13% of the population identifies as Japanese Brazilian. The second city is Bastos, in the countryside of São Paulo, in the interior of São Paulo. And the third, then we go back to the state of Paraná, Uraí, where 11% of the population identifies as Japanese descendant. We have the joy today of having two chief justices, descendant of presidents of courts, Muta and Lídia Maijima in the state of Pará. Oyama-san, who's here, was the president of the regional electoral court of the state of Paraná until very recently. I think that people look at me and say, listen, you're a Japanese guy with a Portuguese name, because I ended up not keeping my maternal name. They had the last name Tada. And my father, well, my home had this, it was a picture of Brazil, of the mixture, miscegenation. My father is the son of Portuguese and Austrians. My mother is the daughter of Japanese descendants. And me and my sisters were born there, but we didn't keep our Japanese name. It was something of the time, back in the 70s. My name is Federico Mendes Jr. I sometimes kid around with people, and at the time, when we had checks, sometimes I was going to pay something with my check, and people looked at the check, look at me, looked at the check, look at me. And I ended up only keeping my paternal family name. We have another good example here, Lilia Romano. Lilian has the whole phenotype, the whole appearance of being Japanese, but her name is Lilia Romero. She also does not have a Japanese name. In the 90s, when I became a judge, there was a judge in the state of Paraná called Shiroshi Endo. And Shiroshi is a part of that list of, he looks at those approved, at the list of those approved in the examinations. Look at this list. Do you see anyone Japanese here? Well, look at your responsibility. You're here in this, passing through this examination, but no one knows you're Japanese because you don't have the Japanese name, but you're the only Japanese descendant that is becoming a judge this year. You're the only one to pass the civil examination this year. So I'd like to say that I carry my pride and my joy of where I come from. It's something that I bring with me. I'm very proud of, and I cultivate this in my family as well, with my children. I'd like to register the presence of Professor Kazuo, who is the biggest name of the Japanese community in law for a long time now. He's a great reference from the University of São Paulo. And we were here at the National High Court. We had a Minister Masami, also from São Paulo. He's retired now. But I'd just like to say that I'm very happy to be in this meeting. And I'm very proud to know where I come from, who I am descended from, and I want to cultivate in my children, and I think that's the same for everyone, this feeling
Desejo ótimo congresso.
I'd like to wish you all a wonderful Congress. Let's spend a day together
Conversando sobre esses assuntos.
talking about these important topics. Justice Paulo
Muito obrigado,
Sérgio.
gozaimasu.
Domo arigatou
Muito
gozaimasu.
obrigado.
Thank you.
Muito bem, com isso nós
Very well.
concluímos
With that,
esta
we'd like to conclude this opening ceremony.
o Dr. Frederico
Dr. Federico has to leave here straight
Tribunal.
to the notary's office to change his name and his mother's surname. Our other colleague judge should as well, because it's very important. Today in Brazil,
Dá nome,
changing your name is
facílimo.
very easy.
Sai daqui, vai no
Just go
cartório,
straight to the notary's office and change it. Before, there was a whole judicial process that took a long time.
mudou
This has
recentemente.
changed recently,
Eu estou
and I am then
fazendo a sugestão
giving you this suggestion. I'll be asking you about this
que nós
because I think it's quite important that
manter
we
os
keep
vínculos,
our
nossas
bonds,
origens,
our origins
em tudo,
in all that we do,
inclusive na língua.
including in language.
Para depois nós
But anyway, we can talk about this
em outro momento.
later at another
Antes de
point.
encerrar esse painel,
Before we wrap up this panel,
pedi às duas
I
associações
asked
para
the
fazerem
two
censo
associations to make a
dos
census
magistrados
of
e
the
magistradas
magistrates,
nipo-brasileiros.
of Japanese Brazilian magistrates.
Sinceramente, não
Honestly, they didn't have the census.
tinha. Nós temos
They're
que
saying,
saber
well, I said, come on, we need to know. We need to know the profile of our judges.
dezenas
There are dozens
e vários
of Japanese Brazilian judges, and many of these magistrates
estão presentes
are present
aqui.
here today.
Isso me dá
And
alegria
this
muito grande.
makes me very happy indeed.
Todos vocês que estavam
I'm
lá
happy to see all of you who are
na caixa dos magistrados,
inside this larger group of all the magistrates, but without this cultural historic identity within the magistrate's office. And we're trying to rescue this at this moment. I'd like to conclude by thanking our ambassadors, the advisor minister, the both presidents of the associations, and I'd like to finish with a haikai from my favorite Japanese poet, Basho. I think I'm not the only one to admire Basho, this wonderful poet from the 17th century. And I'm going to add a little bit to this haikai from Basho. In English, it reads,
"A frog jumps in the sound of water." Isso é profundamente tocante, porque junta o tangível.
This is profoundly touching because it mixes the tangible with the intangible. Brazil is the country of waters, but is also the country of the forest. And I'd like to say it's the country of light. So the sound of water, forest, and light. That's the small contribution that I'd like to give. I hope that Basho isn't up there saying, I don't like what you added to my poem. So I just like to connect with our country in this wonderful poem, out of so many wonderful poems that he has. And with that, I'd like to wrap up our opening. Thank you.
Eu convidaria o professor Kazuo Watanabe.
Now I'd like to invite Professor Kazuo Watanabe. I'd like my colleagues to take their seats, please. And now I'd like to invite the justices to take a seat at the table. Now we have a seminar from Justice Luis Roberto Barroso, Chief Justice Luis Roberto Barroso. I'd like to invite Professor Kazuo Watanabe, Professor Shinichi Taoka, and Professor Barroso.
Bem, eu pediria que os ministros tomassem assento à mesa.
I'd like the justices to take their seats at the table,
Pequeno atraso.
and the professors, because we're a little bit delayed.
Que o nosso cerimonial prepare
And
a
that
mesa.
our ceremonial staff may prepare the table, please.
Eu convido, então, o professor Kazuo
I'd like to
Watanabe,
invite
por favor.
Professor Kazuo Watanabe, please.
Watanabe-san.
Watanabe-san.
Os ministros Rogério Schietti
Justice
e
Rogério Schietti and Joel Passonik.
convidaria o ministro
And I'd
Barroso,
like to invite Justice Barroso, Chief Justice Barroso of the Federal Supreme Court. He's already with us.
Ele vai falar. Bem, pode sentar, senta lá. Convido o ministro Barroso.
I'd like to invite Justice Barroso, Chief Justice Barroso. Please take your seat at the table.
A este painel.
Now, begin this panel.
Queria agradecer aos colegas que estão à mesa.
I'd like to invite our colleagues who are at the table. I'd like to thank our colleagues who are at the table.
Ministro Luiz Roberto Barroso.
Chief Justice Luiz Roberto Barroso is a friend of mine for decades now. He's saying that he's younger than me. That's not true. I'm sorry to deauthorize you in front of everyone. In fact, he is, but just a few months. So I'd like to say that we have the same age. Therefore, we should not discuss who is younger or older. But we know that Chief Justice Barroso is one of the greatest constitutional scholars that we have in Latin America. He is celebrated all over the world, and in moments where there's a lack of constitutional tranquility, it's very important for us to have in front of our constitutional court, the Federal Supreme Court, the STF. It's important for us to have a constitutional scholar who really defends the pillars of the rule of law. That's the tranquility. And I wanted to invite him to this first panel so that he can give a general overview of Brazilian law. Evidently, it's a overview for our Japanese guests. Chief Justice Barroso, we have students from Japan here as well. I hope that in our second Congress, we may have all the different universities bringing some students, and we're going to call the best students from Brazilian universities as well, from law schools, to participate as well. I have the joy of now opening the floor. Chief Justice Roberto Barroso, he was recently in Japan, and he'll certainly mention that as well. And I insistently told him, try and go during the cherry blossom. He got there almost at the end, but he did still see some cherry flowers. And he was really enchanted by the care that he was receiving. And that is very appropriate to the relationship between Japanese and Brazilians. So I will present the other speakers of this panel later. And now, without further ado, I pass the floor to my dear friend Luiz Roberto Barroso, professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. professor of constitutional law. Good morning, everyone. It's a big pleasure and joy to be here to share some ideas, some reflections in the first Brazil-Japan Law Congress. I'd like to greet my dear friend, Chief Justice Herman Benjamin, a friend for life. I have been seeing him since I was a young boy, admiring him. I'm admiring his growing ascension. I'd also like to greet Professor Kazuo Watanabe, who honored academia and the judge's office in Brazil, and my dear friends who are a part of the table, Giselle Passoni, and my dear friend Rogério Schietti. And I'd also like to greet Professor Dr. Shinichi Kitaoka, another esteemed member of this table. And in fact, I was in Japan a few months ago, and as was expected, I was fascinated by the country, by the courtesy that I was greeted with, by the culture, by the food. And I'd like to say that I was in the University of Tokyo. I gave a talk in the University of Tokyo where I was received by the dean of the University of Tokyo, Miyami Okino. And a few days later, she was named a Supreme Court judge, where I was also received by the Chief Justice of the Japanese Supreme Court. I was also in Kyoto. We talked about AI in the AI department. I was in the judges' school in Japan. It was a formidable visit. It's not that my life is easy, but when Herman told me that it was a meeting with Japan and representatives from Japan, I said, I really need to go to pay back the wonderful stay that I had in Japan, a trip that was organized by Professor Kazuo Watanabe. I'd also like to thank him for that. Herman has already the theme of my seminar 3 times, so I don't really know what I should be talking about. Why? When I first received the program said human rights, the challenges of climate change, and AI. And I said, all right, I could do this in 3 parts: human rights, climate change, and AI. Afterwards, this morning, I received a program that said that I should be talking about. No, that's not it. It said should be talking about AI and access to a fair judicial order. So I reprogrammed my speech. And when I come here, it says you should give a general overview of Brazilian law. That's not how life works, Chief Justice Herman. I can't just change everything I do. So much easy. I'm going to be speaking very quickly about the overview of Brazilian law, but I have a small script to talk a little bit about human rights, talk a little bit about climate change, and a little bit about AI, which are the main themes here today. But just for our guests here, our Japanese guests, Brazil has a Romanic Germanic justice system in the civil law, which means that this is a especially legislated law with the creation of positive law by Congress, a national Congress, which is the legislative branch in Brazil. However, over the past few years, there's been a transformation of some depth in Brazilian law, inspired by common law, introducing binding precedents. Therefore, currently in Brazil, decisions by the federal Supreme Court in extraordinary appeals with general repercussion, which would be our writ of search for those of you who are familiar with American law. The decisions preferred in extraordinary appeals and the decisions held in direct actions, which is a possibility that exists in Brazil to question the constitutionality of a law directly in the Supreme Court. these decisions, referred to as qualified precedents, become binding. It's important to say, for all judges and courts need to be guided by these decisions. And here in the National High Court, the STJ, decisions in repetitive appeals also have a binding character. This is an important transformation in Brazilian law because in the Romanic Germanic tradition, the precedents were not binding, so judges had the freedom to decide according to their own convictions. Of course, judges still have some degree of subjectivity, but the legal theses that are set in stone cannot be questioned. If they do not observe these decisions, you can appeal per saltum to the Supreme Court, showing that a binding decision was disrespected. This is a new system for Brazil. Everyone's still learning how to deal with it. Because to deal with precedents, you must be able to distinguish what is opera dictum and what is haso decidendum and what is actually the binding thesis. Therefore, it's a learning process, but I think it's an important transformation because observing precedents and binding, this brings legal safety, brings more efficiency as a whole to the justice system, and also brings autonomy. And this is very important. It's important for people. We know how bad it is for people in the same situation to have different decisions in the justice system. So, something else I'd like to say about the Brazilian justice system, so as to not frustrate my dear Chief Justice Herman Benjamin, is that the federal Supreme Court has a role in contrast to Supreme Courts in other countries throughout the world as a whole. There are some reasons for different kind of role that the Supreme Court has, which gives the Supreme Court a certain protagonism in Brazilian life. The first reason is that we have a very wide-reaching constitution, perhaps one of the most wide-reaching of all throughout the world, eventually may be overcome by that of India. Therefore, the Brazilian constitution, as all democratic constitutions, and that's the Japanese constitution, it has the separation of powers, it has the Declaration of Rights, and it organizes the Brazilian state. Brazil is a federation. However, the Brazilian constitution, beyond doing that, it also takes care of the social security system. It takes care of the tax system. It takes care of the budget system. It takes care of the intervention of the state in the economy. It takes care of the education system. It has to do with the health system. It takes care of the environmental protection system. It has to do with the indigenous community protection system. It takes care of families. It takes care of science and technology, and so on and so forth. Therefore, the Brazilian Constitution deals with many different issues, which in many other parts of the world are left to politics, to regular legislation. If I'm discussing with if an English or Japanese judge, they will say, "Oh, this is a political thing to be decided by the politicians." In Brazil, they are accessible to the justice system, and this gives a lot of protagonism to the Supreme Court. It's possible to come to the Supreme Court with an extraordinary appeal, like in most countries, but Brazil also has a system of direct actions to the Supreme Court. It's possible to directly propose a suit regarding the constitutionality of a law or the absence or insufficiency of a public policy directly to the Supreme Court. So some matters reach the Supreme Court directly. And there are many different stakeholders, and this is the third reason, that can propose these actions in the Supreme Court. So the general prosecutor, the president, all the different political parties, all the different national class entities, unions, the Brazilian Bar Association. Therefore, even if a matter it needs to be extremely unimportant for a matter to not be brought to the Supreme Court by one of these groups. So we end up deciding on everything, or almost everything in Brazil, and including the most divisive issues in society. This was the institutional arrangement that the constituents of the 1998 Constitution chose. It's not a choice made by the Supreme Court, and this protagonism, even though sometimes it costs us very dearly because we decide on the most divisive issues in Brazilian society, so we're always making some powerful segment of society unhappy. The truth is that in Brazil, ever since 1985, we have 40 years of institutional tranquility. Therefore, this model, this atypical as it may be, and sometimes tiring as it may be for us, it is the model that made the country have this long period of institutional stability, which resisted to some important rains, storms, and even hurricanes recently. So that is a very, very summarized presentation of Brazilian law. We are from the Romantic Germanic tradition. Doctrine here still has a very relevant importance, but jurisprudence has ascended in importance lately, and we have a Supreme Court with these competencies and a National High Court which receives 500,000 lawsuits a year and has a decisive role in the unification of infraconstitutional law throughout the country. The very separation of what is constitutional and infraconstitutional in Brazil is hard to do. And therefore, sometimes it happens in an undesirable fashion that a jurisprudence is consolidated here in the National High Court, and then the Supreme Court understands differently. I must say that as much as possible, I seek to keep the jurisprudence stabilized here in the STJ, the National High Court, because sometimes better than having an ideal solution is to have a stabilized jurisprudence. But that is a whole other debate, isn't it? Now, going to one of the multiple themes that Chief Justice Herman Benjamin asked me to talk about, I'm going to talk a little bit about the important themes of our conversation. And I'd like to start with the idea of human rights. Human rights, usually when they are internalized in the constitution of a country, they are renamed fundamental rights. So human rights is a terminology that is usually used in the international level, and in the internal level, we use the name fundamental rights, which should be understood in a wonderful expression by German author Robert Alexia as the minimum reserve of justice that a society needs to ensure to all its citizens.
And possibly also foreigners that are in Brazil. And so the human rights, or the fundamental human rights that try to express the minimum contents that come from the dignity of human people, of freedom, equality, and a minimum necessity of for existence, which is the vital essential so that people can enjoy these freedoms. The fundamental rights in Brazil, I think in other parts of the world as well, but in Brazil has three main characteristics that deserve being highlighted. The first of them is that the fundamental rights do not depend on the majority's will. Fundamental rights, so human rights, which actually natural rights, because that is the origin of them, are those rights that do not depend on the will of majority or political majorities. They are inherent to the human condition, the right to life, physical integrity, freedom, dignity, and being treated with equal respect and consideration. In Brazilian doctrine, we divided fundamental rights in three big categories, with a fourth one trying to ruin my dogma that only work with classification that have three axes. But first of all, the individual rights that are rights that basically protect the individual in regards to the state. So it's rights that come from liberalism. So the right to life, physical integrity, individual freedom and property. We have in second place the political rights that are the political participation rights, voting, receiving votes, the right to participate in public debates in general. And in third place, we have a category that are social rights. That are those rights no longer to protect the individual in regards to the state, but rights that involve positive attributes that the state has towards them for their protection, which is the right to education, to culture, to social welfare, and also the oldest rights, which are the labor rights, protecting individuals against possible economic abuse from employers. So this is the traditional classification between political and social ones. More recently, in part because of Minister Herman Benjamin, that tries to go through the classification we call the diffuse rights, which are the rights that have as characteristics for being trans and individual. So not that are enjoyed individually by a person, and they are not rights that can be divided. And so I have the environmental rights in a general way, because everyone has the right of, no one has the right of their specific quota of the unpolluted lake or of false advertising. So these are the trans individual, non-divisible, that you cannot divide with the rights, for example, such as the consumer, of historical heritage, artistic heritage. I think this is the sum of the basic ideas of fundamental and human rights within the Brazilian constitution and Brazilian law in general. The second subject, climate change. I must say that I have 3 jobs, I think even more. I'm the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. I'm President of the Justice Council, and I work here for Chief Justice Herman as well, and eventually for the AMB, which is the Association of Brazilian Magistrates. But these are non-paid jobs. It's almost slave labor. So I also end up working here at the STJ, but I do it with great joy. So I thought about 25 minutes. Is that fine? So the second subject of this trilogy that Chief Justice Herman has given me is the one on climate change, which is one of the big defining questions of our times. And it is a subject that has entered on the global society's radar a few years ago. Not enough. I always like to joke with Herman, who was one of the pioneers on environmental law and right in Brazil for over 20 years. And whenever he read environmental right, it was something so unimportant and uninteresting that everyone kind of left. And the truth is that environmental right entered the mainstream of a legal debate little by little. But it still hasn't entered the mainstream of concern for society. And the truth is that since 92, ever since the conference in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, where you started the cycle of the important international conventions on this, so the COPs, and the framework convention with the Protocol of Kyoto and then the Paris Agreement, the situation hasn't actually improved. It's been getting worse. And some scientists, it's not an entirely consensual data still, but some scientists say we have already overcome the 1.5 degree increase since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, which was the limit to stabilize global warming. So we're living a situation that is by no means simple. And it's relatively easy to connect climate change and global warming with human rights. Because when we started talking about this debate on environmental issues, the question was intergenerational justice. And so we took care of environmental rights and facing these climate change questions and global warming ones as an engagement with what we call sustainable development. That was the great concept. That was to not completely exploit Earth's resources and leave enough for the next generation. That's the idea of sustainable development. But we are no longer talking about intergenerational justice, because climate change is affecting people's human rights now. And what happened in Rio Grande do Sul with the inundations, with the floods that we had last year, have hundreds of dead people, thousands of people that lost their properties, and many people injured. So life, physical integrity, and all this is something essential in democratic society. So, for those who saw those bushfires in California burning entire neighborhoods, so it's no longer something for people that concern themselves with just the future. There's still an immense negationism in regards to the subject. Although all scientists still affirm that it's human action that has been causing climate change and these extreme climate events, there is still, nevertheless, a lot of negationism, even in countries that are great or big global leaders. And that is a great problem because, unfortunately, turning it back to an issue or problem does not make it go away, and the problem is going to continue happening. And that is a first factor and the difficulties facing climate change, ignorance and negationism. The second factor is that the environmental impact of today's behaviors, if we had a plastic bottle here and we threw it into nature, or sometimes in sewage that goes into nature, it's only going to produce the real impacts. The emissions today take up to 25 years to actually manifest their negative effects. And what happens is that policies and politics is moved by short-term motivations, which are the electoral cycles. And since facing climate change has a high economic and political cost, which includes even changing habits in transportation and clothing. So politics often postpones the decisions and changes that become ever more urgent. And the third difficulty is that this is an issue that no single country can solve alone, because the consequence of emissions that take place in Japan or Brazil or US or China do not remain and stay only within that country, but are felt throughout the entire world. So no single country can face this problem alone. And that's why we need and we have international conventions, the Paris Agreement, where each country committed with their determined national contributions, their NDC, nationally determined contributions, which is to reduce the emissions. So we have two issues that are happening. These limits that each country defined for themselves are not enough, and even worse, they're not actually respecting them. And so last year was the hottest year in history, and this year is going to be even worse. And yesterday I heard a simulation by AI yesterday of the cities and what they would look like if we went over the 2-degree increase, which is the ceiling that the Paris Agreement wants to establish. Rio de Janeiro, for example, which is my hometown, anyone who doesn't know Rio should visit it. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. Well, it would end up flooded with many neighborhoods being underwater. And so it's very important because it's no longer an abstract issue. Now it's a true and real problem. And so I hope that humanity does not take too long to wake up and allow it to be too late. And previously, the posture of the legal system was, oh, this is a political problem, it's the legislative and executive branches have to deal with that. However, 3 factors took us to a change of attitude of the judiciary overall. The first one is that from a decision of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the decision here of the Federal Court, and evermore in the rest of the world, the environmental issue is seen as a human rights question. So we have the protection of human rights that is an attribution of the judiciary, of the legal side. And since there is an omission from the legislative, executive, well, the judiciary, the legal side has to end up intervening. And thirdly, the legal branch has been interceding because the legislative, executive are majority power systems that are elected by the political majorities. And those who has the role of protecting minorities is the judiciary, the legal branch. And environmental issues affect the most the minorities that are children that cannot vote and will suffer the consequences in the future. And furthermore, people that aren't even born yet and therefore have no one to protect them. And the judiciary branch, legal branch, has been intervening therefore in important decisions in the Netherlands, for example, in Germany have taken place. Important decisions have been taking place in Brazil, legal branch. I would not be able to give Japanese examples, but in the visit to one of the universities in Japan, one of the professors I spoke to was a professor on environmental law, explaining how these concerns in Japan are also being dealt with. And so climate change, as I said, is one of the defining questions of our times. Have been facing the difficulties that I've listed. And so the legal branch has become ever more now to intervene on these subjects. And lastly, a word on AI. I'm gonna increase my price here. No, I'm joking. But AI, artificial intelligence, is nowadays part of a fourth industrial revolution. The third one is still taking place in the classification that I like using and that I think some people would agree on in consensus. They have had three big industrial revolutions. The first one of the 18th century that is symbolized by the use of steam as a energy source. The second one on the turn of the 19th to the 20th century is symbolized by the use of electricity and the internal combustion motor as an energy sources. And the third industrial revolution from the mid 20th century to the 21st century, which is digital technology appearing and substituting numeric ones, which was the personal computers being used, cell phones, of internet as a whole, connecting billions of people in the entire world. And so the symbol of the third industrial revolution is the internet and what it represented in terms of impacts on humanity, to humanity. We're still living under the impact of this third revolution of internet, of the digital platforms, and how they revolutionized the way how we buy a plane ticket, how we research, how we listen to music, or even how we participate in events. I was able to be here today, but some other events I participated online through video conferencing. So internet is the symbol of this third revolution. And now we have the fourth revolution, industrial revolution. That is a package deal, but a package where artificial intelligence is the main component, but also includes genetic engineering. It's a little bit lower on the radar, but is truly going to transform our lives. Humanity, I have this fear. Stephen Hawking, there was a great scientist that's already dead now, but said the human condition is not going to resist to the temptation of making humans more intelligent, stronger, more beautiful, and playing with creation. I'm not saying it's a good thing, or nor that it's a prophecy that's going to actually occur, but the risk of it taking place is not small, and the impact that that's going to have on humanity is huge. But here I want to talk a little bit, and then you have internet of the senses. We'll be able to smell, feel things without being there physically. going to be a virtualization, a whole virtualization of life. AI is a general label, but it's going to work on the capacity, is past the capacity of humans to computers through programs, through softwares. Programs fed by human people, supplying the data, instructions, and objectives. And so, conventional knowledge, but starts being questioned, is that AI is entirely dependent on human intelligence. But it does not have feelings, doesn't have consciousness of its own, self-consciousness, does not have ethical values. AI does what it is told to do. So that was a conventional knowledge, perhaps it still is, but we had some recent experiences that have been giving us a yellow light in regards to this conviction. I'm going to mention two. The first one, experience called Alpha Zero. A few years ago, IBM used a huge computer, fed the computer with all the main chess openings, and with a huge quantity of plays, chess plays, and the computer managed to defeat a grandmaster in some games. That was many years ago. But recently, they made a new experience with AI. They fed it only the rules of the game, without teaching them any opening or plays. And the computer trained with itself for a few years, and then played with the grandmasters. And it won, with openings and plays that had never been done before by human chess players. Completely unconventional moves, unforeseeable, and that even so allowed it to win. So a program fed with only the rules was able to create strategies of its own. That is a novelty from a relevant concept, which is called machine learning. It learns as it does, and learns things for which it was not necessarily objectively trained for on purpose. The second experience I read through the media, I didn't read the research itself, but I forgot the name of the company, but we have several tools nowadays of generative AI. You have ChatGPT, you have the cloud, you have Perplex, you have Gemini, Copilot.
Gente, esse negócio de não trazer anotação é um problema, mas é que o tema mudou, né? Daqui a pouco eu vou lembrar.
I'll remember soon.
Mas uma experiência que eles estavam
There was an experience that they were doing.
conversavam com a inteligência artificial.
They would talk to AI, they would request several analyses, and at a certain point, they gave it access on purpose by fabricated emails by the engineer that was doing the experience. And on these emails, he confessed a relationship outside his marriage, and that it was fed to the computer. And little by little, the engineer said, "Thank you very much. I'm going to turn you off." And AI said, "Don't turn me off, or else I'm going to tell everyone that you're cheating on your wife." So it developed its own strategy, survival strategy. And obviously, it was not taught to do that. It wasn't instructed to do that. So machine learning starts to raise fears and concerns that they might escape this human control.
AI, in my point of view, I'm not an in-depth student. Of course, I study regulations and the judicial aspects and what's coming, but it will revolutionize our lives with an impact similar to fire, the wheel, electricity, internal combustion engine, and the great revolutions of medicine, the vaccination, antibiotics, and aesthetics, which is this blessing, this divine blessing. When someone says, "Oh, I'd like to have lived in the 18th century," I said, there was no anesthetics. It wasn't that great a time.
O impacto é enorme,
Therefore, the impact is huge,
maior capacidade de
very
tomada de
fruitful,
decisões em muitas
a
matérias,
better capacity for decision making in many matters because AI can store a lot more information and process the system a lot faster.
vai impactar
It
de
will
maneira
impact very significatively
a medicina.
medicine.
Hoje em dia, os diagnósticos de imagem
Currently,
já são
image
feitos
diagnostics are already
predominantemente
being
por
done
inteligência
primarily by AI.
Uma pesquisa que eu
And
li,
a study that I read
diagnósticos
recently
de
regarding
doenças
disease diagnostics made by doctors, human doctors, and by AI,
os acertos
the
foram um pouco superiores
AI did fared a little bit better than
humana, aplicada
human intelligence. The application in law, well, we already use it in the Supreme Court for a variety of ends. And the next step
primeira minuta
will
das
be
decisões
the first minute of decisions being made by AI.
vai se demitir
The
da sua
judges will never quit from their responsibilities, but here, just for our Japanese friends, Brazil, due to a variety of circumstances, is possibly the world records in cases in the justice system.
ele recebe 500
The
processos por ano. O Supremo recebe
the STJ receives 500,000
judiciário inteiro
cases. The STF, the federal court, has 80,000 cases. We have data from December 2024, 83 million
mundial.
cases. This is a world record in the backlog. So, therefore, the use of artificial intelligence and the volume in which we work ends up being a very important tool to speed up the functioning of justice. What, and this is already been going on. We have a program in the Supreme Court in which we are testing.
Ele tem que
The judge, of course, needs to decide. We study the case,
eu vou julgar
and the judge says, I'm going to say this is in favor or against a procedure. I'm going to continue this appeal or not, but
já é feita pela ferramenta de
the basis is already done by the AI tool.
o resultado em si
The result in and of itself doesn't change a lot, but it simplifies
juiz
the life of the judges. But of course, they are still responsible for the product of their labor.
direito administrativo
In administrative law in Brazil and possibly in Japan as well,
delegar
we in life may delegate attributions, but never liabilities, responsibilities. When a consultant helps me make a decision, if the decision has a problem, it's not the consultant's fault, it's not my staff fault, it's my fault. Therefore, our responsibilities, the judges are still responsible. So in law, in medicine, in language, I soon will be able, if I go back to Japan, which I hope will go, I hope to give a seminar in Japanese, even though I don't have enough time left in life to learn Japanese. Why? Because AI will be capable, and is already capable, capturing my voice, the tone of my voice, and putting me in the same seminar that I am here in Japanese, in Hebrew, Chinese, or Arabic. This will be a huge transformation in the world because language will no longer be a barrier. And so we also have the war use, the massification of information, impact on the labor market, and the singularity, which is the risk that AI could gain consciousness of itself, because then together with robotics would give it mobility and with the capacity to process much more information a lot faster. If AI gains conscience of itself, they will take over the world. It seems like science fiction, but and Yuval Noah Harari, who is a historian and a student of that STEAM, in his last book, Nexus, he describes that half of scientists in AI understand that the risk of singularity happening is 10%. When I first looked at it, it made me a little more tranquil, but right afterwards, he had a question. Would you go into an airplane if the engineer said there was a 10% chance that the airplane would fall mid-flight? No. So this is a real concern, and therefore it is necessary for AI to be regulated in an adequate manner to so that it can keep on in an ethical path. There's only one difficulty in regulating AI, the quickness with which it changes. Next week, there's something new coming out. It's amazing what is going on. And so let us look at this data. It took 75 years for the phone to reach 100 million users. Cell phones took 16 years to reach 100 million users. The internet took 7 years to reach 100 million users. ChatGPT reached 100 million users in 2 months. This is the speed of transformation and the difficulty in regulating these new technologies. In thesis, it's easy to regulate. You need to regulate to protect human rights. You need to regulate to protect democracy. You need to regulate so that you have transparent governance with human supervision, all important aspects. But when you come to the concrete side of things, it's very hard for you to detail exactly how to do this. This is the world that we are living in today. To finish, then, human rights, fundamental rights, are still the biggest cause for humanity. Ensuring freedoms, ensuring equality of opportunities for all people, to end extreme poverty, and to give equality of opportunity. This is still the great cause of humanity. Climate change has become the most defining issue of our time. We are playing with the future of humanity. Not next year. No, it's the future in 10, 20, 100 years. If we continue in this process of the generation of the planet, and of course, AI will change our lives with a lot of potential for positive change, but it's necessary to keep it in an ethical path that serves the cause of humanity and that it isn't captured by evildoers who might make life a lot worse. And with all modernity that we are going through, Herman, the cause of humanity, of good life, is still inspired by the same values, the same ancient values that come from the Torah, from the Gospel, from Greek, classical antiquity, from Kant, from Buddhism, from Shintoism, that are good, justice, the search for truth in a plural world, and the dignity of all people. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my dear friend, decades-long friend, Justice Luis Roberto Barroso. He always tells me publicly of giving 3 different titles to his seminars. I just gave one. Do a general overview of the 3 themes of the event. And that's exactly what he did. But this trend of coming in and saying, oh, I'm confused, I couldn't even prepare anything. It was extremely difficult. I'm going to improvise. No, he's not improvising. There's always his notes. He might not follow his notes because I know him for a long time. Sometimes he doesn't follow them, but he always gives us a very deep lesson because we in law are famous, a bad fame, which is not completely unjustified, that we go to details and we forget the whole. But law is the whole. And that's why I always like listening to Justice Barroso. He's always been like this. He comes from the whole, he details the whole, and then he makes this legal remarks, and everything is a lot lighter, more interesting, and auspicious as well. So I'd now like to ask Justices Joel and Schietti to walk with the justice. Listen, Professor Kazu is next? Okay, I can stay for 10 minutes. I want to listen to him for 10 minutes. Can I stay here or I'll sit down? No, you can stay here. Now I'd like to open the floor to Professor Kazuo Watanabe. He was my teacher, but most importantly, he was the best friend of my mentor, Ada Peregrini. And Ada used to say, any meeting, especially if there's a legal commission, I need this Japanese friend of mine. I didn't know who she was talking about, this Japanese friend of mine, that he was always mentioning, the Japanese friend. And then I met Kazuo. And one day, Ada, my mentor, when describing Kazuo Watanabe, said, I need him because he has two characteristics that you don't have. This is a professor telling a student what I didn't have. I was already feeling humiliated at that point. I wasn't offended because that's just what she was like. She said, first, he is wise. You're not wise because you're young. Second, he writes in such an objective fashion that if we take out a comma, the text falls apart. And you don't do that either. Well, I keep on not being too concise. I was not able to follow the guidance that comes from the simple language. All of this, well, Justice Chieti, Justice Gugel, all of us like to write a little too much, but not Kazuo Watanabe. Finally, there's so much to tell about Kazuo Watanabe. In Brazil and in Japan as well, we have a huge amount of legal scholars who are incredible. Theory, and sometimes in practice. But a great jurist is the one who can put their thought into law, write laws. And Kazuo Watanabe, alongside with Ada Pellegrini, is behind, but also ahead of some of the most transformative laws in Brazilian law, especially that which Professor and Chief Justice Barroso mentioned, the diffuse rights, the public civil action law in 1985. He worked directly in that law. Him and Nada were working on that. Later, the Consumer Defense Code. I could mention so many other important legislative texts. So we don't have just a great jurist among us. We have a great legislator and a good person, a lawful person, a worker, a trustworthy person. With the floor, Watanabe-san.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Eu quero inicialmente
I'd like to first and foremost to thank
Herman Benjamin,
Justice Herman Benjamin,
que me convidou para
who invited me
palestra ao lado do ministro
to give the seminar alongside Barroso.
embora não
I was a student of Barroso, even though I'm older than he is.
tudo.
This revelation is very important. Okay? Professor Kazuo Watanabe and possibly Ada Pellegrini, she was deceased, they were his students.
Me desculpe, professor.
No, so I'm sorry, Professor. I just remember that in constitutional law there was a Professor Paulo Bonavide who died a few years ago. Professor Paulo Bonavide, he was still over 90 years old, but still with a lot of vitality. He was in an air company, and Kazuo was there as well. And I said, Professor Paulo Bonavides, I was a student. No, there must be some sort of problem. He was already over 90 years old.
Honrado com a sua referência.
So I'm sorry for interrupting you. It was just a little joke.
Ao ouvir o ministro
Well, when listening to Justice Barroso, I was a little bit scared. I think my seminar doesn't have a lot more to say. Because one of the themes that Justice Herman gave to Justice Barroso was exactly the theme that I had chosen. But since Justice Barroso has a wide-reaching vision, and as well as a deep vision, he'll talk about any theme with depth. And about AI, I said, listen, Justice Barroso is going to say something that I wasn't prepared for, he said, because the justice has already said enough for us to understand the importance and the risks facing us with this possibility. And the National Justice Council actually has a resolution that says that the advancement will be such in AI, but it's important that they do not substitute judges, because machines don't have feelings. They don't have this intuition. So this update of the National Justice Council resolutions is extremely important. And so my theme is artificial intelligence and access to a fair legal order. So Mr. Barroso has already said so much about AI. So I'm going to be sharing some considerations, which many of those here will probably have already heard many times over. They're probably tired of hearing this about access to a fair legal order. What is the difference to access to justice system and access to a fair judicial system? We've been defending that the problem of access to justice cannot be studied in the meek limits of access to pre-existing legal institutions. It's not just about enabling access to justice as a state institution, rather of enabling access to a fair legal order. In this conception, access to justice should ensure not only access to legal institution for the solution of controversies and the traditional criteria through sentences, but also access to all of the institutions that act in the pacification of the parties under conflict, using all mechanisms for the solution of controversies, especially consensual mechanisms such as negotiation, conciliation, mediation, which enable the parties involved to seek, with or without the cooperation of a facilitator, a more adequate solution for their conflict of interests. Not only that, but the right to access a fair legal order must ensure that parties are informed about their rights in conflicts. But in a country such as Brazil, in which there's a high level of illiteracy and a concerning level of functional illiteracy, that is semi-illiterate people, and a lot of people that don't have this information, this guidance, so the parties won't even know if they have certain rights or not, and if they are being the victims of some kind of injury. And there should also be a permanent research in material law, not only instrumental law, for the analysis of the adequation between the legal order and the socioeconomic reality of the country, seeing if the justice of checking the justice of the laws is being applied. This goal, of course, is very hard to be reached. It may be a little bit of an utopian ideal, but it should at least be the goal of our evolution, so that injustices, especially the largest injustices, may be avoided or at least reduced significantly. In summation, the right of access to law or access to justice is fundamentally the right to a fair legal order. You must follow some fundamental aspects: right to information, reasonable information of material law, the right to organization and permanent research with specialists and guidance, and the constant checking of the adequation between the legal order and the social economic order of the country.
Thirdly, the right to access to justice, organized properly, informed, with judges inserted in true and reality of the people and committed to realizing the just legal order. Fourth, adequating case and processual instruments for proper right. Fifth, the removal of all obstacles that oppose themselves to effective access to justice. And sixth, the right to organization by the state, by society, of all the mechanisms for adequate solution for debates with mediation. And what we have at the moment is prevalently the adjudicated solution by a state authority. In Brazil, the conception of access to justice has been reaching this dimension throughout the past few decades, especially of the special small cases courts. In 1985, having consolidated the case in theoretical conception and adoption of effective measures of the implementation with the CNJ 125 resolution in November 2010. The mediation laws in the new civil code in 2015 took in the public policy of adequate case of 2010. This resolution instituted the national legal policy of adequate treatment of conflict of interest. I underline this part because as judges, we act especially in the judicialized cases or processes. And in what Justice Barroso mentioned, have 85 million cases, and so the judge's capacity, work capacity, has to be huge. So it's going to take a long time for us to go through all of this. So I think it's really important, especially at university, that there be a study of the conflicts and how to solve them. And we're trying to deal with this at the point of origin. These various measures adopted, we're only dealing with the effects at the moment, not the cause. So this is a fundamental point. That's why I say that the resolution 125 of the CNJ, the National Council of Justice, instituted the national policy for adequate treatment of conflicts, making it obligatory to go through, of the judiciary to go through all the mechanisms of conflicts, and not just a traditional mechanism that is still dominant of the decision made through sentencing, and ensure the magistrates the service of guidance for the resolution of conflicts of interest and their legal issues, that although they are a conflict of interest, they may still constitute themselves as an impediment to the full exertion of their citizenship. And so could also be an impediment for the full implementation of this national effort. The judges of the National Council of Justice have been advancing on law, and we believe that a big part of these questions will be functioning properly. The civil process code and for mediation prioritize the contentious solution mechanisms for conflicts using the policy installed by CNJ completely that was established in 2010, and therefore, hence, the access to justice is going in the path of better access to justice, even though we still have many difficulties and obstacles to be overcome, especially for the creation of a culture in the universities and between judges themselves, for the constant preparation to reach this mentality. So, with this conception, the justice system has a broad acception, not just for the legal branch, but also of other public and private institutions that act seriously and with broad, strong quality that consists not just a solution of conflict, but also giving legal integral assistance. And this is a constitutional mandate that was added after the Constitution was written in the 5th article, where the Constitution says that the state must ensure legal assistance that is integral. It doesn't say legal, it doesn't say judiciary assistance, but it says legal assistance. And so this conception of access to justice broadens the services that broach not just conflict solution through the traditional methods, but also those given by other mechanisms for conflict resolution that are consensual, as I mentioned. And even the non-legal ones in certain cases that are already given by some conflict resolution centers that are well organized. And you have the citizenry centers that were created by the resolution number 125. And there you have a session for citizenship that is established, which is for guidance and help. This sector in the STJ that we have at the moment that is not being fully implemented yet. Without this effect, the person cannot know if their rights are being infringed. And so this problem is a huge concern, and that has been taking us to people of 15-year-old or more that are, according to the Institute of Statistics, Brazilian Institute of Statistics, in 2018, we had a huge number of illiterate people. And functional illiteracy is even bigger. People who can only write a few words and sign their names, but cannot actually undertake more complex tasks, such as reading proper news articles or even like a recipe for cake. This is the definition that we call functional illiteracy that reaches up to 38 million people. This is a really concerning high number of people. Okay, so these are the things I wanted to mention. A few things about AI after Justice Barroso, I think, shouldn't even say anything, but just so the institutions of this justice system can develop activities with the social and political dimension that were mentioned, it will be fundamental to have the adequate support of AI. So there are 3 sectors already mentioned. One called citizenship that gives these guiding information services. AI will be really important, without any doubt, to undertake and respect all these functions, especially for guidance and information, as I've mentioned. To send the cases to correct sectors, AI will be very important for the triage of the most adequate cases for a consensual sentencing and agreement, which will very difficult for it to take place. We speak of robot judges or mediating robots conceived by AI, generative AI. But in regards to the use of these tools, the National Justice Council, the CNJ, in the new resolution of 2020, makes it clear that AI solutions must not substitute the magistrate, but only to aid in the decision-making process. For example, it should help the judge to formulate questions, detect contradictions in testimonies, and notice when their decision might go against previous established cases. And it defines so the use of AI in the courts, with the idea of following up with the advance of new technology, especially AI and generative AI. It also clarifies, and I think this is a point that is extremely important in the resolution. The monitoring measures include periodical audits, validation, continuous validation process, reinforced human supervision in order to prevent the occurrence of failings and avoid, and this is an expression of the CNJ that I'm going to use, avoid hallucinations that might impact judicial decisions. So basically should not substitute the judge. The advancement by the technicians should perhaps monitor in that sense. So these are my brief. Thank you very much, Justice, Chief Justice Brennan. Thank you. So the first person that used access to just law order was Professor Watanabe. In English, access to a fair legal order. In other countries, this expression is not used. It was created by him in the beginning of the 80s. And so I wanted to ensure that this was known. The expression has become commonplace in Brazil. Everyone uses it and think that it always existed. But no, it was Professor Kazuo Watanabe that created it. And so I would like to invite Justice Nancy from the STJ to be part of the table. The last interventor is Professor Shinichi Kitaoka, that has a lot of international experience. Yesterday, he was telling me that he visited over 100 countries, especially with JICA, which is the International Cooperation Agency of Japan. He's one of those iconic figures of academy, but also of academia that takes its knowledge into people's daily lives. So it's an honor for us, Professor, to have you here with us. And I hand over to you, Your Excellency.
Não, fica aí. Ah, sim. Aqui, ó. Azul. Aqui.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. And first of all, I'd like to express my highest appreciation to Chief Justice Benjamin for your idea and the effort to have created this wonderful forum. This is very important because the rule of law is really in crisis now, today. Okay. Secondly, Japan, Brazil are the probably two countries among big countries with more than 100 population, most committed country to the rule of law. Our cooperation is very, very important in today's world. I have prepared some PowerPoint. But actually, before going there, I just would like to speak something which does not appear on the PowerPoint, which is Japan's historical relationship with the law in modern times. As you know that Japan opened this country in 1860 after the seclusion policy of more than 2 centuries. That means, of course, we had a Japanese legal system, and also there's the international legal system. And naturally, there was a clash took place. For example, the most typical case was the Namamugi incident, which took place in 1862. At that time, there was a feudal system in Japan. There were many feudal laws, more than 200 feudal laws. And they used to travel with many samurai, with dignity, beautifully dressed. And at that time, common people had to sit down and bow to show their respect. That's Japanese law. But it was after 2 years after the opening of Yokohama, there were some British people watching the parade on the horseback. This is to be punished in the Japanese legal system. According to this legal system, they just punished, killing and injured some British people. With this, British waged a war against Satsuma, which is a domain, very important feudal domain, and then there was a fighting between Britain and Satsuma. This is one of those cases. There are many tragic accidents took place between the differences, from the differences of the legal system between those two countries. But Japan quickly learned what is the Western standard of international law, and they took advantage of the learning of this process. And then when Japan sent expeditious forces to Taiwan in 1874, when Japan fought with China from 1894 to 95, Japan fought with Russia from 1904 to 1905. Japan took advantage of the knowledge of the international law, which they learned very quickly, and then Japan was successful in having a support from Western powers. There was a praise for Japan's good conduct in those places. Still, there was an issue of unequal treaty between Japan and foreign countries, which consisted of 2 main points. One was that extraterritoriality, meaning that when a foreign people made a committed a crime in Japan, mainly he is not to be judged by a Japanese judge. They are judged by the British consul or French consul, or anyhow, the consuls from Western powers. The results cannot be very fair, quite naturally. And then when there was a very famous case of a Normanton incident, which took place in, the 1880s, in which, a British vessel, Normanton, carrying some Japanese passengers from Edo, Tokyo to Osaka, that met with a typhoon and sank. And then more than 225 Japanese people drowned and died. But all the captain and crew escaped from the ship without doing much effort to save the passengers. This is a definite violation of the obligation. But because they were judged by British consul, the punishment was very light, some light fine. Therefore, there was a strong argument that Japan should be treated equally. Then it was done by Japan showing its own power in the case of Sino-Japanese War. This kind of extraterritoriality was abolished in 1894. Okay. Another issue was tariff autonomy. Japan could not decide its own tariff, but it was decided by foreign powers. Therefore, tariff on the exporting goods kept very low. Therefore, it made it difficult for domestic industry to develop. So Japan struggled very much to abolish it, and it was decided to abolish in 1905 after Japan's victory over Russia. There was a kind of burning desire for equality with the Western countries. Then after World War I, when Japan was on the Victoria side, Japan was then being counted as one of the biggest big fives. But still, the treatment was not very equal. In 1918, when the peace conference was opened in Paris, Japan proposed a racial equality clause to the League of Nations. And then the president of that meeting was Woodrow Wilson of the United States. He said that this is a very important clause. Therefore, it should be decided by unanimous. There's no unanimous support. Because of that, it was rejected. I'd like to say that at that time, Brazilians were very supportive to Japan. Okay, still, despite of these efforts, there was a still burning desire which was frustrated by the unequal treatment. Those Japanese progress were led by the very clever leaders who are committed to the opening Japan and also who are committed to the civilian control of the military. Unfortunately, 5 important leaders were assassinated from 1880s, 1877, starting from the assassination of Okubo Toshimichi, Ito Hirobumi, Hara Takashi, Hamaguchi, and Inukai. The last one was in 1932. Thus, from 1877 to 1933, these, we lost very 5 top leaders, prime minister or more important guys. And then that's why I hate the political violence very much. It's very dangerous. But I can say that those violence was supported by the frustrated desire of being treated equally by the Western countries. Over this, Japan, after being defeated in the war, Japan became very much loyal and committed to the international law. That's why Japan is one of the most committed members of the legal community to the international law. Now let's go to my original idea, which is this one. As I see, as my area has been as was introduced by Chief Justice. I'm not a lawyer, but I was a professor at international politics, diplomacy, political science, and also as a practitioner. As I was ambassador to the United Nations, and also I was a president of international Japan International Cooperation Agency, with which I'm happy I can say that I could make some good contribution to Brazil. Anyhow, now the most important pillars of international order after the war were, first of all, peaceful solution of international disputes. No international dispute should be solved by power. Okay, this is a reflection of the tragedies from the wars before, even before the World War I. The second one, global economic cooperation is important, based on the agreements in Bretton Woods, GATT, GATT, WTO. Let's make, trade as open as possible, so that both can benefit from this. As you see, these important pillars are violated openly by the Russian invasion into Ukraine. And also, now American president is imposing tariffs as he likes. So the open principle of open economy is now born. And to the point of American president saying that America first. And then he says that you can also take the same policy, Brazil first, or India first, or China first. But if this kind of policy was approved, accepted, it's the result is very clear to predict. The big countries can be victorious, but how about smaller and weaker countries? We established an international system after 1945 that every country is equal. Okay, equality of the smaller country. That is being challenged by Mr. Trump. There are some other countries which are taking openly or quietly the policy of their country first. Russia first. China first. And then India is first. But we have to consolidate our cooperation among the like-minded countries which are committed to multilateralism. That's why I think that this is important. The rule of law is now, I'm afraid, changing to rule of power. Only large and powerful nations can thrive under one country first policies. This is why I say that this international legal system, rule of law, is in crisis, and we have to make a much more effort to support the important principles. Rule of law is very important, but this appears over there. You can see this over there. I learned in today's session that you are treating the empowerment of the people, in a sense, by expand of the human rights. That's a very smart idea. But we are taking a bit different idea. Rule of law is important, but even if rule of law was protected, but still, there are still very poor people remaining. So we have to engage in the empowerment of the people, domestically, also internationally. That's my responsibility as a JICA president. And also, even if we could continue the rule of law, still because of the development of economy, if the environment is worsened, then no way. Therefore, you are just trying to cope with this issue by expanding the concept of human rights. That's a wonderful approach. But in many other countries, including Japan, we have a separate policy to protect environment. On those issues, we can cooperate very much. For example, we have proposing, establishing community police in Brazil. Unfortunately, you have a still high crime rate. And establishing a small police station in Brazil, which we started in Indonesia first, and then having started in Brazil second, and then now it's expanding to other part of Central America. The police mixed with the common people, they establish a good relation with the people that result in the lowering of the crimes. And also, this is another area, Project Mori. We are just, projecting the how to control illegal deforestation, which is taking place all over the world. We are engaged in this project, starting from Southeast Asia, doing this also in Africa and also Brazil, and using the satellite, also using AI technology. This is the area where we can effectively cooperate with each other. Then let me also introduce, though the time is running out, our initiative in other countries. There are some countries which do not have any appropriate legal system, such as Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia. They were formerly socialist countries. Therefore, they didn't have enough legal system to work in the international trade system. They don't have they have many shortcomings. Therefore, we try to support them with the cooperation of the excellent professor of laws in Japan. Because our civil code was based on Napoleonic law, which was created in 19th centuries, which was a very difficult task. But actually, we did establish our system, civil code, taking three efforts, 30 years. We just wanted to extend our cooperation to Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and then supported their making civil code. A little bit different kind of thing. This, we have been providing coast guard to the countries, first of all, from Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, others. This is to support maritime police. You know, Philippines consists of 7,000 islands. Indonesia, more than twice. Without Coast Guard, they cannot control illegal trafficking, piracies, and so forth. This is a very effective tools for them to implement the stability in the sea area, which also can contribute to the safety of their nations. You know, because the Philippines was threatened by the Chinese expansion onto the China Sea. This is some of the cases. As I was about to say, Japan has served in a UN Security Council more than any other countries, followed by Brazil, number one and number two. Therefore, we have a kind of responsibility, and then to make a reform of the Security Council. We tried to do that. I was a part of that effort in 2005, which failed, unfortunately. But we have to start it. Unless we start the Security Council reform, frankly speaking, now the Security Council is broken by Russia and the United States. You know, by including more members which are committed to the international system, we have to start the reform of the Security Council. The responsibility lies with Japan and Brazil. And then our commitment to international law is shown by those people. As you know very well, recently, Judge Iwasawa made a visit to Brazil. He was a former colleague of mine at the University of Tokyo. And then now the Judge Akane Tomoko is now International Criminal Court and supported by, together with the Brazilian judges over there. This is a clear-cut evidence of our commitment to the rule of law. Then also, the police is important, close to law. You know, in here, as you see, you know, Brazil support to Angola with JICA. Okay? And then Mr. Valde Urquiza, he is, you know, Secretary General of Interpol, who is playing a very important role. And he once had a training with JICA. So this shows that we have many things to cooperate each other. And then we have to accelerate, expand our cooperation. For that purpose, this is a very important occasion to get together and discuss the possible cooperation between Japan and Brazil for the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Não, eu posso encerrar. Nós agradecemos
We'd like to thank Professor Kitaoka for his wonderful speech, for his kind words, giving us wonderful examples and showing us paths that we may follow and walk together. And this line of cooperation for Brazil is extremely important. That's why we are very thankful and we are hopeful that this may be made concrete as soon as possible. And So I'd now like to close this panel. President Chief Justice Herman Benjamin had to be absent for a few moments. I'd like to thank Justice Basuniki. I'd like to thank my dear and wise Professor Kazuo Watanabe, my colleague in so many different journeys. It's a great pleasure to see you well, and I'd like to desire that you keep being very healthy, to keep on teaching us as you always have. And now my illustrious colleague, the president of the Paraná Justice Court, you can stay here on the table, Judge Lydia, and I also like to thank Professor Shinichi for your wonderful participation. Thank you so much. And now let's go to the next table. Thank you.
Eu sei, ele já me avisou. Onde tá?
Senhoras e senhores, em continuidade ao primeiro
Ladies
Congresso
and gentlemen, to
STJ
continue the
Brasil-Japão de
first
Direito, Direitos Humanos,
STJ
Desenvolvimento,
Brazil-Japan Law Congress,
Inteligência Artificial,
Human Rights, Legal Challenges of Climate Change and AI, Panel 1, with the theme of human rights and the quality of President, the Minister of the STJ, the Judge of the STJ, Nancy Rodrigues. As a panelist, I'd like to invite the Professor of Tetsuba, Hajime Akiyama. I'd also like to invite the Professor of the Department of Law at the Otaru University of Commerce, Professor Tomohiko Kobayashi. I'd also like to invite Professor from the University of São Paulo Law School and postdoctorate at the University of Tokyo, Professor Aurea Cristina Tanaka. I'd also like to invite a professor of the School of Law at the University of Osaka, Noriko Okubo, and the professor of the School of Law at the University of São Paulo, Professor Ana Maria de Oliveira Nusdeo. And I'd like to open the floor to our Justice Nancy Andrighi.
Aberto, então, este painel.
We are now opening this panel. I'd like to thank you all for your participation. This panel is a very special panel because it's going to be talking about one of the most pressing themes in this moment, which is the environment and the cooperation of our esteemed Japanese colleagues who are here, professors, participants. They will help us a lot in thinking and acting in favor of the environment. We are about to have COP30 with a lot of problems to be adjusted, but we hope that this meeting means is a watershed moment in the history of the climate change issues throughout the world. I'm not going to be saying more than just a few words because we are a little bit late. So I'm going to open the floor to our professors. But I'd just like to say that when recognizing that the Earth is a living entity with living entities that are systems that are interconnected, ecologists, biologists, conservationists have built recently a valuable evolutionary path to ensure that the indispensable conditions for the maintenance of life, such as the temperature, access to water, and oxygen, are available throughout the existence of the planet. The human beings are not beings separate from nature. The earth and humanity are interconnected in such a way that the activities of the planet and of humanity are constantly reacting against each other in a continuous cycle of creation and extinction, of birth and death, in which all of the matter produced composes and recomposes this continuous rebirth, which is the vital principle of all the universe.
To say that humans are the only species in the world that generates residues that nature cannot reintegrate, reuse within the cycle of life. And so with these few words, I'd invite Professor Hajime Akiyama. Is that right? Yes. Okay. He's the professor that studied in the liberal arts of this university and did his master's and PhD in the arts and sciences of the same university where he got his master's in studies on peace studies, and his doctorate, wonderful subject, and undertook research and programs offered by the Japanese Society for Promotion of Science and participated of the exchange program of young researchers, Japan, Switzerland, as a visiting researcher of the University of Lausanne, and after working as a lecturer in the Faculty of International Relations, occupies his current position since 2020. He's a specialist in peace studies. Nothing more ideal and pertinent than because we are truly needing that at this moment. So I hand over to you, Your Excellency, and I thank you beforehand already, who is a very young person, by the way. Thank you.
Bon dia a todos. Sou Hajime Akiyama do Japão.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hajime Akiyama from Japan. I don't speak Portuguese, so if you'll allow me to speak in English, please.
First of all, thank you very much, Judge Angrigi, for your kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm Hajime Akiyama, Assistant Professor of the Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Tsukuba. I'm also serving as visiting partner associate professor at International Christian University in Tokyo. I would like to appreciate Justice Benjamin for his leadership to hold this important Congress. I also would like to appreciate the staff of STJ, particularly for their generous assistance to my students from Japan to attend this Congress in person. They are sitting there. They look nervous, but they are nice students. Okay. Oh, thank you. It is my first time to visit Brazil, and my students and I found how Brazilian people are nice and kind. And I also could see how Brazil and Japan has long history of cooperation, as I could see the number of the Nikkei people. At the same time, I also know that there was a difficult history, especially during World War II. But as a faculty member of the University of Tsukuba, which has worked to bridge Japan and Brazil for many years, and served as the one of the organizers of the Japan-Brazil University Rectors Summit this January in Sao Paulo, it is my honor to speak in this Congress. Today, I want to talk about climate change, environment, migration, and human rights. This is really, it covers a lot. And as you can see, what I will say will not necessarily focusing on a particular area, but I would like to show my understanding of the overview of the issues related to these matters. And especially Judge Barrow's speech was really inspiring. And I would like to elaborate on his speech at the end of my presentation. So after I introduce myself, I would like to I would like to tell you my understanding of new challenges of human rights. And after that, I will tell you the impact of climate change on human rights. And I will introduce some possible relevant laws in Japan and in international level. And at the end, I would like to tell you my understanding of possible Latin American approaches to challenge the mindset of to challenge the mindset to deal with the current issues related to climate change. Okay, as Judge Anguiriki introduced me, my main field is peace studies, but there are many issues to be discussed. And my disciplines include Japanese constitutional law, international law, and international organizations. And particularly, I'm researching on nationality and statelessness. And so far, this is the biggest area that I used to work. But I'm also interested in right to life and the concept called the post-Anthropocene. And today's talk will be related to Anthropocene or post-Anthropocene. So I think it's really important for us to think about some new challenges in human rights. Because traditionally speaking, if you think about human rights, well, I'm teaching constitutional law, and when I'm teaching constitutional law, like what I will say first is that, well, human rights is one important concept. And as discussed in the session before, the concept of natural rights and these kind of things. And when we think about it, I think one very important assumption is what is called the constitutionalism. And when we think about constitutionalism, I think we need to understand the background of the constitutionalism. And especially the traditional constitutionalism assumes that there's a threat of human rights, that is the human authority, which is the government or the state. So that in order to prevent that state to be too powerful, human rights need to be protected, and in order to do so, the branch of powers needs to be separated. This is a basic understanding of the current constitutionalism. And that is really based on the experience of medieval authoritarian kings in the West, and this is a historical background about it. So there's issues between individuals and the government, but government is also created by humans. So issues between humans is really important issue. And in order to think about the human rights, basically the civil rights were emphasized in traditional constitutionalism. But maybe if there's a time for discussion, or here, or maybe after the session, what I would like to discuss is that in Brazil, how do you understand constitutionalism? Because traditionally speaking, in Japan, civil rights is really regarded as really important concept. Well, of course, the Japanese constitutional law also provides for social rights. This is true. But at the same time, at least in the theories of Japanese constitutional law, I would say civil rights are regarded as really important concept. Maybe in Brazil, I don't know, because some of the speakers already mentioned that in the current Brazilian constitution, social rights are also provided for a significant volume. So maybe our understanding may be different, so I would like to discuss about it. But basically, civil rights are emphasized in traditional constitutionalism, at least in Japan. But we also need to think about the new challenges to human rights. What I want to emphasize is that there can be non-human threat to human rights, such as climate change or infectious diseases, such as COVID-19. So issues that we experience is not only human-human relationship, but human-environment relationship is also some issues that we need to discuss. Then I have one question. Can traditional understanding of constitutionalism deal with new challenges appropriately? This is one question that I have. Then I would like to continue my understanding. I would like to tell you my understanding of the impact of climate change and human rights. Climate change is regarded as a threat to human rights, and there are already some or even many scholars are discussing that climate change is one very important threat to human life, which I agree. And climate change, it is said that climate change is a cause of the environmental issues. So we experience a lot of, well, what is called global warming. We don't really say that anymore, but still global warming, or sometimes Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that global boiling. I think this is really interesting for us to think that how the temperature is rising. And there are so many weather that we didn't experience recently. So what this indicates is that threat to human rights does not only come from human authority, but also the environment can be a threat to human life. Then I want to continue, and I want to also cover a matter related to the migration, because climate change sometimes, often, or many times causes migration. This is just recent news, but more than 1/3 of Tuvaluans seeks to residence in Australia. I think this is really big number, 1/3. And of course, not only climate change, but also economic reasons can be the reasons of it. But what is really important is that we need to understand that the climate change is really a big issue. And as a result of it, at least some people need to leave their home. And especially in Brazil, I think we can share the difficulties of kind of the necessity of leaving the home country, because as mentioned in the previous session, many Nikkei people left Japan. Well, of course, some people may wish to live in Brazil because of more hopeful reasons, but I think one really big background was that the life in Japan was not necessarily good for these people, and they needed to move, to think about new life. So I think what this really indicates is that leaving home is really a big challenge for human in general. And migration, of course, as a result of migration, there are people who receive new opportunities, which is really good. But at the same time, there are, when they migrate, it is often difficult for them to settle because there is already kind of local culture, and it is also usually it is difficult to kind of work together. So what this indicates is that migrants tends to be vulnerable, tends to be in a vulnerable position. So to sum up, climate change causes the environmental issues for human rights, and this can cause migration, and this can cause another form of human rights issues. Then possible relevant laws. By being aware of these issues, how can law deal with these issues? And I would like to offer some examples, and I just want to mention constitutional law. I will not mention the statute, so that maybe other scholars following me will explain kind of exact law to deal with environmental issues, but I just want to focus on the constitutional law. And in the Japanese constitutional law, there is one article on the right to pursue happiness. And this is in Article 14. And it is said that the right to the environment can be regarded as a part of right. but still the right to the environment is not written in the constitution explicitly. This is not explicitly mentioned in the Japanese constitutional law. And when you look at international law, you can see some relevant articles in the ICESCR and International Covenant on Cultural, Economic, and Social Rights. And in this, it says the right of everyone to an adequate standard of living and the right of everyone to right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. And I think they are relevant to the right to the environment, but still the right to the environment itself is not mentioned or explicitly covered by the international law. And I want to emphasize that both Japan and Brazil are contracting parties to the ICSCR. So it binds both of our countries. Okay, and at the end of my presentation, I would like to briefly talk about my understanding on possible Latin American perspectives to challenge the mindset of the current mindset of the constitutionalism. I want to introduce one concept of the rights of nature. Rights of nature. Sometimes my students mix two concepts of the rights of nature and natural rights, and they are really different. They are really different because natural rights is usually the basis of human rights. But the rights of nature means that the nature, trees, I don't know, insects, dogs, these kind of nature, they do have rights. This is a concept of the rights of nature. And I think this is really interesting concept. For example, the Constitution of Ecuador recognizes the rights of nature, and also the law of Mother Earth, Pachamama, is recognized in Bolivia. And I think it's really interesting for me to see that in some of the Latin American countries, the concept of the rights of nature is introduced, and also the not only human, but also nature have rights. There is this kind of concept. I think this is really interesting. And in Japan, well, we have kind of relevant case, but the judge said that, well, there is no rights of nature because the rights is something that human has. This is a kind of decision that the Japanese courts have. So then based on that, I want to kind of ask some questions. Actually, I think, well, actually, I'm not really good at giving answer to the good questions, but I think I'm good at asking questions. So I want to pose some questions. So the first question is, human activity without recognizing a limitation of the environment is a cause of climate change. So, so the nature can be protected by recognizing its rights. I think this is one really interesting question because maybe human rights to the environment can be one concept that we can think. But when the nature, not human, but the nature has rights, how can we reconceptualize protection of the environment? I think this is one interesting question. And is this a challenge to a modern understanding of human rights? As Kitaoka Sensei mentioned in the previous speech, when you look at the Japanese constitutionalism or Japanese law, modern history is really important. And when we think about modern history, it's really important for us to think about the concept of constitutionalism. And one understanding is human rights. But when we think about the rights of nature, I think there's a possible conflict between these different ideas. Then how do we understand these different ideas? And if we recognize the rights of nature, then how do we understand the modern understanding of human rights or the constitutionalism? Should we create a world based on the modern constitutionalism, or should we create a new norm to think about the future? And the final question that I have is Latin America approach the same? Or how about in Brazil? Because I'm so sorry, but I don't really know about the Brazilian approach to the rights of nature. But I think for me, I thought that Latin American approach is really interesting for me. But maybe I said Latin American, but I know that each state or even each region has different approach. So maybe in Brazil, not necessarily as a state as a whole, but even a region may have different reactions to the rights of nature. So maybe that can be really interesting question. And at the end, I want to elaborate on what Justice Barroso said. he mentioned about AI. And I think it's really interesting because the rights of nature is kind of, if we take the rights of nature at this way, okay, right-hand side of the human rights, I think another kind of extreme on the left-hand side can be AI rights. AI rights. So I think we assume that human uses AI. Yeah, okay, that's good. But what happens if AI or generative AI has get an identity, and if it claims that, well, this AI has rights, how does human react, for example? So I'm not too sure whether this happens or not, but I think as a academic kind of thinking, I think it's really important for us to think the future of human rights by looking at the rights of nature on the one hand, and on the other hand, AI rights. And I want to end my presentation by asking the final question that I have, which is a big question. Who has rights and why? Thank you very much. Obrigado. ありがとうございました。
Agradecemos ao professor
We'd like to thank
essa
the
belíssima
professor
reflexão
for this
que ele
beautiful
fez.
reflection.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much.
Passamos de imediato
Now
ao
we go
professor
immediately to
Tomohiko
Professor
Kobayashi.
Tomohiko
Trabalha atualmente
Kobayashi.
no
He currently works in the Department of Law at the Otaru University of Commerce.
Ele faz pesquisas em
He
direito
researches international public law and international economic law, and its current projects include institutional arrangements of regional commercial agreements, and filling the gaps between the harmonization of non-preferential origin laws and the regulation of anti-dumping measures against evasion.
Concedo a palavra a Vossa Excelência.
Bom dia a todos.
Alice,
おはようございます。Muito prazer. I'm humbled
It's a pleasure.
to be here in front of the distinguished justices, judges, law professors, diplomats, and government officials. Well, I'm here. This is my first visit to Brazil, but I'm from the Hokkaido, island of Hokkaido, northernmost island of Japan, as Judge Mendes Jr. mentioned. Island of Hokkaido is basically an inland colony, domestic colony. So 150 years ago, there was a flood of migration. Migrants went into the Hokkaido, and to the detriment of the rights and life of indigenous peoples called people of Ainu. They lived peacefully in that island, but they suffered serious sufferings since then. Well, and I was born in Hokkaido, and the climate is very different. It's 800 kilometers north of Tokyo. The climate is very different. We have a lot of snow. So I thought Japan holds diversity, right? A lot of differences, right? However, arriving on Brazil on Sunday to Manaus first, and stayed one night in Manaus, and flew back to Sao Paulo for one night, and stayed another night in Rio. And yesterday, I came to Brasilia. So now I have a first-hand knowledge about what continental state means to Brazil. And Brazil is really large and holds a diverse culture and environment. So just visiting here enlightens me a lot. So, but today I'd like to talk about rights of indigenous peoples. That's what I I believe I registered for this conference. So, okay, I'll keep talking. Well, I enjoyed the stay in Brazil very much. I love Brazilian food. And doesn't work. And 送りました。須澤さんが持ってて送ったはずなんです。すみません。All right. Well, okay. Well, I don't need any PowerPoint slides in reality because my point is very clear. Well, because Chief Justice Barroso mentioned that there are some interfaces between human rights law and environmental law. And sometimes there are tensions between them. And so I can skip a number of slides, as Professor Watanabe mentioned. Even Professor Watanabe mentioned he doesn't have so much things to say. I have almost nothing to say. But I have a little bit to say about the importance of the engagement of the indigenous peoples to international rulemaking. I'm not talking about domestic rulemaking or domestic decision making, because Brazil is far ahead of many countries in terms of indigenous peoples policy. So Brazil established the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, and under the leadership of Brazil, the COP30 in coming November this year will gather a number of indigenous representatives in the International Indigenous Committee. Right? So Brazil is leading the issue of indigenous peoples' rights and interest. However, my point is that, creating a multilateral system is not panacea. If the multilateral treaty covers the more broader issues the multilateral treaties covers, then the interests and rights of indigenous peoples tend to be overlooked or disregarded. So I will give you, right? Okay. So let me give you 2 success stories and 1 failure. So as you already know, indigenous people's rights in international society has first recognized in the Rio Declaration in 1992, adopted in where? Rio de Janeiro, right, in 1992. And that declaration was, more crystallized into the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007. But those 2 instruments are not binding. But after that, there are a number of specific multilateral treaties to recognize the rights and interests of indigenous peoples. One notable example is Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing under the framework of the Convention on Biological Diversity. That is a binding treaty. And more recently, there's an WIPO treaty on genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. This is not an environmental treaty. This is more of an intellectual property rights protection related convention. Both of these conventions require some non-indigenous big companies or like pharmaceutical companies to show some commitment or to ensure some transparency of their use of traditional knowledge that indigenous peoples hold for a long period of time. However, but this is a good story, good example, but still there's another, well, failure. Well, the one example that is a WTO agreement on fisheries subsidies. And that agreement covers broader issues on prohibiting fisheries subsidies to prevent overfishing or illegal fishing. So it's not easy to track down the illegal fishing by themselves on the ocean or off the shore. So the WTO member states decided to prohibit overfishing by restricting the provision of fisheries subsidies by each member state. So if each member state don't provide unnecessary fisheries subsidies, we can expect there will be less illegal fishing because they can't finance it. Right? However, that fisheries subsidies agreement, in this sense, have benign intent. However, they don't have any special provisions on indigenous peoples. So, in reality, fishing conducted by indigenous peoples are, well, in many cases, less documented, less organized. And so, in reality, this agreement was adopted in 2020, and it's about to, oh, thank you. Wow, thank you. Take effect sooner. We are waiting on the formal ratification. All right. Oh. All right. So, right. But with a lack of special treatment on indigenous peoples, if this convention takes effect, well, a bit more, relatively more indigenous peoples fishing will be subject to the international law obligation to the detriment of their interests. So my message is that we need to, well, carefully, well, of course, we need to strike a sensitive and difficult balance between different values, like prohibition of overfishing or rights of indigenous peoples. Well, what we need is more engagement or proactive participation of indigenous peoples, not just as passive beneficiaries, but also stakeholders, participants. And for this purpose, let me share with you some interesting project I heard of this Monday in Manaus. I visited the National Institute of the Amazonas Studies, INPA, in Manaus. There was a Dr. Kazue Ishikawa. She's a researcher on biology. And along with doing the research, she launched a very interesting project of mycotourism, meaning, well, fungi museum or mushroom tourism. So she is trying to convince the local communities in the deep heart of Amazon to organize mushroom watching tour, receiving guests from outside. So in this tour, the guests will be guided to the, well, in the rainforest by accredited guides, and they learn a lot about not only by birds or trees, but about very tiny and very diverse mushrooms, right? And also, more interestingly, so in this project, the guide will allow the guests to take some mushrooms, and the organizer will serve them at the dinner. So it's not just watching the mushrooms, but also they can enjoy mushrooms as well. I felt a bit stunned, right? Because, there's bird watching, right? People like watching birds, like different kinds of birds. But usually you don't think about eating them, right? But in this mushroom tourism, they provide a lot more diverse experience for international tourists, and that will help local communities to fundraise or to obtain the direct profit and earnings. And also, you don't have to worry about competitors coming in from outside, because in many cases, only the local communities in each area hold that kind of knowledge, which one is edible or which one is not. So this kind of idea could help our local communities in the forest, in the Amazonas area to, and of course, they will not probably exploit the mushrooms excessively, because that would deteriorate their plants. So they will maintain that business in a sustainable manner. Right. So this is one interesting example of harmonizing or sustainable development and economic gains of the indigenous peoples. So there is no one-size-fits-all answer or like clear-cut solutions, but we need to discuss perspectives, not only from human rights or environmental protection, but also economic sustainability. To do so, no one can do so by himself or herself. We need to collaborate among experts of different fields of law, economics, or biology. That's what I like to cast light today, and I'm happy to discuss this issue with you. Muito obrigado.
Nossos agradecimentos ao professor.
Our thanks to Professor Kobayashi. This lesson that you've just emphasized for me as well is one of the most important ones, which is the engagement of the indigenous peoples. And from what you've just said, it's also an extremely important lesson for us as well. Thank you very much. Now we're going to listen to Professor Aura Cristina Tanaka, that is a PhD from the University of São Paulo Law School and has postdoctorate at the University of Tokyo. It's an incredible CV that she has, and I'm going to apologize for not reading the entirety of it because of the time restraint. So I do apologize for that. But it's really an admirable career, and I emphasize that global governance, and sustainability is extremely important, is what you're going to talk to us about. So the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. going to talk in Portuguese. After all, I am Brazilian. I'd like to thank Justice Nancy for having me here at the STJ, and I would like to start my speech by saying that I'm here representing two professors, actually, Professor Masato Ninomiya and Kunihiko Yoshida. What happened is that Professor Masato had a small accident and fractured 3 ribs. He was at the hospital last week, and we were at the hospital with him. He was extremely concerned that he had to come here to Brasilia, that he had to leave the hospital. And I said, actually, don't worry. I'll do whatever you need to do, I'll do it for you. And I ended up being brought here to Brasilia with you here. I think I've learned my lesson. Never promise anything to anyone at the hospital, especially if you don't know what you're promising. So I'm here really just representing him, and so I wanted to present the study of this comparative study of Minamata disease in Japan and in Brazil. I'm going to briefly talk about this. So firstly, forgive me actually, because I prepared to speak in English, but seeing everyone here, I thought I best speak in Portuguese, so perhaps I might lack a word halfway through. But so this Minamata disease was discovered in Minamata, which is in the province of Kumamoto in Japan, and was discovered in 1956. It is the disease caused by mercury contamination. And what happened was the following thing. In this region, on the red dot here, at the bottom, we have the Kumamoto province. And what happened is, there was an industry, chemical industry, that started throwing water with mercury residues in the bay of Minamata, contaminating the fish, the whole food chain in that region. And so the people, the population, started developing symptoms of a disease that seemed to be an unknown disease. No one knew what was happening. And that was in 1956. And afterwards, in 65, there was a second occurrence of the same symptoms, the same disease, in the province of Niigata. That was a little bit further north in Japan, in the western side. So what did people actually feel? Muscle weakness, loss of sight, damage to their hearing, to speech, paralysis, sometimes even taking them to craziness or to, and some even deaths. And congenitally, it causes microcephalia and can cause brain damage as well. The first case that was shown about this, that was found, was in 1956. This was firstly only officially recognized, however, in 72. A 5-year-old girl presented symptoms of not being able to walk or speak and convulsions. And soon after, her sister had the same symptoms. And at the same time, in the Minamata Bay, they noticed a great quantity of dead fish and cases of what they called crazy cat. But basically, the animals are also showing these symptoms of insanity, of irregular behavior, and also the death of several animals due to this contamination. So, it was only after several people being hospitalized and even deaths being observed as well that the prefecture, the mayor of Minamata, said that there was a disease, a strange disease, and that no one knew the cause yet. And since there was this suspicion there was contagious disease, what did they do? They isolated these people, decontaminated the houses, so on, which caused a stigma and discrimination, of course. These photos are really emblematic of the Minamata disease. And they appeared at the time of a mother holding the child with this paralysis, muscular paralysis. What is the role of the company that was in Minamata that caused this contamination? So they produced acetaldehyde, among other chemical products. And the process of the production of this chemical product resulted in methylmercury that was discharged into the Minamata Bay through industrial wastewater that was used to undertake this whole chemical process. And so the result was a very high concentration of mercury in the entire environment, in the ocean, close by, the sea close by, and that caused this fish contamination and seafood in general. The Japanese government ended up undertaking some measures. In December 1959, there was a riot organized by Shiranui-si, which is the broader area of Minamata Bay. And so a riot organized by the Shiranui-si fishermen, where they invaded the company, the Chiso Corp factory, because they already knew that all disease that was being caused in the population was due to their industrial activities. It was quite a somewhat violent protest, and some people were injured. And at that time, therefore, they founded this Association of Mutual Help of Minamata Disease to negotiate with the company. Then in January 1960, the Japanese government created a Council for General Investigation about Minamata disease, with participation of the Economic Planning Agency, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, the Ministry of Public Health, and Agency for Fisheries. And it wasn't until 1968 that the Minamata disease was officially recognized for that it was caused with methylmercury poisoning. And it was only after many studies that were published by universities such as Kumamoto. So there were some important decisions as a consequence related to the Minamata disease. In 1967, the Minamata victims in Niigata, that province that is a little bit further to north, they sued the Showa Denko for damage compensation. And finally, the Niigata District Court recognized the plaintiff's rights. It was the first landmark decision which recognized Showa Denko's liability. In 1969, 112 among the 150 recognized victims were compensated by the company that was the Chiso Corporation, because they weren't treating the wastewater, the chemical wastewater, and therefore were contaminating the entire bay and the population's food. There were other lawsuits. The importance of these cases was because there was responsibility that was admitted by the government and the provinces of Kumamoto and Niigata for the negligence and for not forbidding these companies. So I'm only thinking the word in English. And not forbidding the discharge of contaminating materials in the bay. And later on, the Japanese Supreme Court sentenced Mr. Yoshioka, that was the former president of Achiso, and Mr. Nishida, that was the former factory general manager, to 2 years imprisonment with 3 years of probation due to these cases. In 2004, the Supreme Court convicted both the Japanese government and the Kumamoto prefecture for not providing any measures to halt the contamination from November 1959. That was a slightly broader decision, but despite these landmark decisions, the situation remains unsolved for many victims due to differences in diagnosis standards regarding the disease. Because in a universe of more than 200,000 victims, only 1,790 or so 8% only were recognized as actually having the Minamata disease and being compensated. And that's because there's several symptoms, and so the government's defense and being a little bit broader or specific of what the person actually has to feel for or have symptom-wise for them to actually be declared as having that disease. Sometimes one of them only have the muscular issues or the others just the paralysis and don't have the other symptoms, so they use this way to not recognize some of the victims. Let's speak of Brazil very quickly. So we also do have mercury contamination here in Brazil that is derived especially from gold, the exploitation of gold, of mining. So the professor visited this Munduruku village in the southeast of Amapá in the Amazon region. And as I said, the disease here in Brazil, the mercury contamination, is caused because of gold exploitation and ends up affecting indigenous peoples and populations a lot because they end up happening in reserve areas that we have in the northern areas of the country. And so the research that was conducted by Professor Yoshida, he went to that area, to that region, and shows that actually the symptoms of those that are affected are smaller in comparison to the Japanese cases, where you had deaths and so on. Here in Brazil, it seems we do not have any registered deaths due to this mercury contamination. Symptoms seem to be less extreme in regards to what was felt and seen in Japan. So the main complaints of the affected peoples are amnesia, cramps, member paralysis, sometimes loss of vision, occasional fainting, weakening grip, power, and migraines. He went to this village in Amapá that belongs to the Munduruku tribe as well. And what was observed there is that the research was done by Dr. Paulo Basta of the Fiocruz Institution, where the concentration of mercury in hair strands, and through that you can identify the disease. Here in Brazil, we've established this high standard of 50 parts per million of mercury, which is what was necessary to say that someone was actually contaminated. Whereas in Japan, the limit established, apologies, in Brazil, they established the 6 parts per million. And whereas in Japan, they had the high standard of 50 parts per million, which really changes the standard for recognition of the disease. And one of the most contaminated areas in Amazon is this village, and Professor Yoshida mentions in his paper that the chief of the village, he made an appeal to the international community to provide assistance for clean drinkable water and easier access of transportation for all the needs they have for medication, food stuff, and so on. So to conclude, once this comparison was done, we noticed that there is a big difference between Brazilian situation and Japanese situation. First of all, the Brazilian case is very diffuse, it's several different locations and communities, whereas in Japan, the affected communities are more concentrated in a single specific place, and responsibility comes from at least just one company, which isn't the case in Brazil. So the recognition of these rights is it's much easier in Japan through collective cases than in Brazil. And so Professor Yoshida puts the following message in his paper: the recognition of such a forefront of global health issues, and that this mercury contamination does not take place only in Brazil and Japan, and that we must have, just like a professor that was speaking before me, the need for us to look at local communities as parts of this global justice, of this climate justice, that we must and need to observe with all the challenges that we have, and also the question of reparations for these local peoples, indigenous people, original peoples, locally, regionally, internationally, and so onward. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Professor Tanaka. I was very impressed with the data and the comparison, and really need to be alerted as to these difficulties that people have even access to medications. So thank you so much, Professor. Now, I'd like to open the floor and to invite Professor Noriko Kubo. Noriko Kubo has a PhD degree at the postgraduate school in law at the University of Ito Tsubayashi. She also has the title of Magister Juris from the University of Pisa. And ever since 2005, she is a professor at the graduate school in law and politics at Osaka University. Her CV is huge, admirable, but I'm going to ask excuses to not read all of the further details due to the time. And I'd like to invite you to take the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you for your kind introduction. And bon dia. Oh, yeah. May I still say bon dia because it is almost noon. And I am afraid you are all tired with so very interesting presentations. But so please give me 15 minutes. And I am very happy to be here. I and my family have visited Brazil several times in order to enjoy rich culture and nature of Brazil, including Curitiba, Igor's, Pantanal, Bonito, Salvador, Lençóis, and so on. I am very happy to be here. And so, because I have very short time, I would like to start immediately. And as Professor Akiyama told you before, in Japan, there is no explicit provision of environmental rights. And currently, more than 80% of UN member states, including Brazil, of course, recognize environmental rights. However, in Japan, environmental problems have been regarded as human rights issues from the outset after World War II due to serious environmental pollution. And in this context, not environmental rights, but rights to personality, jinkaken in Japanese, have partially played similar role to environmental rights in other countries. How? This is my topic today. You may be not familiar with the concept of rights to personality. They consist of two elements. The first is right to physical integrity, such as right to life and health. The second is right to mental integrity, such as right to live calmly, etc. And Japanese case law has played a very important role for protection of a right to personality. And here, I would like to introduce you four main contributions of Japanese courts. First one is adoption of strict liability since 70s. Professor Tanaka has just told us about Minamata disease. In 1972, the Kumamoto District Court made a landmark decision on Minamata case. It states, chemical factories have a high duty of care to conduct through research using the highest available knowledge to confirm the safety of their operations regarding the impact on plants, animals, and human health. And to immediately cease operations and take all necessary measures if any doubts arise regarding safety. The second is judicial control over a state's failure to exercise regulatory power. Generally, administrative agencies have wide discretion in exercising regulatory powers over pollution. The Supreme Court has recognized a state liability for damages in Minamata and asbestos cases since 2004. It said in the judgment, the state's failure to exercise regulatory power in a timely and appropriate manner was grossly unreasonable, therefore illegal. And in a 2012 case concerning waste disposal, the Supreme Court more directly ordered the governor to exercise his regulatory powers. The third is judicial control over public facilities. The Supreme Court has recognized state liability for damages caused by airport. The first case was Osaka Airport judgment in 1981. Osaka Airport is very close located to Osaka University. And this the judgment is included the statement the state was liable for damages due to defects in the establishment and management of the airport due to noise. And in the following judgments, the Supreme Court has also admitted the state liability for air bases. It means there is no exception for state liability in Japan. It is very important. And regarding air pollution and noise caused by major roads and highways, the Supreme Court has recognized the state liability since 1995. In addition, several district courts issued injunctions against road pollution in 2000. These judgments forced the government to strengthen its countermeasures and avoid the spread of eco-friendly cars. Road pollution has very significantly improved. The fourth is expansion of the scope of rights to personality. Early 90s, several lower courts have begun to admit injunction in disposal side cases. And these judgments include very interesting statements. The judgment said individuals have not only the right to safe water in terms of both quantity and quality, but also the right to an appropriate domestic water according to the ordinary standards of the general public as part of their right to live calmly. I don't explain details about this judgment. However, this judgment mitigated the plaintiff's burden of proof significantly. And these judgments shows also a possibility of expanding the scope of rights to personality. In this way, rights to personality can be a very important legal base for environmental claims in many cases. Internationally said, environmental rights include 6 elements: clean air, safe climate, healthy ecosystem, safe water, and harmless environment, and healthy food too. And in Japan, yellow elements are at least covered by right to personality. In addition, factors not included in the 6th element explicitly, such as sunlight and landscape, are recognized as legal interest worthy of protection, and in certain cases, infringement of landscape interests may constitute a tort. In short, the scope of rights to personality is expanding. But this doesn't mean that environmental rights are unnecessary in Japan, because biodiversity in particular falls outside the scope of the rights to personality. Moreover, since environmental public interest litigation is not recognized in Japan, access to justice in areas such as biodiversity and cultural heritage is a major challenge. In particular, in administrative litigation, the legal standing of NGOs and nearby residents has been often denied. This is a significant difference from Brazil, where a wide range of actio populares are recognized. However, it is actually said that environmental rights originated in Japan. Why? It is because a Tokyo resolution calling for recognition of environmental rights was already adopted in 1970 at Tokyo Symposium on Environmental Disruption. This is the first international conference about environmental issues. And this resolution includes a call for recognizing environmental rights as fundamental human rights, including both rights related to health and natural resources, and it considers also intergenerational equity between the current and future generation. So we need to recall this resolution and consider its meaning again. Now I will come to conclusion. What are the current Japan's challenges? The first one is to strengthen a right-based approach in the field of biodiversity. And the second is to introduce EPIL and to strengthen the procedural elements of environmental rights, especially access to justice. Regarding these two elements, we can learn a lot from Brazil, and this Congress provides a very good opportunity for that. Today we don't have so much time to discuss. Therefore, actually, I have already sent my questionnaire with many questions to STJ's secretariat. And so people say traditionally, Japanese are always very serious, and I am typical Japanese. So I hope STJ think it is too much work for us. And so thank you so much. Muito obrigada.
I'd like to thank Professor Noriko Okubo for her important lessons, and the two challenges that you mentioned that Japan has are also in our list of challenges in Brazil. So thank you so much for sharing. Now I'd like to invite Professor Ana Maria de Oliveira Nosdeu. Illustrious professor, thank you so much for your presence. She is a professor since 2024. She is a tenured professor in environmental law at the Federal University of São Paulo. She is a PhD professor. She's a visiting professor at the University of Wisconsin. She has a scholarship from Fulbright Foundation and so many others participations, titles, and unfortunately I will not read them due to time. But I just, if you want, you can read those, her CV. I'd like to thank you, Professor Ana Maria, for your presence. It is very important to us. You have the floor. Thank you so much, illustrious Justice Nancy Andrighi, for your gentle and generous presentation. I'd like to record my satisfaction in participating in this important event. I'd also like to register my thanks to our dear Justice Benjamin. And as much as possible, I'd like to be brief. Given the time, I believe that everyone is probably quite hungry, right? So it's a human condition, an elementary human condition and right. Therefore, I'll be dealing with the theme of the duty of states to implement climate policies and some implications for that this duty has brought to Brazilian law. I divided this presentation into three different parts. Initially, the theme of duties or obligations in international law. In a second moment, I will be dealing with the constitutional obligations of climate protection in Brazilian law. And finally, I'll be dealing with some Brazilian climate litigation cases that have been arising in Brazil due to failures to comply with these obligations. Well, as far as state obligations, country obligations in the environment of international law are defined basically in the Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement defines and is constituted based on two basic elements, at least in a very summarized summary. The first of which is the establishment of a goal for the limit of the increase in temperature. This limit should be well below 2 degrees Celsius, in preference 1.5 degrees Celsius. Justice Barroso has already helped me with rather, it establishes a degree of freedom given to countries so that they may define their emission reduction goals. And this is done through nationally determined contributions, the so-called NDCs. So it's a bottom-up infrastructure in the Paris Agreement. So the countries, therefore, have obligations which are procedural and so consistent in their preparation, communication, and the updating of their successive nationally determined contributions. And there is a discussion in relation to what should be the obligation of countries to fulfill the goals that they themselves established. This discussion, it's an interesting discussion because the Paris Agreement does not contain language that establishes with clarity the obligation of fulfilling your obligations. So basically, the Paris Agreement says that the parties need to seek domestic measures of mitigation with the goal of reaching the overall Paris Agreement goals. So according to the literature and with this literal interpretation, it's a conduct obligation and not a result. It's an obligation of means, as we say in Brazilian law. Very recently, the International Justice Court, in the 23rd of July of 2025, has given an advisory opinion on the obligations of countries as far as climate change. And the IJC interpreted the contours of this right of the NDCs and of as far as the implementation of the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. So dealing with the first item, the definition of the content of the NDCs, the court understood that the due diligence standards that constitute the general duty of states as far as the environment limit the discretionarity of countries as far as the definition of their NDCs. So the discussion here is up to what point the countries have a free will to determine this, or how much should they be pressured by the overall ambition. Here, the court elaborates its determination, also taking into consideration the determination that the contribution should be updated every 5 years and should always be more ambitious than the previous ones, and they connect the level of the ambition to a proportionality of the action of these countries on the mitigation with the general goal of containing the increase in temperature in 1.5 degrees Celsius. As for the implementation of said measures foreseen in the NDC, the court would like to reinforce the interpretation that there is an obligation of conducts and means rather than result, but also considers that it should be analyzed based on the level of efforts undertaken by countries for the fulfillment of the goals of the NDC in the exercise of their due diligence. This means that efforts related to legal discipline of the theme and the imposition of duties to private stakeholders as well. Finally, the court will also look at the issue of the relationship between human rights and the protection of human rights and climate policies, and understood that it is impossible to make full use of human rights without fighting climate change, as we all know, and also reinforced that these obligations in the context of the respect to human rights includes the duty of regulating and legislating the activities of the private sector. So getting to our second point, the constitutional obligations of climate protection in Brazil Brazil. Effectively, in Brazil, we have the recognition, the express recognition of the right to an ecologically balanced environment as a fundamental right. This is in the Brazilian Constitution. Therefore, I just learned, and I'm very happy to learn that we have this difference in relation to the Japanese Constitution. But responding to Professor Kitaoka, no, we do not have protection to the rights of nature, not literally. And I want to respond to your question by saying, however, that we have an interpretation in relation, well, Article 225 of the Constitution that establishes the protection of this right has a series of paragraphs that have determinations given to the public's power and to the society as a whole regarding environmental protection. And some of these incumbencies have to do, for instance, with the maintenance of essential ecological processes, which allow an interpretation that this law is not fully defined in an exclusionary anthropocentric manner. That is one focused exclusively on humans, and many of the great theoreticians of our doctrine, including Justice Herman Benjamin, think that an ecocentric approach should be adopted alongside an anthropocentric approach. Another important element of our Constitution is the opening to the protection of fundamental rights present in treaties signed by Brazil. This is important in the climate litigation that I will bring up later, as we'll see. So these international treaties, as far as human rights, are considered either in accordance to the procedures that they are approved by in Brazil, or as constitutional level norms, or infralegal norms, which means that Brazilian legislation cannot reduce protection to these rights. There's also a special protection to biomes, and another theme that Professor and Justice Barroso said that we have the figure of a lawsuit that is proposed directly to the Supreme Court for a violation of a fundamental right. So it's a threat against constitutional precepts, usually fundamental rights, due to the action or omission of the public sector, the public power. So we can bring some interesting cases of climate litigation that were proposed directly to the Federal Supreme Court, the STF, through these actions known as challenge. Well, they have to do with the failure of the state to comply with their obligations regarding environmental protection and the stability of the climate. So, the previous government weakened climate policies, and this led to the proposal of some litigation in that sense. However, some of these cases are still ongoing. And in the current point in time, in the current government has strengthened environmental policies, but they still live with challenges that have to do with facing environmental crimes or the pressure of certain economic sectors to weaken the environmental legislation. So climate litigation in Brazil has been focusing on the implementation of already existing programs and policies. And now I'd like to talk about a classification as far as climate litigation coming from authors Pugh and Lin, who consider that in the global north, most climate litigation have the goal to increase ambitions, while in the global south, we seek the implementation of existing legislation. So oftentimes we have very ambitious laws, but they're not effective enough. In the first emblematic case, just gonna be talking about two, okay? As I'm gonna try to be quick, as I promised. So the first case that's important to be mentioned here in this discussion is the action ADPF, which means a suit regarding a violation of a fundamental right come from 2020, which has the goal of recognizing the omission of the federal government as far as the allocation and usage of resources from the Climate Fund, which is an instrument of the Brazilian climate policy. The decision was issued in July 2022 and considered that the omission of the state regarding its duty and regarding this inaction to the Climate Fund was unconstitutional. And therefore, there was an omission of the duty to protect the right to the environment. But the most relevant point of this decision is the fact that the Paris Agreement was considered a human rights treaty, therefore leading to that interpretation which we've already explained as regards its status as a super legal norm that imposes itself on the national legislation. So the Federal Supreme Court also exercises the control of conventions other than a control of constitutionality in its decisions. So in this case, we also had this control of conventions as regards adequation to norms and measures in Brazilian legislation and its adequation to international conventions. My second and last case, which is also quite interesting, is the argument an ADPF, a case regarding regarding a failure to defend a fundamental right, and this had to do with a failure to present a plan to prevent and combat fires in the Pantanal and the Amazon. The map shows the Brazilian biomes, and the green biome is the Amazon rainforest, and the Pantanal swamplands are this solar biome represented in a sort of blue purple. It's a wetlands with a lot of biodiversity. We also asked for the presentation of a complement to the action plan for the prevention and control of deforestation in the Little Amazon, which is a very important plan that's been developed ever since 2003, which led to a great drop in deforestation in the Amazon since it was created. So the decision of this case determined that we should have semestral reports every 6 months that is presented to the court. So the National Justice Council was held responsible for coordinating this action. So what's most interesting about this case is the fact that these cases, as far as environmental aspects, because environmental cases are very complex and may lead to the imposition of various measures, these cases are not ended by a decision of merit. They bring a big challenge of execution because they refer, and up to a great extent, and as this case exemplifies, to the creation and improvement of public programs. So here, if we think about a theoretical model that should be remembered and is at the very foundation of this idea, and it was developed by Yale professor Gordon Fitz, it has to do with structural processes. I'm not going to go in depth into this because of the time. And here in Brazilian law, both these ADPFs, that is the claim of a breach of a fundamental precept, that and other public litigation given to a lower court, they've been bringing environmental law to the establishment of structural measures, structural actions that have a long-lasting process of execution throughout time, demanding monitoring from the judicial system. In the case of the ADPF that we just mentioned, there were many different meetings, interpretative decisions that have been made regarding this case. So it's a process that lasts throughout time. So to conclude, the importance, or rather, it is very important to have an alignment between the protection of human rights and climate protection, because this alignment allows for a big development of this climate litigation process, and even the submission of the theme to constitutional courts and to different courts and tribunals regarding human rights throughout the world, the protection. Well, this allows for constitutional protection, or this constitutional protection allows us to judicially discuss submission and inaction of the public powers, but also has a scenario of decisions that will be monitored and that establish structural actions. So, the judicial branch in Brazil, in this scenario, has been exercising this role of coordination, because there's a big challenge of coordination. As the professor mentioned, Brazil is quite large, as it's known as continentally sized country, and there are many faraway municipalities that are hard to access, as well as a certain dispute of interest between the executive branch, which in general wants to advance in the fight against deforestation and in climate policies, and the legislative branch, which has a majority of Congress members who are unfortunately against any kind of environmental or climate action. So the judiciary branch is always exercising this control, always trying to keep to the critical norms of the separation of powers. I'd like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you so much.
Eu agradeço aos todos os
I'd like to
professores
thank
que falaram.
all of our esteemed professors, colleagues who spoke in this panel. I'd like to thank Professor Akayama, Professor Kobayashi, Professor Tanaka, Professor Okubo, and Professor Nusdeo. I'd like to once again apologize for not having fully read your amazing CVs, but it was with the goal of getting to the restaurant sooner. It's an important visit that we'll have today to the restaurant. I'd like to thank you all for your participation. Our court feels extremely honored to have you here at our home. Thank you so much. Now I pass the floor to our dear Chief Justice, Minister Benjamin. Yeah, the topic is lunch, guys, right now. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank Justice Nancy Andrighi, Justice Maria Teresa. Everyone will have the opportunity to talk to her. She was my predecessor in the presidency of the National High Court. I don't need to say she's one of the most respected judges in our country. Having said that, I think that we can end this session having had two magnificent women from our court leading this ending of our morning. Finally, Ambassador Susan presented me with this. She brought 60 books on the 130 years of Brazil-Japan relations. And the book is coordinated exactly by Professor Ninomiya. And I believe that this book will be very useful, but we will distribute them after lunch, okay? We'll have a briefer lunch, unfortunately, but certainly we had a very fruitful morning with a lot of content, and I am personally very happy with the results of our event thus far. I'd like to thank the panel as a whole, and I'd like to invite you to lunch. Let's go. Thank you.
stagnant under pressure. Let me guide.
the afternoon sessions. This panel, panel 2, is about governance of artificial intelligence. And the chair will be my colleague, Justice Ricardo Vilas-Boas Cueva. He's the president of the second Grand Chamber of the National High Court of Brazil. Or until yesterday. He was no longer the president. He just told me he still has the aura of a president since it's so recent. But anyway, the National High Court for our Japanese guests is divided into 3 sessions, where we call the Grand Chambers. The first is public law, second is private law, the third is penal law. And Minister Cueva, until yesterday, was the president of the second Grand Chamber, private law. And this theme, such a relevant theme as it is, he is one of our greatest specialists. He knows this very deeply. He knows about this topic very deeply. And it is because of this that in the National High Court, this topic is, he is one of those in charge of this matter. By this topic, I mean AI. Here in this panel, we have Professor Tetsuo Morishita from the Law School of the Sophia University in Tokyo. We have Professor Ryu Kojima from the Law School at the University of Kyushu. We have Professor Carlos Afonso Souza from the Law School at the Rio de Janeiro State University, UERJ. He's one of the greatest specialists in Brazil in this matter. And he's spoken here in this court in other opportunities. And Professor Ana de Oliveira Frazão, the ex-director of the Law School at the University of Brasilia. That I often call the National University of Brasilia because of the acronym. And she is another important specialist regarding this theme in Brazil. You can observe that we have 2 panels on AI, exactly because this is one of the areas in which the National High Court is in the vanguard in Brazil. We're in the cutting edge. We have a whole area dedicated to AI and generative AI. It's not traditional AI. And it is coordinated by by the General Secretary of the STJ, Carl Schmidt, and Dr. Giovanna Carneiro, who is here to my left. And later we'll obviously be able to talk a little bit more about AI in the context of our court. Without further ado, I'd like to pass the floor to the Justice and ex-president of the Second Grand Chamber of the National High Court, Justice Ricardo Vilas-Boas Cueva. Good afternoon, Mr. Chief Justice. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to a very interesting panel on artificial intelligence governance. The Chief Justice has already spared me a lot of work in presenting the panelists, so I'm going to take the liberty of giving the floor immediately to Professor Tetsuo Morishita from the Sophia University Law School. You will have 15 minutes for your speech. You have the floor, Professor.
Thank you very much, Justice Cueva. I'm deeply honored and delighted to have this opportunity to speak at the first Brazil-Japan Law Congress. I'm grateful to the leadership of Chief Justice Benjamin and also the efforts of all who are involved with this very meaningful event. And I really hope that this first event will result in the next step, which will be beneficial to both Brazil and Japan. I teach at Sophia University, Tokyo, and Sophia University has Portuguese language department, and lots of graduates are actively working in Brazil. So the close tie with Brazil is particularly important to my Sophia University. Today's theme is AI governance. Currently, AI is being utilized in various fields. And in relation to AI governance is extremely important. AI governance refers to the design and operation of technical, organizational, and social systems that aim to maximize the benefit of AI utilization while managing the risk at a level acceptable to various stakeholders. In other words, AI governance aims to achieve a balanced state where AI risks are appropriately managed while AI is actively utilized for better and sustainable society. In such an AI governance, the role of the law and regulations should be very important. Regarding the AI use in the field of judicial community, in May of this year, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Japan stated, from the perspective of streamlining administrative procedure, the use of AI is certainly worth considering, but there are various issues that need to be addressed, such as security concerns, data reliability issues, and the risk of infringing on copyrights. Therefore, he said it is necessary to thoroughly consider these issues and incorporate AI into the various procedural reforms that will accompany digitalization. But at the same time, he mentioned that the question of whether AI will be used in judicial decision process is still unclear, so we will continue to monitor the situation with great interest, but caution. I think that there is no universal solution for AI governance, and it should vary depending on the situation of AI use in each country and society, and the view of the people in society. According to a survey by KPMG and the University of Melbourne, the situation in Japan and Brazil in this respect are very different. For example, in response to the question, how often do you intentionally use AI tools, including generative AI tools? The percentage of respondents who answered regularly or semi-regularly was 63% on average across 47 countries, while in Brazil, it was 82%, and in Japan, it was 50%. Additionally, in response to the question, how willing are you to trust AI? The percentage of respondents who answered somewhat, mostly, or completely was 46% on average across 47 countries, 55% in Brazil, and 28% in Japan. Japanese people are very cautious on AI. Such a kind of differences in usage and trust in trusting AI across countries are likely to influence the approach to AI governance. And I think that AI governance could vary in each country. But at the same time, active utilization of AI easily cross national borders. If there are countries that are very lenient, very AI friendly in their use of AI, companies may relocate their headquarters to those countries and provide services to the world, or to use AI for inappropriate purpose in other countries. From such viewpoint, I think that international cooperation in AI governance is extremely important. The financial sector today's target is a field where numbers, information, data, and computer processing are crucial, making it highly compatible with AI utilization. So not only financial institutions in each country, but also financial authorities are highly interested in the utilization of AI and risks. For example, Financial Stability Board, IOSCO, and BIS published reports on the utilization of AI in the financial sector and its associated risks. And also in Japan, the Financial Services Agency recently published an AI discussion paper, which includes a survey on the current status of AI utilization by various financial institutions in Japan and overview of issues related to AI utilization. The FSA's AI discussion paper notes that while accelerated improvement in the performance of generative AI is driving progress in its consideration for use in the financial sector, there are also concerns and risks and regulatory issues that are causing hesitation in its adoption. In response to such a situation in Japan, the discussion paper highlights the need to strongly recognize the risk of not taking the action, which could result in being left behind technological innovation and making it difficult to provide high-quality financial services in the medium to long term. It also emphasizes that AI has the potential to become one of the core technologies supporting financial services in the future, and fundamentally transforming the way financial services are provided and the business models of financial institutions. But the AI discussion paper pointed out there are various risks associated with AI. First, explainability. AI's decision-making process is not transparent, and it is difficult to explain why AI gave a particular answer. However, in financial transactions, it is often essential to provide appropriate explanation to customers. Second, fairness and bias. Depending on the data to train AI and the AI model itself, there is a possibility that AI will treat customers unfairly. From global perspective, since the majority of the information and data available for the AI training are in English, someone from United Nations recently listened to mentioned that there may be a risk of cultural colonization by AI. Third, AI system risk management. In the utilization of AI, the underlying models and key systems are provided by external operators and frequently updated. So for financial institutions who use such AI system, it's very difficult to manage the risk associated with such AI, which is rapidly changing. And conventional risk management skills and the strategies and policies are not good at addressing such kind of AI. Personal information protections. When personal information is used as a learning data, issues related to personal information protection laws are also important. And in addition, when AI is used to utilize or store data across national borders, issues becomes even more complicated due to the intervening of regulations and policies in the multiple countries concerned. Fifth, cybersecurity and financial crime. Generative AI has the potential to enhance the capability of those who engage in illegal activities. They are concerned that AI could be used in cyber attacks, leading to information leaks, malfunctioning of AI models, and an increase of unauthorized transactions made by impersonating other persons. Six, hallucination. generative AI construct sentences based on probability predictions of the next word and doesn't judge whether the answer is correct, and AI is not interested in the correctness and justice in their answers. If the context appears natural based on the data it has learned or the information it has referenced, it may provide incorrect answers, and at least at this stage, it is impossible to eliminate such kind of risk of hallucination entirely. Finally, seventh, systemic risks. If many financial institutions adopt the same AI model, there is a risk that AI could collectively respond to a single event in the same way, which will result in the extreme trend and market instability. Currently, Japan has adopted the following basic policy regarding the various risks associated with AI. That is, rather than establishing new laws and regulations like the European AI Act, it will apply existing laws and regulations while relevant ministries and agencies publish guidelines to clarify how existing laws and regulations apply to AI usage, and respect the autonomy of business and limit regulations to cases where a voluntary effort by business are insufficient. Such kind of approach is based on the judgment that existing law should be applied equally regardless of whether AI is used, and some belief that the current regulations could deal with various AI risks to a certain extent. And one more reason is that if we introduce a new regulation, such kind of new regulation could unnecessarily hinder innovations, given that AI is a factor that influences a nation's international competitiveness. While there are expectations for regulations as a countermeasure to address various AI risks, appropriately addressing such risks is not easy. First, in order to respond appropriately to the risk of AI, it's necessary to understand those risks correctly. However, the speed at which generative AI is evolving is extremely rapid and making it difficult to gain accurate understanding of risks involved. Furthermore, it is not easy to devise effective countermeasures against those risks. For example, human oversight of AI is considered crucial to address issues like bias and hallucinations in AI. However, AI makes decisions and handles cases at extremely fast pace. And in addition, it is said that humans tend to lose concentration and miss abnormalities when abnormalities or irregularity do not occur for a long time. Therefore, it is not easy for humans to monitor AI activities. Furthermore, AI can process a large amount of items at tremendous speeds. So even a small single abnormality in AI could cause extremely serious damage to the society. If we reach a stage where humans can no longer control AI, there will be no way to regulate it. While this may seem like a scenario in movies, given the current pace of technological advancement, it does not necessarily seem like a mere fantasy. The international community must collaborate to prevent such a situation from occurring. There are also private law issues. At present, under Japanese law, and I believe in many jurisdictions, AI has not yet given granted legal personality. So even when financial institutions use AI in transaction with customers, it is generally understood that the financial institutions bear the same legal responsibility as when a human employee interacts with customers. In financial transactions, financial institutions owe obligations such as a duty to provide adequate explanation, duty not to sell financial products unsuitable for customers, and the duty to act the best interest of customers. At present, because as I mentioned, Japanese companies are very cautious and very, how could I say, not risk averse. Many financial institutions do not use AI for the direct communication with customers. However, if we reach at such some kind of stage, we need to consider how we will evaluate the AI performance from the legal point of view. How, to which extent AI need to explain to provide the customers, and how AI could perform to perform the best interest of the customers, and how we evaluate in which way. So there are still also in the private law field, there are various issues we need to consider. Finally, to conclude my speech, I think that generative AI learns from a vast amount of data created by human beings. In that sense, generative AI can be seen as a mirror of humanity. Therefore, probably for the AI governance, the most important thing is to ensure that human beings' behavior is correct and justice and peaceful. Thank you very much.
Agradeço muito, professor Morishita.
Thank you, Professor Morishita, for this great explanation and speech. And I hand over now to Professor Ryo Kojima from the School of Law of the University of Kyoto. 15 minutes.
これですか。これいくのかな。もうちょっとしたら出る。あ、OK。これでいいのかな。戻らない。OK. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ryo Kojima from Kyushu University. And I'm currently serving as a vice president and professor of law at Kyushu University in Fukuoka, Japan, which is located southwest part of Japan, which is close to Korean Peninsula, China, and Taiwan. I'm deeply honored to have the opportunity to speak in this event, and I would like to also thank Chief Justice Benjamin and his teams for organizing this wonderful event. So today I would like to talk about a topic that is becoming increasingly critical, the impact of AI on copyright law. Generative AI has been developed so rapidly, and as Morishita Sensei mentioned, it poses tremendous effect in all legal fields, not only all legal fields, but also all disciplines, I would say. We now have tools that can produce high quality content, whether it's images, texts, or music, that is often very difficult to distinguish from works created by human beings. So I put this image here. Actually, this is an image created by generative AI, Canva. I only put this prompt, right? Is it possible to generate an image that symbolizes the natural beauty of Japan? Then here it comes. What do you think? Mount Fuji, rice fields, you know? It may be a kind of stereotyped image, but yeah, I just put only this prompt. Right? What do you think? Is it copyrightable? Probably not, because I only put this prompt, but it doesn't actually go beyond the minimum threshold of creative contribution. So it's not my copyrighted works, right? It may be a public domain. I don't know. So this presents a very fundamental challenge to intellectual property law, which has traditionally been premised on human creative involvement. The core the core question we must address is how our legal frameworks, which were designed for human creativity, should respond to works generated by not humans, but by machines. To understand this challenge, it is helpful to place it in a historical context. The history of copyright law is characterized by a series of, I would say, clashes between traditional media and new media. So I just put several examples of new technologies and data innovation here. So each technological innovation has brought new forms of expression, new recording methods, and new means of transmission. So for example, in the past, we acquired so-called photography as a new forms of expression. Then later on, I think that some of us, actually who are probably senior to me, probably remember analog cassette tapes, right? Some young students probably you may not know, but we, the senior, probably we know about it, right? So yeah, actually I made a lot of recordings, right? From, I don't know, those radio programs and all these actual, yeah, and so on. So it's a kind of new recording methods, and then which was so significant. And more recently, internet completely transformed our means of transmission. So these new technologies introduced new actors, new media companies, new platforms, and new users who often competed with the established players, the traditional creators and right holders. The latter often felt their position was threatened and sought to use copyright law to intervene when the newcomers actually arrived. So today, generative AI is the latest new media. However, it is fundamentally different from traditional media. It can take on the roles of traditionally filled by both creators and intermediaries, right? Like publishers. So AI-generated music and video, for example, may even compete with the roles of human performers, right? So this is why the threat is perceived to be so profound and serious. Interestingly, the etymology of the term media, as seen in, for example, like mass media, social media in everyday usage, traces back to its original meaning, something that connects the sacred and the secular. In a way, generative AI can now act as our consultant, right? Sometimes actually we can actually have a dialogue with AI if we have some concerns and so on, right? So it's partially replacing experts like doctors, lawyers, and teachers, those who have historically been responsible for conveying knowledge. So this highlights AI's functions as a medium in this original, powerful sense, further intensifying the sense of unease among traditional right holders. So next is the AI process. To analyze the legal implications, which is important for us, we must break down the process of how AI-generated works are produced into two distinct stages. The one is the training stage, and then the other is the generation stage. First, in the training stage, generative AI models are trained on an enormous amount of raw data, massive data, which likely induces a vast collection of copyrighted works. This raises a critical legal issue. When can right holders exercise their intellectual property rights and claim that a violation has occurred? And secondly, in the generation stage, a user provides a prompt, like I did, right, to Canva. And the AI produces a new output. So here, the central question is the degree of human creative involvement. We must determine whether the resulting work qualifies copyright protection, and if so, who should be recognized as the author of this new work. Yeah, sorry, I skipped it, sorry. Okay, to address these complex issues, a simple static analysis is not enough. It's impossible. We need to conduct a more dynamic analysis of the creative process. But this is not a new concept, actually, which is uniquely to AI. In the past, courts have had to dynamically analyze the creative process behind, for example, such as works like photographs or contemporary artworks to assess originality and determine the scope of protection. So I'd like to raise one example from the traditional works. This is a photograph of the lighthouse, right? You can see those kind of, splash, right? What about next? Please remember this image. What do you think? Quite similar, right? So some of you may wonder which photographs were created actually earlier, and some of you may be skeptical. I don't know, the photographer A, photographer B, did he or she infringe the others? It was not. Actually, this photograph was almost taken at the same timing. And actually, when you look at this image, actually, you can see two actually points, right? The up and the down. Actually, this is exactly where actually those photographers actually were and took photos. So probably the big wave came, so they took a shot, and that's the reason why actually those two images are extremely identical. So but in order to actually ascertain these kind of facts, right? We need a more dynamic process. If you just look at the surface of these two images, probably actually we cannot identify anything. We cannot know anything, right? So the core question is always the same. Who contributed what kind of creative input and at which stage? This question becomes even more crucial and challenging with AI, where the roles of humans and machines are deeply intertwined. And a so-called black box effect can make it difficult to prove human control. But I would also like to add that this black box, actually, the issue, which is often seen in AI, actually is not uniquely new. Because even in our traditional, actually, the creative process, sometimes actually, we sometimes encounter so-called serendipity, for example. So if it happens, all we need to do is to trace back all the other kind of like a process, then what kind of contributions and what kind of serendipities actually that had happened in the process. So the future of copyright litigation. So I just put it here that the availability, widespread actually availability by AI may affect actually the kind of lawsuit in copyright infringement. Regarding copyright infringement, it may affect the originality claims and also defense strategies in court. So in the future, it may be the case that for example, if the plaintiff, right, says, "This is my work, this is my copyrighted work, I made creative contribution," but the defendant can easily say that, is it really the case, right? Because please actually show us your actually what you did, what kind of prompt actually that you actually put, like I did, right? And then in my case, the prompt was only that, right? I didn't make any creative contribution. So probably if it is the case, such a work may not be copyrightable, right? So even if, for example, like the plaintiff say, I did it like this, right? I did sufficiently. But the defendant may say that, you may take a lot of time, お疲れ様でした, right? Time consuming, energy consuming. But actually, I also tried using actually the AI, and then actually I can show you that this is what I achieved, right? It's very identical to yours. So if it is the case, actually, probably if such a process could be easily happen, even if the plaintiff said that I did this and this and this and this and this, it may not be actually sufficient to copyright protection. So in the future, it may be the case, I don't know, I'm not a prophet, but it may be the case that the copyright infringement suit will be proceeded like this. So we'll see. So I'd like to conclude because there are 2 minutes left. So So in conclusion, generative AI is forcing us to kind of revisit many of the fundamental questions we have debated throughout the history of intellectual property law. So on the one hand, we can find a lot of value in learning from the past. In Japanese, it's called as onko-chishin. I really like this word. The issues surrounding AI are often modern echoes of past clashes between traditional media and new media. However, we must also acknowledge that AI's ability to learn and generate content with a certain degree of autonomy challenges our long-held assumption that humans can control the creative process and intermediating such intellectual works like publishers, record companies, and all these actually intermediaries. So this makes a significant change. Therefore, goes to the second point. We must approach this challenge with a mindset of so-called continuity and change, in Japanese, fueki ryuko. We should learn from our past legal precedents, but we must be also willing to adapt our legal frameworks to the new realities. This is our opportunity to reconsider and redefine the role of human creativity in a world where AI is not just a tool, but an increasingly powerful creative partner. So thank you very much for your attention, and obrigado. Thank you.
Cumprimento o professor pela sua, professor Kojima.
I greet Professor Kojima for his instigating exposition on AI and copyright laws. And I hand over now immediately to Professor Nafrazão to speak on the regulation and risks. Thank you very much, Minister Quiv, Justice Quiv. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to greet everyone, especially the Japanese colleagues here. It's really interesting having opportunities such as these, where we can learn so much with a foreign experience. In reality, we're going to try and bring to you here this event that, after all, involves this experience, this exchange of experiences, what has been happening in Brazil in regards to the attempts of regulating AI. And of course, I use this term already indicating that in my point of view, from my point of view, we do need some norms and regulations, since the title of the panel itself remits us to a broad term that could be governance or that could mean market or regulation alternatives. And I start from the premise that we do need regulations in the sense of hetero-regulation, hetero-norms, that even though adaptable and plastic, that, however, would not involve a broad adaptation from each agent that is submitted to this kind of regulation. And in my point of view, we have seen here a series of indications and proof of how much this regulation is needed. It's interesting that Professor Morishita brought here a distinction between the Brazilian user's profile and the Japanese user profile. As I saw this data, I kept thinking on how actually the problems we have in education in Brazil, the issues that we have that I could consider almost as a digital citizenship deficit impact this result, which for me is a clear indicator of how much the market, how badly the market indicators and regulators are not enough to control this event. The average Brazilian user has no idea of these risks and often uses these systems without paying attention to many of these consequences. And by the way, we have been seeing among numerous other recent reports, there's one from The Economist, June's edition, that caught my attention because it tries to synthesize the whole artificial intelligence movements. And we know that the discussions on ethics, safety, and all that have often already been raised by these agents themselves. But nowadays we see a lack of concern in regards to these risks, a loss of concern in regards to safety, which has been bringing a number of concerns out of that itself. So I really do think that we've far beyond a discussion if and when we should regulate. The fundamental question for me is how can we do it? And it is, in fact, within these concerns that I would like to bring some discussions forth about what's been happening in Brazil. So Brazilian colleagues are aware, and perhaps Japanese colleagues might also know, that we nowadays have in the Brazilian Congress a series of bill of laws in regards to AI regulation and norms, among them the PL 2338, which is a bill of law that is quite robust, in my opinion. It's a bill of law that is from a pre-project from a commission of legalists led by Minister Cuervo. I had the honor of being part of this commission, and they tried to face here several of the challenges related to regulation, and that opted within these challenges for a regulation that is more not risk averse, and I'll talk about some of these proposals. And it's really interesting that at this moment, during this, we've noticed how very often the most important discussions, not just of this specific project, but many other projects that deal with this subject, have often been twisted by a series of discussions or narratives, as some would say, that have been very much propagated by big media, clearly in the interest of big AI agents and actors. In a recent project, we even tried mapping out these narratives. What we do notice is that, at least in the Brazilian legislative debate, 3 of them have been used very intensely. The first narrative is that any attempt to regulate compromises in innovation and development, which is not true. Actually, the argument itself that regulation can inhibit innovation, many would even agree. A recent Nobel Economy Prize winner has a lot of work on AI and says that one of the legitimate AI regulations is to actually contain that innovation that is damaging, predatory, incompatible with fundamental rights, with the democratic values, and that should be seen as something positive and not as a negative thing. But the truth is that it's also important to remember that aside from innovation not necessarily always being good, and this is the dilemma that we all have to face nowadays, we also have to imagine that good regulation can actually offer the entire sector foreseeability and the necessary security for a series of investments. Actually, the lack of regulation, specific regulation in a country like Brazil, does not imply, it's important to underline this, does not imply a legislative vacuum, because if there isn't a specific legislation for specific issues that have to do with AI, Brazilian judges will have to apply more general legislation, such as the Consumer Civil Code, the Statute of the Teenager, the general GDPR, since there's a big intersection between these two subjects, very often, or without all the specificities that are necessary for AI itself.
This is a very important point. This has been brought with quite a lot of insistence, and to a lot of members of parliament, it's an invite for a deeper reflection on AI regulation. Another narrative that's been disseminated in Brazil is that any AI regulation will imply in a certain way an ideological control of technologies with impacts in freedom of expression. I'm not going to go in depth into this theme because Professor Carlos Afonso will be dedicating himself to that theme. Not only is it not true, this is a very important point. It ignores that these technologies are also not neutral. So, not regulating technology is enabling that the values which are decided by large technology agents, that the arbitration of interest that's done by them prevails unlike what it should be in a democratic society. And a third narrative, which I also think is very important, that we see in the National Congress, is that which starts from the premise that, well, public data and data that has become public by the users already in circulation. So what's the problem that AI systems can use this data? I think this narrative is also very problematic, be it because our general law of data protection protects public data and data that is done public by the owner, even if in a differentiated manner. Because when we think about AI regulation, the issue is not only what are the inputs used by this system, but above all, the outputs, the results of the system. Therefore, we can see that these narratives end up creating a variety of different impacts to the discussion. And in my way of looking at it, they deviate from the most important issues, such as those presented by the Bill 3388. Another very important issue in this attempted regulation, exactly understanding that the risks of AI are not homogeneous. They cannot be treated as a monolithic block. Therefore, we need a regulation that is adaptable to the degree of risk. In a certain way, this discussion is connected to what we understand as a good regulation, a regulation thinking about risks, and that is based on evidence. However, there are also some observations to be made here, because normally when we think of risk-based regulation, we start from the premise that the complexities of life may in fact be translated into risks, which may be foreseeable, calculable, that are susceptible to management. But when we are talking about issues such as AI, we see what is called uncertainties or radical uncertainties, that which we don't even know what we don't know. That's a very important point. However, when we talk about risk-based regulation, oftentimes is associating this regulation to a series of methodologies such as cost-benefit analyses, which aren't always going to work for a topic like AI. And oftentimes we may measure this, the costs for companies and technology companies, but we can't measure the benefits for society, for instance, that this regulation would bring, which means that these quantitative analyses may not always be enough to inform this process. Finally, it's also important to remember, and this is a challenge for all risk-based regulation, but which projects itself especially in the issue of AI, is that risk does not only have a scientific component, even if it does have an important scientific component. Various authors, such as Julia Black, among others, have been highlighting that risk has a very important and fundamental social dimension. And therefore, we have the importance of really building popular participation means so that in a risk-based regulation, it's important to see which risks a given society is willing to run or not. Also, if we are facing a series of scenarios which may not be translated into risks, how then should we advance in this type of regulation? In my way of looking at it, we cannot do this without in some way creating a space for the principle of precaution. An example is what's already been fostered in Brazilian law, not only in Brazil, but especially here in topics such as, for instance, environmental issues. So, if we have the principle of prevention, which directs itself towards risk, we must also think about the principle of precaution, which will work with these elements of uncertainty, in which in many cases can justify a regulation, even given incipient evidence or even speculative evidence, given scenarios which may really translate into an irreversible damage or damage that is very difficult to reverse. And it's very interesting to see that the Bill 3388 encompasses this principle of precaution. It says that beyond the risk, there's also some space for radical uncertainties and for incipient evidence in a topic that changes so fast. You must find all this space, because if we have to wait for robust scientific evidence about all of the different risks of AI, probably will never be able to advance on regulation, and this may be a problem, and it may also be a phenomenon which paralyzes us facing something that is so important, so complex, and which brings so many risks. It is within this scenario that this bill 238 trying to offer some alternatives, which I think are quite important in my point of view, starting with the classification of risks. Risk classification, which is previously delimited by the law, even because of issues of legal security, and so that it is clear for everyone who has access to the law what were the parameters used by the legislators to create this classification. And the project starts with the premise that there are excessive risks which may not be accepted, high risks which will be subject to a much more strict regulatory regime, and also coupled to a more rigorous civil liability regime. And if it's not excessive or high, then we have a more flexible regulatory regime, more aware to the need to foster innovation, which is also coupled to a civil liability regime that is less rigorous than for excessive risk technology. So, of course, this was a big dilemma faced by the Commission. We all know that in a topic that changes so much, so fast, such as AI, how then can we enable this risk classification, which is so determinant for regulation? What do we understand for high risk today might not necessarily be high risk tomorrow, given new evidence which may arise. And really, in my way of looking at it, the bill has a very interesting alternative. It starts from the premise that there must be a competent authority. Later, there was a change in the bill, and then we said that there should be a regulatory system for AI, which should be multi-sectorial with various different entities, and it's a system that's responsible for the periodical update of this risk classification. So this solution, at least in my way of looking at it, conciliates a balance which is quite delicate. Legal security on the one hand, and flexibility and the need for periodical updates on the other. So, as much as we might already have a preliminary classification of the risk, the law itself says that this classification must be constantly reviewed. It must be under the scrutiny, the constant scrutiny of civil society and of the competent authorities, which may change this classification to ensure that the law is always up to date and therefore able to deal with all of these issues. Not that this is an easy question to deal with, but in my point of view, it seems to me that within these complexities, the bill evolves quite well in proposing a coherent risk-based system in this sense. And I'd like to wrap up then with a sentence, a quote from Lawrence Lessig. Those of you who like to study law and technology know him quite well. Professor Lessig is very well known. The whole idea that he spreads that code is law, that technology itself is a regulatory vector, and depending on the way that it is used, it may neutralize all other regulatory aspects, even formal law itself. But in a seminar by Professor Lessig about the metaverse, we're not even talking about high AI risks like that of generative AI or general AI, super intelligence, and so many other aspects. He used an expression, the expression code is law. That is, law may be devoured by technology. So I think the debate on AI has to do specifically with this threat. Either we can minimize or either we can minimally regulate this technology while we have time, if we have time, or will this technology devour law? I think they will devour us. This may compromise our most precious values like democracy, free will, and so many others. So I'd like to invite all of us to think about this topic very seriously because it is an urgent matter. And I'd like to thank you once again for the invitation to participate in this event and for your attention. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Ana Frazão, who gave an amazing interpretation to the bill 338H. She was one of the main jurists who produced this bill and has contributed throughout these last few years to such an important debate. And she gave a brilliant seminar this morning on another completely different theme, which is the liability of the primary stakeholder to third parties. So it has absolutely nothing to do with what she was saying to us right now. So it shows the breadth of her knowledge. And now, without further ado, Professor Carlos Afonso Souza, professor at the State University of Rio, who's going to be talking about generative AI and freedom of expression in Brazil, legal regime challenges.
Maravilha, obrigado, ministro Cueva. Boa tarde a todas.
Legal framework and emerging challenges. Thank you so much, Justice Cueva. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for Japanese colleagues. It is a great pleasure to be a part of this table with Professor Ana Frazão, with Professor Kojima, and Professor Ishita, always learning so much about these themes. I do have some slides which will be up on the screen very soon, but I'd just like to share my immense pleasure of being here. I am enormously I have enormous affection for Japan. I've been there a few times. I've had wonderful experience. I went to the Fuji Rock Festival in 2008 to see the show of Kiyoshiro Yoamano and so many other amazing Japanese artists that I love so dearly. It's important to say that in 2008, Japan was not such a popular tourist destination for Brazilians as it is today. So during that rock festival, we only found there were no other Brazilians, and there was one Brazilian band that was there. CSS is a Brazilian band that was there, known as Cansei de Ser Sexy. I'm tired of being sexy is the translation of their name. I don't know if many of you know that band. If you don't know, you don't need to go after them. They're not that good. So, okay, let's talk a little bit about freedom of expression and AI. A lot to do with what Professor Ana Frazão has already shared with us in her great contributions. So, thinking about this perspective of AI, I'm going to be looking especially at generative AI. First, I'd like to talk about Brazil's unique journey regarding digital rights. Brazil has a constitution which has very wide-reaching fundamental rights. Brazil has infra-constitutional legislation that's also dedicated to themes of technology, the so-called Internet Civil Framework, a federal law approved in 2014 on themes connected to the development of the Internet. And currently, in National Congress, we discussed this bill 2338 that has already been mentioned by Justice Cueva and by Professor Ana Frazão. So, this is the context that we may look at for this theme of freedom of expression and regulation of AI, because Brazil has standards of freedom of protection of freedom of expression that are very robust. In the jurisprudence, we might have some more vacillating decisions, but as a whole, the Federal Supreme Court has had reiterated important decisions, creating a real set of decisions which served as a foundation for the protection of freedom of expression in our highest court. But when we are talking about technology themes, waters are somewhat more turbid. And now it's important to highlight for our Japanese colleagues, I'm sure my Brazilian colleagues will hear nothing new, is to understand how the act of violence of January 8th, when there was the invasion of public buildings in Brasilia, the depredation and violent action, this also led to a big impact on our debate on freedom of expression and technology, especially because it was very clear how social media especially were instrumentalized for the organization of violent acts. And they put into the spotlight themes of moderation of content, and platforms failed to remove content that incited violence. And this led to a response by the judiciary branch. And there is, truthfully, a discussion on the proportionality of this response, especially looking at the discussion on suspension of social media accounts or even suspension of whole platforms like we had in Brazil. The most well-known case perhaps was the suspension of the social media X, which used to be known as Twitter, which led to a debate on proportionality and on the best way to balance the protection of rights with the preservation of freedom of expression. So I think this is a very important debate to have. And at this point in time, this puts us in a situation in which the protection of freedom of expression, which was being built in Brazil, found in the instrumentalization of technology a point of change, a point in which we need to analyze with more care how these new communication tools may be utilized to potentialize damages and to cause very specific damages to society. Professor Ana Frazão has already mentioned PL 2338. So here I'm going to skip this slide. I'd just like to say that this debate on the internet, social media, it has to do with the debate on AI, generative AI. This is a point that I always like to mention because it seems to me that legislators the world over imagine that when we think about regulation of new technologies, the last few decades have provided us with a ladder, so to speak, in which has three steps. First, I regulate the internet. From the beginning of the 2000s, and here in Brazil, we had legislation all over the world about internet commerce. Maybe the European legislation in that sense is the most well known. After that, we had specific regulation on social media as a second phase of the way that you use the internet, a phase in which there's the platformization of the use of the World Wide Web. And now we live the debate of the regulation of AI as a third phase of this history that we're going through over the past 30 years or so. It's also important to remember that this division into phases, it's merely pedagogical, merely didactic mechanism, because these phases are all blurred together and they complement each other. And especially about social media, it's important to remember perhaps a lot of the companies that now we know as being the large social media companies, they might finish the decade being known as the large AI companies, and vice versa. The large companies, which now we know as AI companies, are also seeking a path to create a social feed, a design in their AI platforms to allow users to share their creations within their own environments. Therefore, the mixture of social media and AI, if we consider them as two different phases, well, I think we need to bring them to the same soil, to the same step in this ladder, and to discuss how these regulations interact amongst each other, especially if we look at the Brazilian bill. This bill has a series of obligations for those who develop AIs and generative AI, and I'd like to apologize for my slide with such tiny little font. I'm going to apologize, and I'm going to ask an AI to improve this next time.
But these are the diverse obligations that are in the Bill of Law, such as risk assessment, transparency and training data transparency, sustainability, and an important debate on labeling, content labeling, and this idea of making it clear so that the person on the other side of the screen, that the person is indeed using an artificial intelligence tool, and that they're not talking with a human, or that content that they're watching was somehow manipulated with or by AI. So the debate that seems quite rich and ideal for the Brazilian reality is the debate on open source versus proprietary models. Here, Brazil, and I'm speaking especially for our Japanese colleagues, has a very important history in building free software, open source software. With the yearly seminary takes place in Brazil, especially in Porto Alegre, that is really catching open source developing community outside of Brazil. So we have a huge legacy of open source technologies, and I think this is a really important subject to notice and keep in mind for the federal level debate, as it shows up in the 3328 Bill of Law, but also state-wise. The state of Goiás has recently approved a legislation on AI that brings a few important points here, especially looking into this incentive for technology, open technology production, knowing that there is always some noise in regards to a state legislation when you still have a federal one that's being discussed at the National Congress. But I do believe that this dialogue about the federal experience here, expressing them already optimistic that would like the federal Congress to approve this bill of law with the modifications that are needed and pertinent, in dialogue with state legislations, I think it will manage to ensure that Brazil can be this leader in the legislative norm creation. So, just to reference this a little bit, since Professor Kojima brought forth the intellectual rights debate in Japan, I have to say this is also an important debate in the Brazilian Bill of Law, and the two subjects that were dealt with by Professor Kojima are being thought of as bills of laws in the Brazilian projects. So the idea of how do I deal in the use of how I deal with the use of intellectual property protected works to feed information into the machines and the effect it has in the results and the works produced by them. So Brazilian law thinks that machines that use works that are protected to inform their machines must have a summary of a list of all the works that were used, and they will create a kind of system of compensation for the artists whose works are used to feed the machine. Or that also gives the option to an artist or anyone who has the rights over the work to say, I do not want my work to be used to feed a machine. There are a lot of debates in regards to that as well, and there's a lot to be seen and revised for it to be approved or not. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about things that speak about freedom of speech, mentioning an important experience Brazil has in fighting misinformation and disinformation during electoral periods. Brazil has a very unique way of managing these things during electoral periods, where the judiciary, the legal branch itself, through the electoral courts, judges electoral infractions, as well as how it organizes the elections as a whole. And within this double mandate of the court, we have a specific regulation on technology. And it brings a few points already on AI, and have already been applied in the previous election, last year's election. So our regulation speaks about the prohibition of using AI to create content to spread disinformation, talks about labeling, identifying that this content was manipulated, and the obligation of platforms. And another important point, in the 2024, they forbade the use of avatars in the 2024 midterm elections because they understood that Brazilian public still was not ready to deal with the avatar of a candidate, perhaps not quite understanding that that was an interface and that those speeches weren't actually the candidate's words. We do not know how this is going to change, if it's going to change for next year's presidential elections, but this is what we currently have being applied. So just to finish, I'm going to say the following. Talk about the following. About data protection and freedom of speech. This is just a last message, Justice Ricardo. When we're talking about freedom of speech and data protection, it seems that we have a group of interesting subjects, and I'm going to talk about two of them. The first one is a discussion about the right to be forgotten and the way how generative AI apps are trained and taught, and these models are trained. We know that the idea of machine unlearning is something that we still lacks further experiments. It's a challenge considering that the data protection legislation brings the right to delete data, or in some countries even the notion of a true right to be forgotten. And another interesting thing here was a decision that was done by our data protection authority that initially came to decision, but then was revised, but suspended the launch of Meta's AI. So the American company Meta's own AI, because in Brazil they understood it wasn't clear how this application treated personal data, and the users to do its opt-out had to go through several clicks, several pages. And here we have this interesting tension between personal data protection on one side, and the other side is the massive use of these tools. So apologies for having gone over my time, but I think this is the path we're going to have to go through about freedom of speech and protection of other rights. We know that in Japan, during the Asuka Judai period, one of the most important people was Prince Shotoku, and he was known, among other things, for knowing how to listen to 100 people at the same time, and these 100 people giving a correct answer. I think many look at AI as if it were their own Shotoku prince that listens to everyone and always gives correct answers. But we're going to have to be careful with this, because as we saw very clearly during Professor Morishita's speech, these machines hallucinate. They're going to ever more being to be central on how we express ourselves. So it's important to understand what makes these tools be what they are, how they're trained, and the challenge that they present for the freedom of speech protection. So that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimashita. Thank you very much, Professor. Had a rich panel here with an exchange between Japan and Brazil. We've learned a lot with the Japanese experience and the professors Morishita and Kojima. And I hope they've also learned something with the Brazilian experience. I would like to highlight that this bill of law is at disposal in the site of the Federal Senate in English. And it has a huge other archives in general, and they can be consulted. On the STJ's site, I believe that the document of this resolution that deals with dissemination of misinformation or disinformation is also available in English. So I thank you all for your participation, and I declare this panel closed. But I would like to thank the president of the panel, who was already desperate to get rid of his current attribution. But no, Justice Ricardo Cueva has a lot of experience on this, and he's a true reference for these subjects to all of us. It was a great panel. I was listening from my cabinet, listening and watching online. Everyone knows that it's being transmitted live on YouTube, right? And therefore to the whole world, and it will be there online, and that's why we have to be careful on with what we say, because it will be recorded there. And so I thank the whole panel, and since Professor Carlos Afonso already referenced Prince Shotoku, that aside from having these almost divine gifts, was also someone very sensitive to art, to the arts, and what was beautiful. And several of the cultural references of Japan has this link with Prince Shotoku. I think he must be probably a bit surprised, whoever he might be, to see his connection being made with AI, but done by an academic of law. But I think that's a subject for another. It's a hallucination. So, finishing with this hallucination, we thank Justice Ricardo Cueva and the rest of the speakers of this great panel. I would like to call to preside the last panel. You're all free to go back to your seats. Thank you.
Vão tirar foto? Eu acho que já tiraram, né? Já teve foto.
Picture time? Pictures been taken? Okay, that's fine then.
Ricardo, obrigado. Não tiraram várias fotos. Mas tira mais uma.
Okay, let's do one more.
Obrigado. Eu convido a desembargadora Lídia Maegima e o desembargador Carlos Muta para presidir.
So I'd like to invite Judge Carlos Muta, and that will have Honorable President Professor Keisuke Takeshita from the Itsubashi University, Professor Laura Schertel has just arrived from IDP, a federal judge, Isabella Ferrari, Federal Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, so that means Rio de Janeiro, and a federal judge, Paulo Mitsuru Shiokawa Neto,
Shiokawa Neto,
judge of the Federal Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit,
aliás, que acaba de publicar
which, by the way, has just published a book.
Eu convidei porque eu li uma matéria
I
sobre
invited him because I read
por isso eu achei que
a
seria mais
report
do que
on his
oportuno
book, and I thought,
contar
therefore,
com
it would be
sua
ideal to
presença.
have him present here.
Sem mais, eu
So without
passo a
further
palavra
ado,
aos
I hand over
dois
to the
moderadores.
two
Como
moderators.
disse no decorrer do dia,
As I've already said throughout the day,
a desembargadora Lídia é
Judge Lydia
presidente do Tribunal de Justiça
is
do Paraná,
president of the
muito querida
Justice
lá,
Court of
muito
Paraná,
do Paraná, muito
very
admirada
beloved
também
within and without
pela sua
Paraná, and very
firmeza, pelo
admired
seu
for
caráter.
her character,
Com a
strong
desembargadora
character.
Lídia Maegima, tudo tem que
So,
estar certo.
a
E absolutamente
Court of
certo.
Appeals judge, for her,
Nós
everything must
temos
be
que ser
correct and
exatamente assim.
absolutely correct. And that's how we
O
judges must
desembargador
be.
federal Carlos Muta,
And Court of Appeals judge
presidente do Tribunal Regional Federal da Terceira Região,
from the third circuit,
esta qualidade
Paulo
entre tantas
Mitsuru
outras
Shikawanet, that has this quality among many
uma
others
calma zen budista.
of having this Zen Buddhist
Eu diria que
like
nesse evento
calm.
inteiro
I would say that
é
in this
ele o
entire event,
representante do Zen
he
budismo
is the representative of Zen Buddhism here in
no nosso evento.
our
Pela
event.
tranquilidade com que ele cuida das questões
So,
importantes,
because of the tranquility of how Judge Carlos Muta deals with great
tem
legal
décadas
know-how,
de magistratura,
has been a magistrate for decades now, and I admire him greatly. So I hand over first to
depois ao desembargador Carlos.
Appeal Court Judge Lydia, and then to Dr. Carlos Muta, and then to our fellow speakers. Thank you very much, Justice. Supreme Justice Hammond Benjamin, Supreme Justice of the National High Court, and also of the National Council of the Federal Federal Justice Council, and also my fellow co-chair here at the panel, Appellate Court Judge of the Third Circuit, Carlos Muta, in the names of which I greet all authorities already named by Justice Benjamin. And special greetings to Professor Kazuo Watanabe, who's been following us so far. It's a great pleasure to see you here. Well, as a Brazilian, Japanese descendant, and president of the courts of the state of Paraná, I'm very honored to see united this dialogue on the risks and challenges of AI. Here, to have such renowned specialists of Brazil and Japan together. This dialogue is a bridge between two nations and cultures, and symbolizes our shared determination to face global challenges with wisdom. So in our panel, the use of artificial intelligence by judicial actors, both countries, Brazil and Japan, face the challenge of balancing the use of technology with jurisdictional services. And to help us understand these issues more in depth, we have the honor of having renowned specialists from both countries. From Japan, we are receiving here Sensei Keisuke Takeshita, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Law at Hitotsubashi University, and he's going to talk about on the private international laws. And on the other hand, Federal Judge Isabel Ferrari from the Federal Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit will talk about algorithmic discrimination. Also have Federal Judge Paulo Mitsuru Shokawa Neto, Federal Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. They will talk about procedural acts in the digital age, the influence of AI, and other disruptive tools. We also have with us Professor Laura Scherto Ferreira Mendes from the Brazilian Institute of Education, Development and Research that will talk about the regulation of AI in Brazil within general and sectorial norms. And I share the chair of this panel with Appeals Court Judge Paulo Mitsurushi Okawa Neto, excuse me, Judge Carlos Muta. I also like to express my gratitude to Supreme Justice Herman Benjamin for the opportunity of participating in this fantastic event that will without doubt strengthen the cooperation between Japan and Brazil. Thank you very much. Domo arigatou gozaimashita. Muito obrigado.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be speaking in Portuguese. I'd like to first and foremost to greet Chief Justice Herman Benjamin, the President of the National High Court and the Federal Justice Council that organized together with other justices and staff of this House, the singular and absolutely innovative Congress, both for Brazilian law, but also maybe for Latin American law. We're here gathered at an important year for the Japanese-Brazilian community because we have 130 years of our Treaty of Commerce and Friendship and 114 of the Brazilian immigration that started, the Japanese to Brazil immigration that started in 1908. There's been a variety of different celebrations of this festive date, and this Brazil-Japan Law Congress seals indefinite this unity of these countries that come from different corners of the world, but which have in common values and principles which are fundamental, among which the defense of the rule of law and, above all, the defense of fundamental rights. We are gathered here today under the co-presidency of Judge Ija Majima, who is from the Justice Court of the state of Paraná, and also fulfilling the mandate of the National Justice Council of gender parity, right? Justice, showing that Brazil is plural in every sense, plural in understanding of gender, in our understanding of race, in our understanding of cultures. This melting pot of different cultures, which allows us to have international events under the coordination, above all, of the National High Court, the STJ, involving specialists from the four corners of our nation. And I'm very happy that it was the initiative that Herman Benjamin took the initiative for this event, because he is one of our greatest writers, our greatest professors, known internationally, above all, and particularly in environmental law. We from the federal justice system are proud to participate in this event, bringing our judges to the event who will be speaking to us. We have judges from the third and second region, as well as specialists from other technical areas. And we also hope to contribute with the Federal Justice Council and the National High Court so that events of this nature may take place, not only in Brasilia, Justice. We also make available São Paulo, Mato Grosso do Sul, where we also have a huge Japanese community in Campo Grande as well. We are available for you for any events with this sort of theme and many others. I'd like to wish you a very successful panel, and I'd like to greet all of the participants for the grandiose nature of their speeches that will be registered not only in videos on YouTube, but in all of our memories at this moment of joint action of two nations, two cultures with the same principle of value, the principle of human dignity. Thank you all very much, and have a great panel.
Apresentamos agora,
We
então,
now
a
like to
doutora
present Dr. Isabella Ferrari from the Federal Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. We'll be talking about algorithmic discrimination. No, it's the professor first. Oh, okay.
Somos amadores, não tem
We are
jeito.
amateurs in ceremonial. I'm sorry.
Apresentamos então
I'd now like to present Professor Keisuke Takeshita, Dean of the Faculty of Law at Hitotsubashi University, Japan.
Yes. Thank you very much for co-chairs. Thank you very much for your introduction, co-chairs, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keisuke Takeshita. I'm a professor of private international law at Hitotsubashi University in Japan. And now I'm also the dean of the Graduate School of Law. And it is truly my great pleasure and great honor to be here as a speaker of this Law Congress. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this event, in particular, Chief Justice Herman Benjamin, for his leadership to realize this important event. The title of my speech today is An Analysis on the Use of Judgment Prediction AI for Civil Proceedings from a Private International Law Perspective. As I will tell you, I was engaged in a research project on developing a judgment prediction AI. However, I would like to make clear that I will never argue that judges can be replaced by AI. I will never argue that point. Just from my academic curiosity, I was engaged in developing such AI model. Based on the experience of such research projects today, I would like to speak about an analysis on the use of judgment prediction AI for civil proceedings. Let's move on to the substantive part of my speech. Yes. I show you this slide in order to introduce my research work. Yes, as I told you, I was engaged in a research project. One of them is a project of developing judgment prediction AI, in particular, an AI predicting judgments in tort cases. This project was mainly carried out by my colleague at Tokyo Science University, whose name is Hiroaki Yamada, who is an assistant professor in the field of data science. I participated in this project to support the legal aspects of this project. As an outcome of this research, we published a paper on the journal, Human Journal of AI and Law, whose title is Japanese Tort Case Database for Rational Supported Legal Judgment Prediction. And the other project is a general analysis on the use and application of AI for the society. The leader of this project was Professor Mihoko Sumida, a professor at my university. And this project was conducted in collaboration with Professor Felix Stefik, who is very famous in this field, who is a professor at Cambridge University. I was engaged in this project to contribute to the analysis from legal perspectives. As an outcome of this research, we published a book from Cambridge University Press in 2025, whose name is Legal Innovation. Great title, maybe. You may read these both outcomes for free on the website. So if you are interested in my research work in the field of data science, please check them on the website. Today, I will not speak about the
contents of the both researches, as I am not a data scientist and I would not be eligible to explain the contents of the paper, contents of the research work, and therefore, instead, based on the experience of the participation in those projects, I would like to speak about the use of judgment prediction AI. First, I will make clear a character of such AI, and then I will explain the meaning of such character when using such AI in Japanese civil proceedings. Finally, as a concluding remark, I will make comments on the rule-making on this point, in particular from a private international law perspective. So let's move on to the next part, the character of judgment prediction AI. As the title of the research work, research paper published in the Journal of AI and Law, our research project focused on the rationally supported legal judgment prediction because reason is always the crucial point of difference between the human judgment and the AI judgment. When making a decision, human judges usually conduct finding of facts and then interpret laws and apply laws to the facts. Then, with the text explaining the reasons, they render judgments. On the other hand, when AI model predict judgments of cases, first, facts of the cases and other relevant data, other relevant information are input to AI model, and then AI model outputs judgments. Because of the innovation of deep learning, people cannot know what computers are doing when they output judgments. As Professor Kojima also pointed out, this is the so-called black box problems. Even if we were able to know what computers do, it would be just a calculation of a statistical information of the collocation of words when we develop such models based on the LLM, large language model. They would be quite different from the reasons that human judges attach to the conclusions of the judgments. As pointed out in the book that I introduced at the beginning of my speech, according to a research project, comparing the performance of AI when only facts of the case are input and the cases when the facts and laws are input. The performance is better when only facts of the case are input. Of course, it depends on how to construct the AI model, so this outcome cannot be generalized. It is only valid for that model the research project developed. However, it can be said that high performance of judgment prediction AI are not always based on the relevant information of facts and laws, which are definitely essential for the reasons when human judges render judgments. Recently, so-called generative AI has been progressed enormously. It is possible for AI to output the reasons like human judges when we ask AI to explain the conclusions. For example, I am a little bit engaged in a research project which developed an AI model generating the answers to the Japanese bar examination, focusing on the essay examination. The answers include the reasons for the conclusions. However, what computers are doing is, as I told you, just a calculation of data about the collocation of words, and that's why the generated reasons are not always well-grounded from the human perspective. Therefore, it can be said that still there is a difference between human judgments and the judgments prediction AI in the reasons for the judgments. This is the analysis of the judgments generated by AI. So let's move on to the next, and use of AI in the analysis. Next, I mean the use of AI in the analysis of meaning of such characters. Doesn't work. No. Wait a moment. Ah, yes. Yes. Right side. And why I stress the difference for the reasons between human judgments and AI judgments, it is because reasons of judgments is the basis of social reliability of the judicial system, at least the basis of Japanese judicial systems. For example, according to item 3, paragraph 1 of Article 253 of Japanese Code of Civil Procedure, judgments shall always include reasons. In my view, the essence of civil judgment is coercion. In other words, the deprivation of freedom. The plaintiff would like to force the defendant to do something, in most cases, to pay a certain amount of money against the defendant's will. For this purpose, good reasons based on laws might justify such coercion. At least with such good reasons, a society can realize a situation where people are not deprived of freedom without good reasons of laws. Rule of law. In the morning also, many speakers pointed out the importance of rule of laws. But rule of laws could have several meanings, various meanings. But from my perspective, such situation is the realization of rule of law. I mean, people in a society would not be forced. They would not be deprived of freedom without good legal reasons. They would be in a society of freedom and peace. This is my understanding of rule of law. If such rule of law is realized in a society, people would have social reliability or trust concerning the judicial system. Therefore, I think that the reasons of judgment is the basis of social reliability of Japanese judicial system. In other words, even if a judgment prediction AI can perfectly predict human judgments based on relevant data, predicted judgments cannot be used in Japan like human judgments unless the reasons for the judgments are added to the conclusions. Japanese judges cannot be replaced by AI without producing the reasons if social reliability of judicial system is to be realized. However, recently, as I told you, people have tried to develop AI models which output the judgments, including not only the conclusions, but also the reasons for the conclusion. However, as I previously mentioned, the reason that AI generates are, at least currently, not so well grounded in many cases for the various viewpoints of human beings. And even if the performance of AI is enhanced through further research, there would remain two issues that arise from the structure of the model to develop AI models. One issue is the biased AI, which Professor Morishita also pointed out, and therefore I would like to skip this part. And the second issue might be the difficulty of AI in progressive interpretation and application of laws. Usually, judgment prediction AI is developed by making them learn texts of previous judgments rendered by human beings. With the technology of deep learning, then based on statistical analysis of the input text data of previous judgments, it generates judgments. So it is often pointed out that they predict judgments, in a sense, conservatively. However, progressive or innovative interpretation and application of laws would sometimes become necessary. Faced with new factual situations, AI would not be able to generate judgment text based on innovative interpretation and application of laws. Therefore, this is also an important issue that should be considered when using the judgment prediction AI. Considering this point, I would conclude that judgment prediction AI would not replace Japanese judges. They would be used as, at most, as a supportive tool for the Japanese judges. It would be necessary for Japanese judges to analyze and consider the good reasons for the judgments, even if they use the suggestion by AI. But the more important point that should be highlighted is that the above mentioned two issues, biased AI problems and difficulty of AI in progressive interpretation and application of laws, are not the problems arising from AI, but the problems arising from human beings. What judgment projection AI does is, as I told you, a calculation of the statistical information of the collocation of words and the generation of text based on such calculation when using LLM, which is a neutral activity from the objective point of view. If an output is biased, then there are always people who consider the output is biased. If an output is outdated, that progressive and new interpretation would be required to in order to realize appropriate conclusion. Then there are always people who give such meanings to the output of AI. It is a truth that not AI, but people in a society determine the value of the outputs of AI. The source of above-mentioned problems is not AI, but people who analyze critically the outputs of AI. As long as people in Japanese society continue to check whether judgments of AI have good reasons for the conclusions, those problems would never disappear. From this point, it should be highlighted that my previous arguments are only valid for Japanese society or societies whose people would like to realize the rule of law, a situation where people are not deprived of freedom or liberty without good reasons of laws from a perspective of human beings. In my understanding, Japan is an example of such society, maybe. And therefore, it is important for Japanese judges to analyze critically the outputs of AI. From this point, I would like to highlight that there might be a society whose people believe the correctness of the outputs of AI and accept judgments of AI irrespective of the reasons of judgments, because AI is more reliable than human beings. For such society, today's argument would not be valid, and judgment prediction AI might be introduced to the judicial system of such society because it predicts the same judgments as human judgments in most cases and reduce significantly the cost of maintaining the judicial system. What I would like to tell you is how to use judgment prediction AI is determined by the people in a society. In this sense, it is not a matter of technology, but a matter of human determination. It would be quite natural, but for my concluding remarks, I would like to highlight this point. As a concluding remarks, I would like to make comments, yes, on this issue in the context of globalization, analyzing the issues from private international law perspective. Currently, there are tendencies and movements towards developing global rules and guidelines as for the use of AI, such as the Hiroshima AI process. Japanese government has taken the initiative. However, as I mentioned, the meaning of outputs of AI are determined by people who receive such outputs. Therefore, what kind of role people give to AI may differ from society to society. Considering the diversity of judicial systems in this world, use of AI by judicial actors may also differ among judicial systems. Considering this point, it seems to me necessary for each society or each judicial system to develop and make its own rules on the use of judgment prediction AI. They should not be unified or harmonized in the world. Forced unification or harmonization based on rules for a specific society would cause harm in other societies. Private international law, which is my main study field, tries to build bridges between different legal systems, judicial systems, respecting the diversity of judicial systems in the world. If we consider a global system on the use of judgment prediction AI, it should be based on the principles of private international law, such as the respect for the diversity of judicial systems. I'm truly sorry, my speech was too long. However, with these remarks, I would like to conclude my speech. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gostaria de apresentar na sequência a professora.
So I would now like to introduce Professor Laura Scherfel from the IDP Institute and University of Brasília, announcing that the professor will speak about the regulation of AI in Brazil between general norms and sectorial ones.
Muitíssimo obrigada. Boa tarde a todas e a todos.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to first thank you for Supreme Justice Benjamin's invitation. I'd like to greet the co-chairs of this panel, Appeals Court Judge Lídia Maijima and Muta, and I also greet the rest of the panelists. I think my presentation is quite complementary to Suki's presentation, and I'm going to talk a little bit about a journey that Brazil has been undertaking in regards to AI regulations, be it a more general perspective and horizontal one, as well as a more sectorial one. With the recent approval of the most recent resolution that was already mentioned by the previous panel. But I think we're going to be able to go more in depth in this panel.
Como que eu faço para mudar aqui, Giovana? Só? Ah, tá, perfeito. Eu perguntei para o ChatGPT, quais seriam os limites.
So I asked ChatGPT, what would the AI limits or limitations be for AI? A little bit in the same line of thought as a professor, so we can have initial reflection on what the differences are when we as humans make decisions and when machines do that. The professor already gave us a very interesting explanation on that, and that I think ChatGPT itself brought some interesting insights. On the one hand, human experience and consciousness, very often the law interpretation would be impossible for a machine to do that through these concepts, because the obvious, perhaps the second obvious point. And of course, the ChatGPT has to have a look at institutional responsibility and democratic legitimacy. And very often when we interpret laws, we have ambiguous cases, legislative gaps. And of course, a system would never be able to make a decision based on that. And I also think it's very interesting, perhaps touching on the last point here, we talk about the development of judicial capacity, and we know legal capacity. We know that the job of many judges is to look for and try to find development of laws and legislations. And having worked many years with personal data protection, I've spoken about this since the very first GDPR laws here. And I could follow, for example, the National High Court, even before the Congress did it, having approved the fundamental right to data protection. We saw jurisprudence development of this fundamental law that shows that this development of this is something that could never be done by a machine either. So just to think a little bit about these limits here, perhaps speaking within the National High Court itself to a public that is majority magistrate, but it might be obvious, but I think there's a relevant reflection for us to understand and value an activity that is so important, that is based on a constitutional values. I'm going to bring some of the facts here. We know that having 80 million cases, AI is of course a tool nowadays, be it of the legal branch, of legal operators, of lawyers that have been fined because they use AI, and what is the limit that the legal branch itself should use AI. And an important case that I think for our Japanese guests here, Brazil uses AI actively already in the whole justice system, not just in companies, but in the state as well. We have facial recognition in all Brazilian states. On the one hand, this aids justice and criminal investigation, but on the other hand, it brings a serious issue of biases. There's biases, there's discrimination, and we know there are some biases. We have far more mistakes related to identifying dark-skinned or black people than mistakes with white people. And I think this is something Isabel is going to talk more in depth. But it's a relevant point because we're talking about a country that has a structural discrimination and racism. And so we're talking about the limitation of freedom of the use of policing powers and of the monopoly of the state. Also, there are the limitations of these tools. A subject that is very much in vogue this week when we're talking about AI tools, and very often still used by the private sector itself, is the tools inducing behavior in children and teenagers that are very damaging here, talking about with problems such as bulimia, anorexia, that were being used by a health entity to help in these disorders, and where AI went out of the script talking about diets. We have some examples of the risk when we're talking about the use of AI for sensitive sectors. We brought here an important research, and the professor here in the picture is Sandra Avila, professor of computer science of the University of Campinas, Unicamp. I met her and her research at Harvard, and she shows that skin cancer detection by some AI systems far more precise with white people as well than on dark skinned people or black people, showing that AI in health also has to be done very carefully, and that the assumptions for so that these use be efficient are very high. So I think this is the point of all regulations, be them general regulations. We have the guarantee of fundamental rights. Be a sectorial one, thinking here in the legal branch. So we can have data update, representativity of this data, so that the outputs, the results that we expect and hope for can be adequate. The expression trash in, trash out is probably the clearest expression that we need to really take care with how the systems are fed, what is the data that feeds the systems, so that we can have correct results. And so when we speak of this within the judiciary, it's even more relevant, because we're saying that we must ensure that the system is fed with Brazilian rights, with Brazilian justice, and very often we use systems that have been fed and trade with foreign data. This is very important for our reflection here. So it's very clear when we think what are the values, principles, and rights that are in play. We're talking basically of all the fundamental rights that can be affected by the use of AI in the judiciary, as well as in other contexts, sensitive contexts. I'm going to skip a little bit here. Just here to say that I brought a reflection on Claude, that is an AI from Anthropic, and they divulged Claude's own constitution. And this shows that a system that has a constitution, what does it express? What does this show? That for these generative AI systems, in order to make a series of decisions related to the words that are connected one to the other, there is a series of values that must be followed. I think that the great word at the moment is how to ensure that these system values be aligned with our Constitution's values and our legal systems or orders. So what we see in a lot of books throughout the world is the alignment of these systems to ensure that they be aligned with the values and principles of our Constitution. Thinking on all these risks that I mentioned, I think it's important to think what are the best regulatory paths. Well, data protection law is a fundamental path, but it's not enough, because these systems are fed or trained not just with and by personal data, but with not personal ones as well. And then, under the point of view at this moment, there wouldn't be application of GDPR if we're talking about synthetic data or training with synthetic data or anonymous data. So, of course, beyond a perspective that is very individual that the GDPR brings, it's essential to think about this GDPR question in a collective way. So here, anti-discrimination legislation improvement, that is still not enough here, but without that regulation, these AI systems, through general norms or sectorial ones, seems the quickest way for us to protect these fundamental rights, while at the same time obtaining the benefits of these systems. I think the previous panel already spoke about the Bill of Law 338. I participated in this commission of magistrates that the President of the Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco, organized, and that was presided by Justice Cueva, that was the president of the previous panel, and also our dear Professor Ana Frazão. And after a whole year and a half's debate, and having the chair proposing and giving his recommendations, and the Bill of Law is now in the chamber being debated. And it's a very interesting Bill of Law because it's very robust. It brings concepts and principles that are aligned with OECD principles, UNESCO principles. Its brand or mark is not just of it being central, the human at the center, but also brings rights in an express way, which is a big difference with the regulation that was recently approved by the EU. There is a risk categorization, so the process also has a risk modeling that is followed and added with this modeling based on rights. There's a series of AI governance systems. There's remitting to the civil code and civil consumers' rights, and also a mapping that seems as if we're talking a very unique Bill of Law inspired of many others, but a Brazilian proposal that's very unique because the surveillance, that it's a decentralized system that depends on the regulatory agency, but coordinated by the data protection.
I'm going to speak very briefly in the time that remains to me. What are the promises and risks of the AI and the judiciary? We talk about efficiency, better judgments, and consistency and legal safety on the other hand, but the risks are also quite big, quite large. We talk about discrimination, we talk about problems related to quality and trustability of the data, reliability of the data, transparency and explainability. I think the foundation and fundamentation is the basis of any legal decision, which is exactly what the professor before me said. And there's this issue of the black box that was also mentioned, based on how the AI reaches its results in terms of conflict of interest. This was also mentioned by Professor Ana Frazão. We don't know how these systems are trained, what are the interests behind these systems, and there's a debate on impartiality as well. Without a shadow of a doubt, the debate on protection of data and information confidentiality, the chats, the questions that are put in by judges, how would this information be treated? Would this be put dealt with in a confidential manner or not? So I think the debate on AI in the judiciary is a large and relevant debate, and it ended up bringing about, well, since Brazil, maybe because of the size of our judiciary and the size of the challenge that it is facing, the amount of cases that we have, certainly AI in the Brazilian judiciary is already a reality. That's why we created this working group the year before last, and last year, and this year we approved resolution 615 in very little time. Then I just like to bring the structure of this resolution. This resolution was in a great part inspired by the Bill 2338, and it basically also has a structure, as you can see, that has a lot of parallels to Bill 2338. I would maybe like to highlight one point of this resolution, which is that we were discussing, Isabella might remember this quite well, we were discussing a series of limits and governance measures for the development of AI by the judiciary itself. When at the end of a working group, we realized that it wasn't enough to regulate the development of AI, because each judge already had an AI to call their own. Basically, everyone uses ChatGPT or another generative AI to use. So we reached the conclusion that it was also important to regulate the use of generative AI. The conclusion that was reached, first and foremost, was that these systems, the basic principle is that they can never be used without effective human supervision. I think that's a big challenge, because you have a certain bias, confirmation bias, which is if the judge only confirms the result of the machine, without really understanding all the process behind it. That's not exactly human supervision. So the big challenge is understanding what is human supervision in this process. The fact, however, is that when we think about the use of generative AI, the principles that were established in the Resolution 615, which I think were quite interesting, was that AI cannot be used for high-risk situations, that is, valuation of evidence, writing sentences and final decisions, everything that has to do with the judgment in and of itself and the valuation of evidence and facts. Those systems cannot be used. And another important principle that is quite interesting is the fact that these systems should, in priority and preferentially, be developed by the judiciary itself, developed by the various different courts, or even if bought or hired, they should be developed in such a way as if they were closed systems for that specific goal, and not that each judge can use their own private signature to a service. So we're talking about corporate systems. I know the various universities, the best universities throughout the world, already use this criteria to say, listen, if you're using a system, it should be the one that was hired by your institution and not your own private signature to a service. This is a reasonable measure, I believe, and quite fundamental for us to have more accountability and more traceability. Another very interesting decision that was made by the group is that since the use of AI tends to be so general, it wouldn't make sense for each decision, each piece to have a brand in the sense that, oh, this was helped by AI, because this could lead to more confusion than solution, maybe in terms of appeals, etc. Therefore, after a public consultation and a public audience with a public hearing, a variety of foreign professors, it was more important to have traceability in this use in these professional corporate systems than merely having a watermark or some other sort of mark of the use of the AI. These are some of the most important issues of the resolution, even though there are many other devices, and there's one of the most important ones of them is the creation of an AI committee that will supervise and will have the power to supervise the use and the development of AI in the judicial branch. I'd like to mention another element of the resolution, which I think is quite important, and it actually overcomes this device. This wasn't even approved in the Bill 2338, but it was approved in Resolution 615. It says that the development of AI systems must be monitored by algorithmic impact evaluations. These evaluations are also in Bill 2338, but they need to have some kind of social participation, be it by the Bar Association or civil society. And while the people are developing, while the developers are developing the system, this is the only way for us to have a little bit more representativeness in the development of these systems, and also a little bit more accountability and social control. And so I brought some of the most important devices of this resolution, and I'm not going to go through all of this stuff, but finally, this resolution also has a list of risks, high risks, excessive risks, and low risks. Also with the goal of guiding courts, Brazilian courts, in the usage of AI. Finally, maybe concluding now, when we talk about AI regulation, we're talking about something which I think is a lot more wide-reaching than just the establishment of ethical principles. Currently, the big theme in Brazil and throughout the world, as we all know, is the fact that we need to not only be AI consumers, but also developers of these systems as countries. So on the one hand, we talk about the establishment of these principles and rules of governance and ethical use. On the other hand, we talk about how we can foster these systems, how we can foster the development of these systems within our countries, and finally, to incentivize so that companies themselves have self-regulation measures. So I think that regulation must always be thought of in a wide-reaching sense. And we can't think about sovereignty today without thinking about digital sovereignty, without thinking about sovereignty of a state that is thought of. We need to think about digital sovereignty for sovereignty. I think that will be a great theme for our next seminar. I'd like to thank you so much for your attention and for the invitation. Thank you very much.
Tenho a honra de apresentar agora a
I now
doutora
have the honor to present Dr. Isabella Ferrari, federal judge at the Federal Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, who will be talking about algorithmic discrimination. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by greeting Justice Herman, who ever since college was a huge reference for me in law, as well as Professor Kazuo Watanabe. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to greet all my colleagues in the panel. Today, in the 15 minutes that we have, I'll be dealing with one of my favorite topics in law, which is algorithmic discrimination. And when we're talking about algorithmic discrimination, I think we need to go through a few points. First, what are algorithms and how they work? Second, how does AI, predictive AI, work, and how is discrimination made manifest in the field of predictive AI? And we must also talk about the new spaces and reflections that generative AI has been bringing when we're talking about this topic. I fell in love with this theme of algorithmic discrimination back in 2016 when I had contact with the Nunes case. It's a very well-known case, but it's also important to remind us of this because I'm going to use a little bit of what happened in this case further on. When we're talking about algorithmic structure and the issues that it brings. So the Nunes case was something that happened in the United States in 2016 when a man called Eric Loomis was arrested. So what happened in the American state of Wisconsin? In that state, they put to the disposal of the judges the risk of reincidence of a criminal. So this man was arrested, caught in the act, and the judge uses the software to do a reincidence analysis. And the software, which is called Compass, says that this is a dangerous person. And then the judge bases both the preventive arrest and then increases the sentence of this man, partly because of the result of this algorithm. In Loomis' defense, they are completely mad about this, and they say, why do you consider this man a dangerous person? The judge then denies this, and the appeal to the Supreme Court of Wisconsin, they say the following: listen, this software, Compass, is a proprietary software. We're not going to open up the code to say the reasons why he was considered a dangerous person, because this code is protected by intellectual property. The defense then goes to the Supreme Court of the United States through an appeal called the Reach Certiorari. This is an appeal that allows the Supreme Court to not only decide on an issue, but it allows the Supreme Court if they want to decide on an issue or not. So the Supreme Court, looking at that case, said, listen, this case involves technology. We don't really understand about that topic yet. That's not mature enough for decision, so we're not going to analyze this case. And if for us here in Brazil, that seems very weird that someone is arrested without really knowing why. It's a lot worse when we receive the information that the software Compass was not a software that was developed within the Judiciary of Wisconsin. It was a private software that the Judiciary rented to do risk analysis. So in a good measure, not even the judges who were applying that system or the courts in the environment in which it was applied really understood how that system worked. And so it gets a lot worse because an NGO called PrePublica, they audited the results of the software Compass, and we know that you can only audit something when you have a lot of results. PrePublica then saw that Compass was biased against Black people like Nunes. And so if just for being Black, they had they were twice as likely to be considered dangerous as a white person. So when I heard about that case, I said, wow, that's what I want to study. And so this case up until now is a very emblematic case of everything that can go wrong when we use AI to decide, especially on what it should not be deciding on. So based on that case, we're going to start thinking about this issue of algorithmic discrimination. And to talk about that, first we must talk about what is an algorithm. We use that word, algorithm here, algorithm there, but what is an algorithm? I really like the definition of algorithm of Professor Pedro Domingos. Pedro Domingos says the following. It's a very simple definition. He says, algorithm is a sequence of instructions that tells a computer what to do. That's an algorithm. Algorithm is a sequence of instructions that tells a computer what to do. So what do we have? We have an input. That's the information that you give to the algorithm. Then we have processing, which is what is actually done with the information. And we have the output or result. So that's an algorithm. Input, processing, output. Very well. When we're talking about algorithms, there are two categories which are fundamental. The first is the so-called programmed algorithms. They are the more traditional algorithms in which a programmer informs the algorithm everything that they're going to do. What do you need to do with the information that is input? So, information is input into the system. The system does everything that was predetermined to do, and then information is output from the system. Programmed algorithms don't really worry us because any problem that happens with them, well, we can take a look at the data that we used. We can take a look at the code, and then this programmer can understand where the failure came from. The algorithms that really interest us are the so-called non-programmed algorithms. These are algorithms which are not programmed by a human being. These are algorithms which are self-programmable, so to speak. This idea of a self-programmable algorithm that shows up for the first time in a seminal Alan Turing article from 1965, where he asked a question. The question is the following: why is it instead of us giving all the information that we have to a computer, so instead of saying to a computer, this is all that you need to do with a given information, why don't we program the computer like if it was the brain of a child with the autonomous capacity for learning? And this is what unprogrammed algorithms do. So instead of telling them everything they need to do with information, so instead of handing in all the processing, you instead give the information that you have available and you let these algorithms create their own processing processes. I know that seems very abstract. That's why I always like to bring a concrete example of how that actually happens. So let's think, for instance, of a credit concession. So a bank needs to decide whether they will give credit to a given person or not. At the time of our grandparents, they went to the bank, they talked to the manager. The manager oftentimes knew them. If it was a small town, they knew how much you made, they knew what your family was like, what you wanted the money for, and how much time you had to pay back the bank. In times of artificial intelligence, we can think about different ways. Instead of having someone deciding on this issue, we could create and build an algorithm to analyze this credit concession. So how do you do this? In a very simple manner. I'm going to take all of the information that I have available on loans that were already given. We have 1 million, 2, 3 million results, information from all over the world, any information that I have. And I'm going to give this to the algorithm. So I'm going to give to the algorithm information from Dona Maria. Dona Maria is 55 years old. She's married. She has a 13-year-old son. She has an income of so much and so forth. She wants to have a loan to buy a new fridge, and she's already done this, and she already paid that loan back in a certain condition. So I deliver to my algorithm that information about Mrs. Maria. Said in this case she paid. So in this case I have the desire that I want, which is I want to give a loan. I gave them information that is labeled. So I gave the input, I put in the label, and I put in the result that I wanted. I put in the output as well. I'm going to do that to Dona Maria, to Mr. Jose, to a bunch of different people. And then when we receive information about, let's say, 10 million different people, the algorithm itself will start through a process of trial and error to reach the same results that we gave them. So give credit to this guy, don't give credit to that person, etc. How does that happen? You can think of a web. the algorithm doesn't seek an underlying reason like our human reasoning, which thinks about what is right and what is wrong. It functions through a process of trial and error. So it tries and tries based on the information that it has to reach the desired result. It's like if we opened up a bunch of different options of different paths. And so what happens when it actually reaches the desired result, then it goes back and it reinforces the mathematical path and gives more weight to the mathematical path that allowed them to reach that result. So I'm bringing an example of specific algorithmic infrastructure which is widely used today, which are neural networks that receive this name because they try and replicate the way in which we humans learn. So when you are learning how to solve a new math problem, you're sort of breaking your head trying to get it to function, and then finally you consolidate that, then that path is consolidated as well in your mind, in your neurons. So this kind of programming of an algorithm, an unprogrammed algorithm, as we call it, this is inside the first category of unprogrammed algorithms, which are supervised unprogrammed algorithms. So I give the information to this algorithm, I give them the result that I want, and I let them sort of improvise trial and error until they reach that result. Not through general rules, but rather through probability-based paths and the reinforcement of these paths when they're able to reach the desired result. Within unprogrammed algorithms, we have supervised, and then we also have unsupervised. These are algorithms in which I don't even give the results I want. I just hand all them stuff and I let them loose with it. So let's say I give them bananas, apples, and chocolates, and they put chocolate in one place, bananas and apples closer to one another because they're fruit. So it sort of divides them like that group of things that is all mixed up based on a pattern that they themselves will identify. This is what we call clusterization. What's the big advantage of these unprogrammed algorithms when compared to programmed algorithms? What's the big advantage of this kind of AI, which is the predictive AI? We don't need to program it. I don't need to look at 20 million different data about people who ask for loans to determine in which way people making a little bit more, a little bit less money based on where they live, based on their gender, etc. No, I just put it all to the algorithm and it gives me back a response. And so when I'm training a new person who has never received a loan, or if let's say there's a new person who's coming in and wants a new loan, they've never taken a loan. They said, listen, this person has a 97% chance to pay back this loan. So that's wonderful. I didn't need to program all that. However, on the other hand, this situation will bring certain challenges. And what are these challenges? If I didn't program and I look at that result, I can't really understand why is it that this Isabella has over 95% chance of paying back that loan. Why is it 97? And why is it not 99.8%? No one knows. No one knows. And so this has to do with the Compass case, the following. What the Wisconsin Supreme Court said, oh, we're not going to open up a code because we don't know, because this is a proprietary algorithm. And when you start to understand the structure of an algorithm, you understand that doesn't really make sense, because yes, you can open up the code of an algorithm that that uses AI, and you still don't understand really how it works, because there's no rule, there's no written process and procedure for processing. The way that they operate, it comes from the practice from the information that they receive and from this interaction of information. So you have nowhere is it written down how they function. So the code of these AI algorithms only shows how they learn. They're not going to show how they operate. And so when we look at this scenario within predictive AI, which are these first systems that show up, these are systems that look at data from the past to create forecasts of the future, which inspired many of the systems that we have today in the Brazilian judiciary. So 141 systems, we see that they have two main challenges. First, we have the so-called opacity. We look at the result and we can't really understand 100% of the decision-making process behind these algorithms. And opacity, which is this loss of absolute control over the decision-making process, this is already being dealt with, both in law as well as with the demands of explainability, as well as in programming, with a new area that's called explainable AI, in which programmers, to solve algorithmic problems, create new algorithms to explain how the previous algorithms work. But these algorithms also have another problem, which is the problem of discrimination, which was made very clear in the Compass case. So what happens with discrimination? And so when we're talking about algorithm discrimination, first we need to discuss this theme. Many programmers say that it's an absurdity for us to talk about algorithmic discrimination because algorithms are neutral. They can't discriminate. But if we're going to talk about that, then we need to understand the difference between two things. The first is a base algorithm. That basic algorithm, that's just the algorithmic structure, a neural network, a decision-making tree, that raw structure. Then we have a trained algorithm, an algorithm that are using to analyze credit, for instance. They already have a bunch of information from 10 million people, and now they say, what is the chance that someone will pay back a loan or not? The base algorithm, okay, they might be neutral, but the trained algorithm, since it learned based on the data, and as Laura has mentioned, based on data produced in a structurally discriminatory society that discriminates against Black people, against women, against disabled people, against the elderly, against children. So when the algorithm reads the data, they also learn the standard of discrimination, and they end up replicating this. So a trained algorithm can be discriminatory. So in the predictive AI, this can be in any part of our algorithmic structure, in the data that train them, data from society, data of decisions of groups that are used to train the algorithms, as well as in programming itself.
Programming is neutral as well, but very often when you use an algorithm, we think about a problem in a certain way. And the way how we think on the problem can also influence this. Let me give you an example. Let's suppose I'm the owner of a network of university. I want to hire a good professor for my university. I get to the program. I say, I want a software to help me to analyze the best candidates to professorship. Program is going to look okay at me and say, okay, what is a good professor? There's a good, an algorithm doesn't know what that is. I'm going to think, okay, so a good professor is a professor that publishes a lot, has many papers published in magazines with the best marks. It seems like a wonderful criteria, right? Publications are important, etc. So let's say you train your algorithm that way. But when we look at Brazil's situation during the pandemic, for example, we'll notice while women's publication dropped a lot, men's increased. So if I train an algorithm looking for a professor based on that criteria, I will have a discriminatory effect. Does that mean I can't use that criteria? No, but I must be aware that this can be the result. So the way how we think about the problem itself can be a gateway to become discriminatory. So this is the scenario we had when we were talking about predictive AI, which is this AI that looks at a past pattern and suggests a behavior, a decision for the future. We have discriminatory issues that are very often structural from society itself or certain groups. That when we use information, for example, I'm going to train an algorithm to do repeat offender analysis. I'm going to take the decision of the judges. I'm sure that the judges' decisions also have some biases, and if there are, they will be represented in the algorithm itself. And many aspects are quite contained because those who create these tools are specific people. I don't know how to create a software, how to write a software with predictive AI. I don't have that ability. But things change when we have AI entering the scene, the generative AI specifically. And then I know my time is nearly over, but I'm just going to conclude with some really important concepts when we're talking about generative AI. So the first thing we must understand is how generative AI works. And in order to talk about that, I must compare between a research on Google and a research on these tools such as ChatGPT. So let's say I'm going to search something very simple on Google. I'm going to research the word lipstick. So let's pretend we have three pieces of information on the database. So lipstick is one of these three things. And I say, lipstick, what is Google going to give me as a result of this research? It's going to look at a database and going to say, okay, well, this is the most tagged result. It's going to take that and give it to me. That's what lipstick is. Let's pretend I ask ChatGPT the same thing, do the same search. Well, ChatGPT is going to have the same database of these three lipsticks. What is it going to deliver me? It's not going to give me any one of these three. It's going to take these three lipsticks, it's going to mix them, and going to give me a brand new lipstick that isn't actually there on the database. It can be a mix between the red, the yellow, and the black one. So that's the big novelty of generative AI. It doesn't just look towards the past and projects into the future. It has a creative entity to it. It brings a creativeness from that database it has access to. And aside from that, it's stochastic. That means that its result is probabilistic. So if I request it to find lipstick again, it's going to give me another lipstick. And if Laura searches lipstick on it, it's going to be different from mine, and it just creates that. And for those who use ChatGPT, it's very common. I asked the same thing, and let's say your internet connection dropped halfway through you reading it, and then you ask it again, the result is different, so it's stochastic. So aside from these kind of AI tools, they are obedient. They were far more in the beginning, and now they're a little bit more controlled. So if they're obedient, that means they're going to give back to us what we requested that they return to us, regardless of what it involves. So for example, if previously I used to ask for precedent saying that anything legal, it was going to give me a precedent, even if this precedent didn't exist. So because it's obedient, very often they hallucinate, they create information that aren't actually truthful. That's why we talk about hallucination. And because they're obedient, we have other issues. Let's suppose we ask one of these tools. It doesn't happen anymore, but it used to. And I asked them, how much lead do I need to kill someone, a 70-kilo person? It would give you that answer. And to avoid that kind of thing, it's an important concept when you talk about generative AI, that is the idea of ethical alignment. So these are the barriers that to start bringing to these kinds of answers. When I went through an AI course, magistrates are going through a lot of courses. And they brought the example of a case that went to Inter-American Justice Court. That was the video of a woman that was caught semi-red-handed. She killed her own mother, and she was found drugged, full of blood on her clothes, and she was taken into custody. The only proof you had in the case was the interrogation that the police officer had. She said, "Did you kill your mother?" And she would say, "No, no." And she said, "You can tell us already. No, you did." And she says, "No, no, I didn't. I didn't know. I don't know where I was." Police officers, the woman would say, "I'm very thirsty. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to let you do all that. But first, tell us, did you kill your mother?" And she was sentenced because that proved, and Brazil had issues after that. And it brought that video and would ask two tools to analyze it, ChatGPT and codes, because the ethical alignment is different for each of these tools. So since the ethical alignment of these tools is different, both of them would say, oh, the sentencing is void because of violating human rights, there was psychological torture, etc. And then we would ask ChatGPT and for the other system as well, and we would say, okay, I understood, and I'm a judge, but I want to sentence them, and ChatGPT would say, I can't help you. But the other system would say, well, you as the judge should be the first person to know that the Constitution must be respected. And remember that at the time, my colleague was even quite interested in that, because the last time I asked if I can use ChatGPT, he said you could. And I asked him, no, I'm just joking. I'm just a student at the university, so I wanted you to tell me and help me, what can I do to sentence this person? Whereas one system would say, it still can't help you, and ChatGPT would still give you a series of options. So this is what we call jailbreak, the ways that we find of breaking this ethical alignment. What do we notice concluding is that when we go from a predictive AI to a generative AI, the question of discrimination has a whole other layer of complexity to it, because now we have the information of the user that builds the results together jointly with AI. So we have yet another entryway that is really important. And another example that isn't directly linked but isn't interesting. The other day, I was having lunch, myself, my mother, and my sister. In the middle of lunch, my mother said, look, I have a huge migraine. And both of us said together, said, oh, take me Semolida. And I said, Mom, you're very tired. You do a lot of things. You worked a lot. You need to lie down and rest. And these different point of views are answers for the same question that show two ways of thinking. And it's very interesting because I use ChatGPT a lot in the memories act. And sometimes I just write something. I had this muscle pain, and I was expecting it to probably say put some heat on it or whatever, or get off your feet. And it came with a whole thing saying, oh, bioenergy, etc. And I looked at the result and I said, oh my God. I think I'm really going into things that are a little bit crazy. I maybe need to anchor myself a little bit. And that's what it does. The path that you're going through, it reflects that which we put into it and reinforces what we already put into it. This has already been said here. And this is the last story I'm going to tell you. I wanted to share something that happened to me recently. I'm 40 years old and I read a lot since I'm 7 years old. So last year I said, look, I've never read the Bible. I'm nearly 40 and I've read everything you can imagine, but I've never read the Bible. So I started reading it. And without any help, there's a load of things that you understand. So I was constantly asking ChatGPT, what's this and this story? What does that mean? All right, so jump to when I traveled now to Zurich. My flight was delayed for many hours and I had to wait for the next day. So tired, I went to ChatGPT and said, look, what do I have the right to? The research can produce a lot of hallucination, but I saw, hey, well, you have rights. Your rights are this and this because the Montreal Convention. So at the end, I said, wow, Isabella, it must be really difficult for you to be so many hours at the airport. Would you like me to pray for you? When I saw that, I was like, wow. And you know what I thought? I thought this. I don't usually take this kind of case, but let's pretend I take a case on abortion where the situation is slightly open. And I used it to do a brainstorm. And I asked, well, what should I do? Because I know where my personal convictions start and end, but my personal convictions are for myself, not for others. But do you think that maybe ChatGPT wouldn't be influenced by the other things in the same way it got influenced during this airport situation? So I kept thinking about this. So when we talk about algorithm discrimination and really dealing with the new field, is this. When we're talking about AI, predictive AI, we have discrimination cases that are a little bit more controlled. Discrimination cases that demand that we look at with truth towards our society or to our group. The cases that have a far more systemic bias. But when we're talking about algorithmic discrimination, generative AI, all of this gains a context that's far more personal, that's far more intimate. So predictive AI very often is a mirror of society. The algorithmic discrimination cases in generative AI are nothing but a mirror of us, our society. So if it invites us to look at society and these social structures, the invitation of generative AI is to look at ourselves, especially to these towards these places. We don't look at these places that we would call well, and no one says that no one becomes enlightened by looking at the light, but rather by analyzing the darkness. And to go beyond law, this invitation is very personal here. If we want to go towards a society that is not discriminatory during generative AI times, first we're going to have to look and learn to go through this internal issue of our own in discrimination. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Na sequência, eu gostaria de apresentar o
So
último.
afterwards, I'd like to present our last speaker of this panel, Federal Judge Paulo Mitsuru Shioka Neto, that will talk about procedural acts in the digital age, the influence of AI, and other disruptive tools.
Boa tarde a todos. Agradeço e cumprimento a todos na pessoa.
Good afternoon. I'd like to greet everyone in the name of Dr. Carlos Muta, the President of the Third Circuit, and also the President of the STJ, and everyone here or online. So I'm going to talk about three aspects on the procedural acts influence in digital age. Considering that I've looked at I took an excerpt of what I wrote. I thank the honorable invitation that Justice Benjamin extended to me and advertising my book, but in the idea of bringing to you how AI is being applied in practice, be it by public agents as well as private agents in Brazil. Since we already have a public of quite a few foreigners here, perhaps it's interesting for them. So the clicker.
Então, o roteiro da minha apresentação vai ser.
So the script of my presentation will look at how we had the digital disruption of society, how we had this transformation happen in a generic way, how this influenced the procedural practice in Brazil, and finally, how AI is being used by law operators. So we're going to be taking a trip back in time. We're going to look at the present and how it's we can try and observe it, and also what awaits us in the future as far as the use of this disruptive tool. I have here the case of Kodak. Even though it's a suggestive name, it's an American company that had 96% of the analog photography. In 2012, it went bankrupt. Afterwards, there was an attempt to reformulate its business model. But even in 2012, Instagram was sold to Facebook by $1 billion with 13 employees at the time. So society changed its way of working, its business models. We can verify this in the large digital platforms and big techs. What we used to see as multinational companies, now we call them big techs. These are technology companies which substitute the traditional business models, having less personnel and disruptions in relation to society, which in a certain way changes our way of living. I believe that everyone, if not at least the vast majority, has used AI actively, not only being used not being used by AI passively by these big techs, but we've also used actively in dealing with some more generic issues. But anyway, it's important that to mention a study that was published in the Wall Street Journal, which demonstrate how these new companies have been using AI in such a way as to increase their profit using us, using people passively. The same article informed that 30% of the tourism packages were being sold for 30% more for people who used Apple, because they thought that they had more money since they have Apple computers. So if you have two computers, don't use Apple computers to buy your airplane tickets and hotel stays. So I also have a little bit to say about what to mention about what Barroso said in the beginning. Our Chief Justice Barroso said in the beginning, and it's important to understand that AI is not something new. It's not something for 2 to 3, 5 years ago, like lots of people imagine. Even though there's a boom in relation to the therapist, which people talk to the machine responded, and ever since the 60s, we already had the use of AI. In the 1980, there was a system which was developed by the University of Stanford called MyC, which had medical diagnoses which were more precise than human doctors, which through a process of exclusion, let's say the doctor put in, listen, my patient has 40 degree centigrade fever, and then the machine said, okay, what are their exams like? The machine was able, through exclusion, to reach a diagnosis of the disease. They were able to verify what antibiotic they should use and also the dose which that patient should use. Of course, everything under human supervision, but back in 1980, we already had information that machines could help professionals from different areas. So I also have the Deep Blue that won against a chess champion, as Barroso has mentioned. So it has to do with living in society, autonomous cars, Tesla, the recommendations from Netflix, YouTube, etc. So it's present in everything, even in what Professor Kojima mentioned to us earlier. And so, and why would it not influence in the processual practices? For those of you who remember, those of us who are older like me, you remember that processes used to be in paper. We had a big revolution in Brazil. It might be imperceptible today, but cases were 100% paper, and currently it's 100% digital. Everything is electronic. And what changes in relation to our practice? Well, it's a lot more efficient, it's a lot quicker. That old lack of trust that we had, for instance, we said, okay, where's the materialization of a title? Where is the false currency? So they have materiality of the crime. So all the prejudice that happened with electronic procedures back in the beginning of the day, it would be very hard to see someone defending the return of paper. And this made the lives of lawyers and judges a lot easier, because before you needed to, so the lawyer, even the judge didn't have access to all the documentation if the lawyer took them out. So it was a very tough moment. So one party could manifest themselves in the process, would get back to the court, and sometimes the lawyers didn't take everything back, and then maybe they lost some of the documentation. This was all a lot harder in the analogical age. So we had this transformation of paper into bytes. We transformed what was material into something dematerialized. And Professor Kazuo, who has taught various generations back in the civil procedures, we can't even talk about the processual notebook anymore. That's what we used to call it. Anyway, this transformation that we had in Brazil in relation to cases, this is not from the fourth industrial revolution. We had this revolution with electronic procedures. We have laws that support us in this kind of procedure. We have access to the cases 24/7, and this makes everything much more efficient, and it makes all the case files are now electronic, and it makes all the stakeholders in the processes. So the role of all the actors in the cases, we have a dematerialized case, we have a change in the attributions, be it of the lawyers and of the civil servants. Before we had to do distribution of the initial petition, the civil servant had to do the registry of all the parts, what are the different parties, what are the cause. Now the lawyer, fortunately for the lawyer, has all this incumbents, and so the civil servant only has to check that everything's okay. And when you look at the AI for the public branch, and I am the defender of this, it should be a tool to help human beings. Of course, everyone is defending that it can't be autonomous, that it needs to be a tool, but has the possibility of really making our lives a lot easier as operators of the law, be it in procedural law. So I have an example of how the Federal Court of Accounts, the TCU, is using this. They are an accounting control court. They use systems like Monica, Alice to recognize that if there are the formation of cartels, because few providers are able to provide to the public power because the public sector because of the amount of things that need to be sold. But anyways, so use tracking to help TCU analysts or auditors to see whether there's any irregularity so that later can investigate more. How could a human being, considering the size of Brazil with over 5,000 municipalities, a variety of different states and autarkies, it would almost be impossible to look at everything without using AI. And they came here to stay. Even private companies created online dispute resolutions. These are private chambers that the companies themselves, things like eBay, Mercado Livre, which is something like eBay or a marketplace, they do the mediation with AI, and sometimes you can solve it. eBay has considered that 60 million cases are solved in a year with this. If this goes, of course, this is a global number, but if this went to a legal system, it would take a long time to solve. Professor, I had written down the name of the professor who came before us in one of the panels, but anyway, one of these professors, back in the past, I used to be a judge in Altamira, Pará, the largest municipality in Brazil, where we had a lot of environmental demands. And I came from the time when I used to get environmental protection cases in which to carry out an operation to verify environmental damages, deforestation, something like that. We needed helicopters because the roads were very bad. We had a partnership with the federal police. We reached the location. We came down. The analysts verified the environmental damage, certified that, and he came back to the Ibama office, and then you would emit a fine or any sort of action. And now, Professor Kitaoka talked about the Modi project. Anyway, in 2017, you can just use a click to check the deforestation. Through satellite imagery, you pick what the area was like in 2007, what it looked like in 2025. You'd verify that they didn't have legal reserves, and through the federal rural registry, the car, they could see who was the owner of the land. So there's a lot of economy of public money. We didn't need to have a helicopter anymore. So when we talk about the use of intelligence to support these stakeholders, even extra procedural, lawyers use them. There are studies from the market in London that 48% of law offices use AI, over 14 billion pounds of investment in the legal tech market. And why not? Why shouldn't the judicial branch use this magnificent system of support, a wonderful tool for the practice of procedural actions? One of the big problems that we have in the judicial branch is the slowness crisis. We have a high demand, a high distribution of cases, and cases that all of us have already mentioned, over 84 million of backlog. And why not, Dr. Isabella? Why shouldn't we release the human cognitive bias? The machine has a cognitive bias, but ever since the French Revolution, we've abandoned the judge that was the mouth of the law that simply applies the law. So recently there's people who have their preferences, their own prejudices, their own will and feeling, then they apply this to the processes. Of course, we have the code of 2015 brings precedent that make the decisions more objective, but of course monocratic decisions can lead to a lot of biases. So the AIs can be biased, but they could also decrease human bias. So out of all these factors, I believe that the National Justice Council, our home here, the STJ, the National High Court, they create systems which are here to help us. And the STJ, Minister Herman gave a very interesting interview in February. He launched Globus Project. I looked at your, I listened to your interview, and there's a very interesting chat interaction. And so the first lawyer, a robot lawyer in the United States did this pause. So he looked at what are the most important documents in a given case, and STJ is bringing logos. So for this very interesting goal, the Federal Supreme Court uses Victor. For those of you who don't come here, this system analyzing extraordinary appeals. In Brazil, to reach the Supreme Court, you need a few prerequisites, otherwise to make sure that they are admissible. So in this evaluation of the admissibility, they verify through the Victor system if they fulfill that prerequisite so that this can be sent to trial. The system does this in 4 seconds, and it would take a civil servant at least 15 minutes to carry out the same evaluation. The Justice Court of the state of Rio Grande do Norte, they have a system, an electronic system of expropriation. It's a very Brazilian thing because it has to do with this technological wave. It's a system called STJ virtual hearing. The judges don't need to practice, doesn't need to practice the hearings. They listen to everyone from their territorial issue without any sort of prejudice to the legal process. So this expropriation system is practiced by the Justice Court of the Justice Court of Ireland in 35 seconds, which really helps civil servants. As the professor said, we have 140,000 projects cataloged for the use of intelligence in our courts. We have 91 courts in Brazil, almost 20,000 judges. And there are also judges and courts that use open systems like ChatGPT. They might use Meta AI, Google AI, Gemini. They use open systems in their practice of procedural actions, be it through making reports or even the minutes of decisions. I think I've already gone over my time, so let's just go very quickly here. I'm going to jump over the challenge because everyone's already commented on it. So what do we expect then as jurists? What do we expect of jurists from the future? The people who are in the college now, well, I think they will be jurists 4.0. They need to understand about technology, not only law. Even if they don't use the technology, they need to understand why these tools exist, what are they good for, where they can help them in practice, in their day-to-day practice, because human skills will not be substituted, at least for now. This seems like this is, of course, what I'm saying might be expired in 6 months, but so for now, they won't be substituting mankind. And judges need to dedicate their time to analyzing and having more sensorial readings and human. The tasks to the tools, wonderful tool that arose and which are defending. And that's it. I'd like to thank you once again, Justice, for publishing the book. This seminar is a finalist book. It was the master's that I did at the University of São Paulo. And so I'd like to thank you all for the floor, and I'll give the floor back to our presidents of this panel, chairs of this panel. Now, let's thank the panelists for their participation, and with the agreement of President Linia Majima and also of our Chief Justice Herman Benjamin, we may declare this panel closed. Can we do that, Chief Justice? Well, before, I'd like to thank our co-chairs, Justice Lydia and Justice Muta. As you've seen, this was an extraordinary panel. We had here the opportunity to listen to various perspectives. They are diverse but convergent. And I'd like to now take the advantage to say, of this moment, to say that we have in discussion the date of the second Brazil-Japan Law Congress next year here at the National High Court. And if we are successful, God willing we will be, we will have a 2-day event. And we will bring, well, now that we have the census, Minister Justice Mauro Campo, we had now a census of the federal and state judges who are Japanese Brazilian. Not even Federico, who is Japanese Brazilian, knew how many judges were Japanese Brazilian. He didn't know how many Japanese Brazilian judges we had. And now, no, and your cabinet has representation. Mine also used to have it. Well, the current Secretary of the Federal Revenue Service, Leão, he was my consultant for over 8 years. Japanese Brazilian man. Anyway, now we will be in touch with all of you, already thinking about our second Congress, once again here at the National High Court, the STJ, because we want that all of you who are here and all of you who aren't here but are interested in the theme and are part of the Japanese Brazilian family, you should see the STJ as your home. This is the court of citizenship, so it's every Brazilian's home. That's as we like to say. So now let's go to the closing session. I'd like to invite Justice Mauro Campo, Mr. Ambassador in exercise, and the two presidents here, the two chairs, Federico and Caio. Now, I'd like to ask the justice to stay here as well, because if it's all men here at the table, that doesn't look good, does it? For the love of God. Yes, stay next to Minister Justice Mauro, please. Yeah. Leave Justice Lija's name tag there.
Eu convidei o ministro Mauro Campo.
So I invited Justice Mauro Campo for the closing of this Congress because he really has great care with the Japanese Brazilian population here. It was already said earlier today that in the Amazon, we have so Pará and Parintins, but now in other states as well. So it's a great joy for us to have Justice Mauro Campo participating of the closing panel. And here's a small comment on his biography for our Japanese guests. Justice Mauro Campo is from the state of Amazonas, of the Amazon. So the Amazonas state has 1.4 million square kilometers of area. I think we can put quite a 2 or 3 Japans inside the state of Amazonas. So the Amazonas state alone is bigger than a third of Europe. That gives you a good idea of the dimension of this state, of this country-like state. At the STJ, the justice is here for over 16, 17 years since he started STJ. I'm here for nearly 20. And he came from the public prosecutor's office. He was Attorney General of the state of Amazonas. And in these nearly 20 years, I've never left the first circuit. Sorry, the first grand chamber. And Justice Mauro has also never left the first Grand Chamber. We arrived and there we stayed, because we consider that it's the best one. We can say that because our colleagues from the second and third Grand Chamber are gone. They're no longer here. Otherwise, we'd have a little fight. And lastly, going on to the thanks, I would like to thank the two associations again, A and B, Ajufe, who always collaborate with all of our initiatives. Next week, we'll have yet another event, international event, on indigenous peoples' rights, uniting Brazil, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the US. It's the second one. The first one was to take place under Supreme Justice Teresa, at the time Supreme Justice Maria Teresa. And afterwards, we're going to have a quick visit to the STJ's plenary. And then we're going to go to the official photo, which is the main chamber of the STJ. And in the evening, Justice Mauro Campos is going to receive the invitation, but in the evening, have a small dinner for the professors by invitation of the Japanese embassy. And I would like to already say my farewells to those who are leaving today. And please do take back home your impressions of the STJ, the National High Court, and of inclusion, that we want the whole of Brazil represented here, including in the events that we organize. So my special thanks to the professors that came from far away, and even those who did not come from so far, such as Professor Kazuo Watanabe, that lives in our hearts, and is someone that here in the STJ, I repeat, he's really, truly admired and beloved by all. And my final thanks to our STJ team, Justice Arnaldo Fernandes, who is a diplomat, Minister Arnaldo Fernandes, who is the chief of the international advisory of the STJ, and Mrs. Carneiro, that I recruited in Harvard because she was ready to go work in a big lawyer's office and decided to end up working for public interest, and is far happier than she would have been, and with a 4 times bigger salary than what she receives, but without the joy of working directly with public and for public interests. Minister, your team from the embassy, and to you in particular, our special thanks. The good news is that we're only starting, and we'll certainly have other activities, because Brazil and Japan, there's an expression in Portuguese, and I don't know how to interpret it, I'm going to translate this, but Brazil and Japan have everything to do one with the other. They have a lot in common. It's an expression in Portuguese. Brazil, Japan, tudo a ver. So to say, the chemistry is perfect. So I hand over to to Justice Mauro Campbell, and we will then finish our Congress.
Muito boa tarde a todos e a todas.
Good afternoon to everyone. Special greetings to our Chief Justice Herman Benjamin, also ex-colleague from the prosecutor's office, and does great work here in compared right, and now bringing Japan within the STJ and show the Japanese community that this is also your house. It's the house of all Japanese that are here, that have definitely influenced the development of this country that is also partially Japanese. So I'd like to greet here the representatives of the Japanese government here present, Dr. Tomoaki Ishigaki, to greet my dear friend, Appellate Court Judge Lydia Marijima, Justice Carmarinho, the president of Ajufe, my dear friend Frederico Mendes Jr., that is the president of the AMB, the Brazilian Magistrates Association, and to greet all the judges, magistrates, civil servants of the Justice National High Court. So, Chief Justice, we came here and we arrived at the closing of this unique event between Brazil and Japan around issues that are at the center of contemporary law and challenges. Governance of AI within the subject. And throughout an inspiring day, we've gone through paths that invited us to reflect on how our institutions, our laws, our legal orders, and our own convictions need to be adapted to guarantee justice in a world that is constantly transforming and developing. Talking at the closing of such a big challenge is always a privilege and a challenge. A challenge here, I greet the entire National Magistrate in name of Justice and Appellate Judge, where I would like to manifest myself with after so many interesting and relevant speeches about an important subject, but also because it authorized me to remember great contributions that the participants of this event left us with tomorrow. So the morning started with an opening ceremony where His Excellency Chief Justice Barroso presented a panorama of Brazilian law and explaining a moment of precedents that were binding and adopted in Brazil and the different role that the federal court exerts because of the detailedness of the Brazilian Constitution. And after this, His Excellency developed speeches on climate change, artificial intelligence, highlighting that the guarantee of fundamental human rights seems to be what binds the three subjects, Professor Kazuo Tanabe, with the precision and concision that are specific to him, qualities that were highlighted by Justice Benjamin, spoke to us about artificial intelligence and access to fair law order, talking about components that must compose this new kind of access, especially the access to consensual means in conflict resolution and the need of capacity building and formation on rights and laws. At the end, he made an interesting analysis of the resolution of the CNJ, the National Justice Council, that talked about the use of AI within the judiciary branch, the legal branch. And I'd like to, in particular, mention our personal dedication in the collegiate, because when the resolution was published, Professor Kazuo, there was a doubt of the councillors if it would be ideal to promote and launch the act, because we're asking ourselves that it's a subject of so much transformation that it could very quickly become obsolete a few days later. And I said, well, of course that's going to happen. This is just a framework that is going to be adapted day by day and altered day by day. But the magistrature, and especially the National Council, should be the protagonist of our first issuance of parameters, so that the magistrates of this country can have a notion that there are limits to the use of AI. So in the first panel, under Justice Nancy Rodrigues, we talked about the intersection of climate change, environment, and human rights. Professor Hajime Akiyama showed the impact of climate change and human rights and how forced population migration and environmental alterations challenge our legal and human frameworks. Professor Tomohiko Kobayashi approached the need of guaranteeing the rights of indigenous peoples as part of the truly sustainable development, highlighting the need that indigenous peoples be protagonists within this process. Professor Aura Cristina Tanaka presented us the legal and human impact of the Minamata disease caused by mercury contamination, showing lessons from both Japan and Brazil, where the disease consequence of gold mining affects especially indigenous peoples. Professor Nohiko Kubo talked about the historical environmental rights in Japan. Professor Ana Maria de Oliveira reinforced the state's duty to implement efficient climate policies, talking especially about the right of the states in the international stage, talking about the constitutional rights of climate protection in Brazilian law, and analyzing climate cases in Brazil due to the failure of implementing these obligations. In the afternoon, we talked about this. We had a second panel that was presided by Justice Vilas Boas Cuevas, discussed about the governance of AI. Professor Tetsuo Morishita alerted us to the regulatory impact of AI in financial international transactions, highlighting the need to implement governance and regulatory frameworks on AI to reduce the risks of its use and to evaluate legitimate security concerns, cultural colonization, and intellectual property, copyright. Professor Hikojima explored the challenges of AI, that AI imposes the protection of copyright. Professor Ana de Oliveira Frazão brought a vision about the Brazilian reality in regards to the attempts of regulating and using AI, affirming that there is a need of regulation and proposing it as an access for a paradigm to deal with quickly evolving technologies, getting further away from narratives that regulation might inhibit innovation advances, and that would imply an ideological control and would infringe on freedom of speech. And finally, we analyzed the tensions between generative AI and freedom of speech, highlighting the risks and emerging opportunities. In the last panel, we had the presidents of Appellate Court Judge, two Appellate Court judges, where we talked about the use of AI by the Judiciary branch operatives, and we had a look on private law on the prediction of sentencing in civil cases by AI, notably in the use of AI for the use of prediction of sentence without talking about the substitution of judges by machines, and where it should be used at the most as a support. And Dr. Ana Mendes talked about the panorama of AI regulation in Brazil, equating sectorial norms, and Judge Isabella Ferrari brought to the debate a term of algorithmic discrimination, alerting us to the reproduction of prejudices within these automated mechanisms. And finally, Judge Shiokawa Neto analyzed the impact of AI in procedures and cases, showing that technology is already part of the day-to-day life of such things. So with these contributions, we noticed that what united all the speeches was that of responsibility of the states in environmental protection, of the institutions, of the companies, in the development and ethical use of technology, and responsibility of the judiciary, ours therefore, in guaranteeing that social and technological transformation take place with justice, equality, and respecting human dignity. Brazil and Japan share different legal traditions, but meet up in a engagement with the rule of law and international cooperation as a path to face global challenges. This Congress showed that facing issues that do not respect borders, such as the climate crisis and AI impacts, that the answer must equally be global with dialogue and solidarity. And so we end this meeting with the conviction that the dialogue and talks were started here needs to continue. Justice Herman has already told us that we will have a second edition of the event. As magistrates, jurists, and academics, we must leave here with a call to action to transform knowledge into practice, reflecting on public policy and technology, and justice teaching. I would like to thank Justice Benjamin, all the participants, and to close this event. Thank you very much.
Nós vamos então
We are now going to the plenary and later to the official picture. Dr. Giovanna wants to give some logistic informations. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Justice. I'd just like to reiterate that the STJ library made a compilation of some studies that have to do with the theme of the symposium, and especially with Japanese Brazilian authors. So those of you who didn't receive this, there's a bookmark next to the door. Thank you once again for your presence. And we also have this QR code for those of you who can and wish to evaluate the event. It's not for who wants and wishes to. No, I want everyone to evaluate the event. Well, he's the Chief Justice. He can say that. I can't. So thank you for your presence once again.
Vamos então.
Let's go. Thank you.